the dirt in my mouth. You can drag me, you can kill me, to try to stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the burning sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never hide. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is our century. Our decade, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never hide. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never hide. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a Oh, there is a light the darkness can never kill.
Welcome one and all back to the EMEA Regional Finals for Space Gods and to the beginnings of the battle stage here in Week 1. The survivors from yesterday's plans are here today to join 32 others, all competing today and tomorrow, hoping to get one of only 16 places available in our second week. It's a long road to Week 2, but we'll know when the dust settles on Sunday night who has proven themselves worthy of the pro circuit. Worthy to walk the road that leads to the regional title and to the Tactician's crown. My name is Canafib, and returning from yesterday, the knowledge broker with the knowledge of what's broken, Impetuous Panda. And the world wanderer and the statsman himself, Barry Badham. How are you guys feeling coming off of such a wild play-ins, now coming into Week 1's main event?
I mean, the patch looked quite balanced, quite fantastic. You can't ask for more coming into a weekend like this one with so much at stake. And we're seeing now what has already been kind of forgotten in the past for this set that is a competitive roadmap, were the ways that players managed to qualify to this regional weekend, the trials in the Tier 2 system, the ladder system, of course, as well, the pro circuit, the 3 different cups you got to see across the entire set, as well as the addition of the new TFT minors and major tournaments, especially that very cool tournament that happened in France a few weekends ago.
Yeah, but as we do get into the business end of the season here, we are now at the battle stage. So we've had our play-ins, we had 16 players come in yesterday, 4 qualified after 5 games, another 3 rounds saw our additional 4 make it to this stage. And we have 6 games today, but we'll only be losing the bottom 8 players. That's the main thing. The rest of them then will be progressing to tomorrow to that elimination stage. So for everybody, the pressure is on today just to make sure you're in with a fight of making it to the next day.
Yeah, it's very, very meaningful for our players, how they eventually progress on forwards. But before we get too much into what things are going to be looking like over these next couple of days, let's look back for a second and just appreciate everything that happened yesterday during the play-ins as our players tried to make it to today.
Welcome one and all to the Set 17 Space Gods EMEA Regional Finals. Huge amount of birds coming out from that triple backline carry setup from Relic here with the Gnar, the Bard, and the Jhin. And Relic, I mean, he hits so far ahead of pace, you had to imagine. Yeah. You know, the stats is interesting, but I think you really have to go for some level design. I like this a lot. It's just all Giga Tanks, especially with Cryogenic Hex coming in, with the Mighty Mech just not dying, similar for Ornn as well.
Yeah, I mean, playing a line where you're not really adding any 5 costs, you did get the cash out, which is just a bunch of 5 costs, and then...
That Ornn is standing, but we have found access into the backline for the Jackster for just a second. However, no Edge of Night, Samira finds him first, Ornn still standing, and that might just be all she wrote as she is going to clear up.
It's a real battle of new versus old. Treading on the 6-round win streak, he took the road less traveled to get to this point, and it's the one cost who ripped through the board.
And it's looking much worse for Zata this time around. Both front lines have now collapsed, and well, no, never mind. So the next one is going to be the laser ballistics if he needs, which is a huge upgrade to his damage. It's looking a lot closer, and yeah, basic. He's going to be taken down. Finally, the Vex 2.
I think that might be it. The Jinx stunned 2 times. That might swing the fight back in favor to Daisy. It looks like it is going to be the case here. The Jinx is trying her absolute best. But Graves is still alive. Vex is still alive. Edge of Night is not lost.
Absolutely a day worth clapping about. But Barry, we've got the flavor of everything that happened there, but we really need to know the details of exactly what happened in the play-ins. Could you just take us through the nitty-gritty?
Yeah, we saw what it meant to some of those players, but after the first 4 games, it was actually Galosco who topped the standings. We saw clear lead ahead of everybody else, so the Spanish representative doing well, but Shredding, Hypno, and Kevin Parker also making it after that first 5-game cut. We then saw the following 4 players had to go again, as we mentioned, but veterans like Dasik, Zulanak, Zaza, and Revan all stepped up and got themselves over the line. And I think that was really the talking point from play-ins. A lot of these experienced names doing what they could. Unfortunately, these bottom 8 players, though, did drop away. Relic is on the wait list today, but unfortunately, these players, maybe that is the end of their season.
No, it's very harsh, particularly, David, when you've just got maybe 1 or 2 points to separate you for at least contesting for tiebreakers towards the tail end.
Yeah, it was really, really close in the end. I think even just entering that last game, there was so much that could happen there. But let's look at the rest of the roster of qualified players for this week 1. 40 players entering the fields. I will go ahead and say I think probably one of the most stacked week 1s to date for 2 key reasons. The first of which, there's been a pretty big shakeup in the TPC. Some of the standout, consistent top 4 players every single sets, they're now in week 1. I'm looking at Double, I'm looking at Raiko. More than half of the Tactician players for EMEA last set are in week 1 as well. So a lot of these very experienced players are back having to fight from this very first week of regional finals. On the second side, there's some very hungry tier 2 players who were relegated, who said, you know what, I messed up last set, but I'm coming back for TPC. I have the hunger to make it back to tier 1. I'm looking at players like Bensak. I'm looking at players like Wet Jungler, for example, historic players in TFT, as well as someone like Lusher, who's had very nice recent success at the TFT Major. I'm sure he's very confident coming into this week.
Yeah, and it feels like really is some of these throwback names. As you mentioned, Zaza, showing that even the waitlist is the qualification route now, which we've not really had before. But a player that stands out to me, the likes of Zabrod, I think it shows that these players that maybe they've been out the scene for a few sets now, or they've not been at the top of the game, can make it back to the highest level. And as you said, a really stacked field.
Of course, yesterday we've only seen 1 day of the 6 total that we played across the regional finals, so we've got a very minimal sample size based on what we saw previously. But guys, can you kind of big picture for us what we'll be seeing, particularly over these next 2 days?
I think the biggest thing to talk about is the patch and how balanced and varied it is, right? We saw a pretty even field of not just different comps, but different types of comps, with some Fast 9, with some reroll, some, I think, quite conditional hero augment comps as well. Asol being the leader, not too surprising. I think Carrier Asol is playable again. Conduit Asol with Vanguard Frontline is playable, but especially with Anima in particular, Barry, which we saw a little bit of yesterday, it seems to be that is the most common cash-out path as well.
Yeah, it feels like ultimately that was the most shaping thing we saw in play-ins. If a player got an uncontested 9 or 10 loss on Anima, it was almost a guaranteed win every time. And we even saw the one time it was at least griefed on stream, that player still recovered to, I think, finish 5th place. So definitely very strong. But as we look across the rest of the options, as you've said, quite a wide variety we can see here, but such a small sample size. Play-ins, only those 2 lobbies. Because it is such a wide variety, everything only got played a few times, but these are what we expect to see throughout the weekend. All these compositions will be getting a lot more reps in. We should see actually what will step forward. You can see now reroll there, doing really well in its 3 games. Must note it was natural, didn't even get to the printing stage, just spawned in now 3. So I think it shows sample size a little bit low, but we have a taste of what we'll see for the rest of the weekend.
All right, guys. So, of course, we'll be developing our opinions as the games go forward, and we're going to get a lot more data to base those opinions on as the games go through today. I mean, Panda, do you want to take a small sort of side moment just to recognize what our players are playing for specifically just this weekend? The ability to get a guaranteed spot at the TPC.
I think that's really what it's all about, except for a handful of players who maybe are ambitious and competitive and experienced enough to just aim for tack round from the very start of the set. For most players, it's about staying alive in the TPC. This is your pathway to qualifying to attack round more easily. The set after that, the pathway to finding stability in your career, in your chosen career of trying to compete and make a living playing TFT full time. Being in TPC is the first requisite, and this is the path. This is the weekend where you can show and prove that you have what it takes to get there.
Well, we can say it for ourselves, but I think it's better to come from one of our players' mouths instead. So let's hear from Bastida, who's got some words on the subject.
My name is Jose, my nickname is Bastida. I have been playing since set 14 and I'm 28 years old and I'm from Spain. I played the game the first time that it comes out, but I dropped the game and then turned back in the set 9 with Snooty Boo because I was following him in Hearthstone, and then with Arcane and Snooty I come back to the game. I think it was in set 13 after reaching challenge and keep it for like 1 or 2 months and start searching how can I compete and how can I improve, search for a team and so on. The setting I think is well designed, I think, unless the most people say. There is a few things like I enjoy the most, like some legendaries like Graves. I think is really cool, and also I love the mechanic of the set because I think carousel are unfair because it's based on all luck, and this time you have the choice to make your own selection. So I think this is skillless. A rookie one, I would say Edgemon, but I think I'm not sure if he's considered rookie or Sent, but I think it's the same spot. They both could do great work, and I think they both like play some games that are very interesting in some spots. So thank you for all the people that help me follow me here, and also I'm grateful to my brother that helped me a lot with everything. Also, we are meeting like a community tournament from Spain, and he helped me a lot with the development of the tool and supporting me every day.
Really happy to hear from Bastida here, not just because of my Spanish bias, but I really do think for the last few sets, he's been one of the hardest working players in EMEA. I think his success making it to week 1 is well deserved. I think he's one of the best Spanish players outside of the MCOI players as well. And he's just been a really important part of the Spanish community. He runs a leaderboard with all the Spanish players. He's been posting guides this set. I've been watching him stream a lot. Just a really cool addition to TFT and just all of EMEA's community, in my opinion.
Well, from the Spanish community to the very biggest picture that we have available, I just want to bring it to front of mind before we get into game 1. Just, so of course, since we're in the regional competition, the regional champions up until this point, of course, we've had 11 different regional championships going through. We're looking particularly for our players playing here in week 1. Double 61 Wet Jungler, Volta, and Aaliyah are reigning EMEA champion, all with a chance to next week make themselves 2 times regional champion. And Kabixon, Goberster, and Travis will be waiting in week 2 for them. It's notable that 7 out of our 11 regional champions are competing in this event, so we've got a huge amount of consistency across the EMEA scene. So wonderful, absolutely wonderful to see. It's worth noting that every single EMEA regional champion has so far come from France, Germany, or Poland. Guys, who do you think will be the region to break that pattern, get through, and grab the first regional title for themselves?
If you're throwing this question to me, Counterfeit, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to hype up Spain, because it is our time. We made it to TAC round last set. We already broke some records. Now it's time to break a different record. And who better to do so than Dalesom? He has been one of the most consistent players in EMEA across the last 2 sets. I think he's deserving. I'm not just being biased. I'm not just, copium. I actually think Dalesom has what it takes to perform at the highest possible level and become champion.
And thankfully, I've been given the task of almost every other country to give a shout out for. And it's because those really are the big 4, including Spain, always knocking on the door. But it feels like for me, a lot of the minor regions, in terms of they've got 1 or 2 players that can really step forward, but they don't have the depth of field. And those nations, I believe, we're going to see a winner stride forward from one of those. We know the likes of Dasic have so much experience, but Rico now coming back with that crown experience, being the representative for Italy. Org, as Trouble will be rooting for throughout the weekend, representing Greece, as always. And Tamino, a player that I think, off the back of that KO Coliseum, when he was the last hope for EMEA, really stepped forward. So I'm hedging my bets by having the rest of Europe and the rest of EMEA on my side. There's
That's not fair.
A lot of countries that I've got covered here. But a player that I'm really highlighting for, of course, one of our British representatives. We don't have too many. Blast at Moon coming in here. The winner of the first Tacticians trials this season. So actually, 2 games into it, he had a rough start. And he said, that's it, my competitive season's over. And then went on to win the whole trials. So I think that shows that he can bounce back, even if he's not really feeling himself. We can see how strong some of his statistics have been in the past. And he's been really, I feel like, focused on improvement recently. Practicing for 4v4 this season will have helped a lot. He's in those study groups now. He's been streaming consistently. And I think he's really stepped forward as a player with a lot more experience and a lot more reps on this set.
Well, speaking of players who won trials, I want to bring Lusher into the conversation here. Of course, the winner of the recent TFT major with Loris. This is his 6th finals coming in. He's a really fascinating player where he's kind of, at the moment, caught a little bit between Tier 2 and Tier 1. But recently, of course, demonstrating he's absolutely got the potential, I think, and the clout to compete with the very, very best. So he's gotten close to the crown multiple times. I would fully expect to see him do extremely well this tournament.
And of course, I'll take the opportunity to finish off my hat trick of Spanish bias and bring in someone like Safo. His stats, I'll be honest, they don't look amazing. They don't look, incredibly impressive. But debut in TPC, this is about surviving, about adapting, about just, finding the groove, playing among the elite players in EMEA. And I think he did just that. He barely missed Puig to qualification, finishing 17th overall. I think he benefited a lot from 4v4 this set with Dalesom and with just all of the MKOI team. Everyone really got to a much higher level individually as well. So I'm really looking forward to big things from Safo this weekend.
We'll be updating you guys as things go, as whether or not things are going according to the ways we would have expected. But do want to take a second again before we get this first game started of the day, just to make sure, if you're not already aware, you can head across to CompeteTFT.com and potentially start your own TFT journey, perhaps get yourself to the next regionals, 3 of them coming per year, lots of opportunities to climb up the Tier 2 circuit, or potentially even break in through one of the alternate routes instead. Panda, one other thing before we get into the first game, of course, as well, this is not the only way to watch today's event.
Nope, of course, EMEA is full of different countries and languages and personalities, and for that very reason, we have our wonderful assortment of co-streamers. If you're more happy watching, listening, chatting in, Spanish, French, German, any of the European languages, we have a representative, a streamer that you can follow along all the action with. Maybe even just because you want to watch different lobbies that are not on the main broadcast, you can, shop around and follow all the players that you want to in their journey across this week.
All right, so with our first game very close to getting underway, I want to bring front and center again the format for today, or today and tomorrow's event. The maximum of 8 games, the minimum of 8 games across the 2 days, the maximum of 12, and the cutoffs as well. Barry, what should we be thinking about the most?
I think, as we touched on, we are only losing those bottom 8 players. So for most players, the stakes aren't as intense as they were yesterday. And I do want to touch on, players always debate of this. Is it better if you can get through the play-ins to actually have to do that stage? I think Zaza even mentioned it during the interview, where you get this high-stakes environment to practice in. Scrims are one thing, you can be playing ladder for the past few weeks, but getting that tournament practice in could be a big advantage. So I think today, a little bit lower stakes, as we said, just making sure you're above that cutoff at the end of the day. We are going to be losing those 8 players, but as we get into tomorrow, then every 2 games we are going to be seeing a cut. So I think today, players just getting a feel for things is going to be more of what we'll expect.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see, David, if we end up seeing some of our players, kind of separate out into players who just want to play safe during day 1 because maybe their initial games aren't so amazing, and ones that do try and make a run to be at least towards the top of the table, because again, there's no reset between days 1 and 2. If you go into day 2 with a big point score, you can get promoted very quickly and really minimize the variance of the competition.
That's the biggest thing to think about. It's not just surviving the bottom cut today. Even if you survive that bottom cut, if you're 31st, it's not looking good for your day 2. So at some point, halfway through the day, probably there will be some players who have to readjust their goals and their ambitions for the week and recalibrate their game plans and how much risk they're willing to accept because of that position they're in. I think, especially for this mental standpoint, for less experienced players, these first few games are pivotal. I think a player who maybe considers themselves a little bit weaker overall compared to the rest of the field, if they have those strong 2 or 3 games to start, that can really give them the momentum and the confidence to carry on throughout the whole weekend. And similarly for the very experienced players, even if they start off slow, I think they have been here so many times before at regionals or at a tournament like this with so much at stake that they will be able to push through and have the right mentality to finish strong.
Yeah, it feels like we do have, in general, such a experienced field, but I think that's just because of how far we are into TFT. Just celebrating our 7th birthday recently, the pro circuit, the existence of trials now merging into from trials to cup now to just one long tournament that players are getting even more reps in. So it feels like it's very rare we have true newcomers anymore. So players do have experience playing in these types of tournaments. And we talk about different approaches of whether or not some players want to aim high in those first few games, but most players we talk to do tend to say they just play standard TFT. They don't try to overthink things. They just play how they normally would for the 300 games they played previously. And it's only in those very niche scenarios when you're getting towards the end of days and the facing eliminations, then when you need to change up your plan.
All right, guys, our first lobby is officially here. We can see our players looking a little bit, hopefully a little less overheated than yesterday, but we've got a fantastic way to start things off here in lobby 3. Of course, Double, we mentioned a little bit before, the only person with a chance to become 3-time EMEA champion, but plenty of other great names in here as well.
A fairly unusual spread of countries as well. Only 3 countries represented, with Spain, Poland, and France in this lobby. I think it is Double versus the world in terms of the experience and kind of the pedigree, but I'm really looking forward to watching Bastida. I hyped him up a lot. I think he's a very competent player who has really just evolved so much the last few sets, and I think he is in a place where he's kind of deserving of making it to tier 1 and showcasing his talent to the rest of the world.
Yeah, and a player that I've touched on that I'm keeping an eye on throughout the day is Tactician. A player that I feel like right at the start of TFT was highly respected, especially when the Golden Spatula Cups first emerged and competitive really started to be something players were keeping an eye on. And then it felt like he disappeared for a few sets, wasn't at his best, not as highly focused on TFT, but this set really has came back in swinging. And as someone who had to shout out the minor regions that have not had the representation, this first lobby, not really one that I'll have too many to root for, but definitely want to see some of those returning players do well.
I do want as well to kind of jump on the Spanish hype train, because we have got the 2 Spanish players in the lobby. Giosko, of course, if you weren't watching plans yesterday, was the first player, the top player to make it out of the first round of promotions. He didn't score a single bot 4 across the 4 games he played yesterday. And I believe he was the only player to manage to do that. So we're excited to see Bastida, Double, Zbroyson, Shredden as well. I think we're going to have a really, really good first game. As you said, David, before, it does feel very, very important how this first couple of games go for the initial tournament trajectory.
Looking at Giosko in particular, I think he's a player who did not adapt very well to TPC. He had a pretty horrid results across his entire first debut season, so I was a bit worried for him yesterday, but he kind of flipped it around, right? He played really well. He dominated that play-in stage. I think that's the mental he kind of needs coming to this week 1. Forgetting about everything else that happened this set and just coming into it with, hey, I qualified to TPC via week 1 last set. I can probably do it again.
Yeah, and I think when you look at someone like Decob, for example, we've had so many French representatives come forward, but this is a player that now has re-qualified for the previous 2 TPC circuits, but hasn't had at any point really the strongest showing. So it feels like it's always middle of the pack. We've played in Lauren Legends and had a solid showing, enough to remake it to this season for Space Gods, but as we see now in week 1, so playing for his spot again. So I think a French player with a little bit left to prove, Peter.
Yeah, no, as well, since we've got a few more moments before this first game gets started, I do want to recognize Shredden as well. I certainly remember him from seeing him at the various different LAN events around the place. This is, he's a player I think who's so well known in the scene. But this is only I believe the 3rd regionals in his 6-year journey through the scene. So I'm really hoping we get to see him come out of the gates really swinging here. But based on what we saw before, this, from the play-ins, Barry, I think things can get vicious very quickly.
Yeah, it certainly can get vicious very quickly, but Shredden's had that experience. Player I would like to shout out, because if you go on his stream, he will sometimes sing Wonderwall for you if you're nice enough, if you request it. So maybe if you're looking for a more of a friendly streamer to follow or someone to root for, Shredden definitely has that appeal.
And he's also a player I think really benefited from 4v4 this set. His team alongside Kezman and Aki were the big surprise in 2025. They had a huge Cinderella run all the way into the main event and doing really well there as well. Didn't quite have the qualification this set, but I think just the fact that they were once again under that Avos banner, joining forces, they are just individually so much stronger in these 4v4 sets compared to the Spanish players as well. So I definitely see Shredden as one of the players that I would not be surprised to see him doing really well in this week 1 and making it into the TPC. It would be really cool to see as one of the kind of the OG players from Poland.
And of course, up in the top right, Bialy Lis, whose name I'm hoping I'm saying remotely correctly. We have, we're talking about, we've got such established players in the scene. To my understanding, Bialy is the first time, certainly I've come across him in the competitive scene at all. So he's in the mix of some extremely experienced players to start building out his reputation.
He's been a tier 2 player. He's played a few of the trials in the past. Has been kind of on the edge of breaking through as a more recognizable player in Poland. There's been a few others like him, but he hasn't quite broken through into that kind of known quantity. This is definitely a chance to do so, right? This is what players like him are just hoping for at the start of the set. I just need a chance. I just need one opportunity to be in this position where I can play 12 games of TFT and prove that I have what it maybe takes to qualify into Tier 1.
And these players, despite the fact they might not have been at this stage in a competitive format, they have been playing against these players all season long. It doesn't change an awful lot for you. The stakes might be higher, but you know these players inside out. And there's also the advantage of if you're a little bit more of an unknown player, the other players might not know exactly how you're going to approach the game. People like Double, the one disadvantage to being the most known player in EMEA and our star pupil is you are a known quantity. Everybody knows Double's approach to the game, whereas Bialy Lis has that freedom where players maybe don't exactly know how he'll approach things.
Well, Laios is in a very similar position as well. Laios 22M, a very new player to the scene, but he got the S3 proven. We'll push you into game number 1 though. Kenobi, Troublink, get us started here in day 1 of the main event of week 1.
Thank you so much, Counterfeit. I'm Troublink, as he said, together with Kenobi, and we're going to bring you the action of Space Gods Regional Finals. Kenobi, I know you were here yesterday, but yesterday players played all in all. It was play-ins. Now they're in for the long run. Points carry over to day 2. Do you expect we'll see maybe some different approach?
You are correct that it is going to be a very, very long run. So I expect some players, especially maybe the less experienced players, to try different things at different stages of the game. But for somebody who has such experience like Double, I expect him to just be playing every game to win, no matter what is going to be happening in a tournament.
I love how you also comment about the more inexperienced players as we're going here through the PvE rounds, because if I was an inexperienced player, I made it through the play-ins, it's still week 1, I'm like, what the hell am I doing in the same lobby as Double? What is he doing in week 1? As our first augments are going to come through, and they're going to be prismatic. Now, the most interesting ones are the ones that boost your early game. Wow, actually hits the Ezreal plane through that Ezreal as well. Really good hit right here from Shredden. Or you go towards those fast 9 augments.
Shredden, already a man after my heart. Yesterday he regals me with the Shogath Ezreal, and here hits the Ezreal with the Build-A-Bug. He really knows how to get the casters on his side.
We've got another one.
Yeah, we've got another Build-A-Bot. We're going to be taking a look at the augments across the board because there is a lot of interesting potential here with the double trait trees from Double and Decob. But the Ezreal is going to be very fun to watch. If he manages to stack it up enough, it will be a huge threat in the late game.
Also, quite lucky right here for Shredden that he did have a slammable item for that Ezreal. A lot of the times the Build-A-Bud works, especially if you do get a couple of components through that first PvE round. But he's going to be cruising through that early PvE, especially having a pretty decent front line with the Pantheon as well. Extra giant spell, got that Rage Blade in the backline for the Ezreal. Now, if we could have a look at Bialy's board also, another Build-A-Bud, and I'm wondering just to see what exactly, what avenue does that Build-A-Bud takes him towards.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what Shredden does, because the Ezreal usually is paired with a Shogath, but right here he's going to be just moving forward. You mentioned fast 9 potential. It's going to be interesting to see if he plays maybe towards the Stargazers, maybe towards a Gnar, as he's showing a slight hold on a couple of those as well as the Meeples. So there's potential there, and there are many options, and it's going to be fascinating to see which one he thinks is the best. I can confirm that it is a Nasus 3. Or
Talking about the best.
yeah, yep.
Tell me what you think about the Nasus, because I'm not necessarily too sold into it. I can see an avenue where it leads to some sort of reroll with the Ornn, even though you might not get the too tanky. Talking about it though, Nasus tanked enough for the win here.
Yeah, Nasus is going to be excellent early game and then it's going to fall off a cliff a little bit later on, but it can just lead Bialylis to play through a standard vertical space groove and hold the line for a while until we upgrade the on and then move on to a fast 9 as well. And the moment we find the Blitzcrank, then the job will have been done and it might end up being sold at the end to get a little bit more value here. What's going to be interesting is to see if Shredin and Bialylis go against each other, and it's already Shredin already lost his streak, so it's gonna be rougher to snowball with the Ezreal.
Yeah. Now we're having a look at Lizo's ward with the Flicker Blade. It could be your traditional Xayah, it could be your traditional Master Yi with the Kindred holding onto the Flicker Blade onto the backline, or do you think that it could potentially be also Misfortune reroll? We have seen such a huge shift in general. I saw Brosev yesterday talk a little bit about it, talking about how this particular patch is a bit more on the balance side, a mini recombo with
Shredin
Ezreal
recombobulated.
3.
Shredin just went from his
my
Ezreal
God.
3 into a 2-cost 3-star. Okay, he truly is a man for the spectacle. He's the only one that went for it. We're going to be taking a look at what it transforms into, because that's the most interesting thing. And that is the most daring thing. And he says, all right, I lost one round, you're gone. the revolving
Ezreal, you mean nothing to me.
Here.
You mean absolutely nothing to me. You can give me the win streak, you're out of here. Let's have a look, though, to see what this Ezreal is going to turn into.
That is
so much observers. Now, Fury 3 is a huge hit.
Yeah, Belvedere 3 is going to be fantastic. Also goes well with the item that he's already slammed. So, yeah, so must be very, very happy about this. And well, now I guess he's just going to be playing towards challengers and possibly Kindred, or maybe the vertical Nova that we've seen. But yeah, he's going to be he might be in trouble because of double here with the trade tree hitting both Meeple, Psionic and Nova, so the possibility of playing Yi and Kindred is very high here, or just staying in a vertical Meeple and print early on.
Right, so let's return to the whole situation about how balanced the set you feel like it is. We saw Brosev comment yesterday about it. It's the most balanced it's been in a very long time. We talked a lot about sort of conditions that you need for each certain traits that you can play, champions, compositions, whatever it is, but it doesn't seem to be the case. I feel like at this point our pros play so flexible no matter what. There's a bunch of lines that you can reroll. There's fast 9. There's not as many fast 8 comps anymore. The full summer and the in-between, but what's your take on that one?
I completely agree that the set is very balanced right now, and there's a wide array of strategies that the players can use to succeed, and the fact that it is balanced is why 4 costs are seen as struggling, because, well, if they are good, then and the set is balanced, then the 5 costs are going to be better. And once you're stable on level 8, what you need to do is get to that level 9, and anybody who stays stuck on the 4 cost is going to be having lower placements, and that's just why the 4 cost compositions appear to be struggling a lot more. And everything else is just trying to outcap the baseline that they represent.
Absolutely, and talking about rerolls right here, Bialy with the double Samira also on the bench, potentially looking for either the vertical that you mentioned as well, or perhaps a Samira reroll. There is not going to be a too tanky situation right here, as we are on Prismatic Party, which means all of our augments will be Prismatic from here on out. However, it does give the opportunity for potentially a spat to maybe slam a Space Groove onto something like a Riven later on to round out the comp.
Yeah, and Sprojan not finding the Radiant here that he would have wanted, just gets a couple of AP-oriented items. Unfortunately, the Morello is instantly made less useful by the Solar Hex given out by the Yasuo, so that's a little bit unfortunate for him. It's going to be interesting to see if he continues towards the meeples and tries to maybe print the Vigar, although I don't think that's likely since we're not buying the Poppy in shop. Even with the Ezreal being able to be sold here, that means we're just going to be looking at some standard AP flex from Sbrojdan, which is super, super risky from a position of the middle of the pack, because it's really easy to end up staying stuck on level 8 and not moving forward.
Especially when you don't know what kind of augments you're going to be hitting. You're probably going to need double econ from here on out, so you can hit super early. If you're tanking your HP very early on, that means you need to be going level 9 super early compared to the other people that are going to be hitting the reroll compositions around that early stage 4. So you need to be able to match them with that level 9. Very good catch right there. And we're going to have our second augment coming through very, very quickly. Level 6 push right here from Bayali. He is the one win streaking with 6 in a row that wants to keep this one going. A couple of items completed also on the Nasus to make him a little bit stronger since he's his 3-star carry for the time being. On the other side, we will see an Ornn going down. Not a very common sight, to see. And here we go, 3-2. Looking for potentially some econ for our players that are looking to go to the fast 9.
Yeah, something to just prolong the win streak from Bialilis. He's still doing just fine. Shredding going for the emblems here. Gets Sniper, Stargazer, and Psionic, and the constellation is the mountain. And we have a Zaya already. So the Stargazer pivot is going to be seamless, honestly. Just moving right along, shimmying right here. We've got a 3-star Belvet. She's going to be holding the fort for a while and then moving on. Bastida rolling very, very heavily with the Bronze for Life as the second pickup, trying to stabilize as well. Does not find the Lulu that would help him. Will have to do with the Twisted Fate and the Melio for now on. And, well, Sbrojdan just got a whole lot richer, and we'll defer the rest of his stage and see what happens stage 4.
Okay, so our two players that are the two lowest in HP, 68 and 62, both the Spanish representatives are both on the Lulu train. You see Mountain, you click onto Lulu. We saw it yesterday as well, but here comes the problem, right? Bastida with the ticket might have a lot more chances to hit this Lulu, as I'm seeing right here. Hits that 3-star Jax already.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a 6 out of 9. Wait.
No, it is 6 out of 9.
Okay.
No, he's still a long way away. I was confused for a moment, thinking that a lot more spawned in. Giosko taking the luxury subscription with the flexible gets himself a bard, so that is going to be a tricky situation for him, because he now needs to make it to 5-1 and assemble a board that is going to be strong enough to survive until then, and his HP is very, very low. Lobby is super, super strong early in the stage 3 because of the two 3-stars with the build buds, because of Bastida having now re-rolled. Double is also playing a very aggressive double combat proposition. Decob as well has rolled, so it's going to be super tough to make it to stage 5 for Giosko.
On the other side, we see on the other side of the screen, Sbrojdan with the hedge fund. And for players that are looking to get to that level 9 as fast as possible, and especially for him being down to 54 HP at 3-3, you definitely want to be getting to that level 9, even pre-4-2 for a lot of those players. Now, the unfortunate thing is that clicking onto Thresh, you never know what's going to come out of it. You could be getting some sort of Evelyn boons that will take away your HP. So they're a little bit scary, but currently he's hitting 105 gold, as you guys can see on the right-hand side, 54 HP, and he's looking at that fast level 9.
You're right that getting something like an Evelyn boon would be kind of scary, but at the same time, the Evelyn boon that takes your HP on stage 3 would be a random 1-star, 3-star 1 cost, right? And being the only one getting that would be a huge boost up in power, and might give him the opportunity to stabilize enough to go towards that level 9. Although he will have to make a quick pit stop at level 8 to stabilize at some point. Don't think he has the HP to be going 9.
All right, looking at Decob right here. We didn't look at this board enough. Does have a lot of combat power through the emblems, and chose to solidify his board with the extra belts right there through the prismatic, getting that Maokai super beefy in the front line to tank for the Jinx, who's got the rogue emblem on her. And so far, we have seen that this Jinx is pretty popular.
Yeah, she's great at stabilizing an average kind of game and just getting a good enough average. However, Shreddin having Belvet 3 is kind of a thorn in Decob's side. He has 6 out of 9, but it will make the last 3 super hard to find for him.
Unless
Right, unless...
the trait itself helps him print those Belvets that he really needs. So far, so good right here. Shreddin has 180 shifted the whole theory of where he started with the 3-star Ezreal. I want to remind everybody this was a build a bud start for Shreddin. Tried to snowball with the Ezreal, slams the Rage Blade, loses the round. Recon Bob offered, instantly ditches the Ezreal, gets that Belvet 3. And so far, it's been a pretty good turnaround from not win streak in the first stage to now a 7 win streak.
Yeah, it looked like he paid Bialilis back with another, with him breaking his streak as payback, and now it's going to be against Lizzo, who is definitely committed to the Misfortune. And we touched a little bit about the artifact for the Misfortune, and he's holding the second artifact right now to prevent any kind of econ generating artifact to be offered. He's looking for one specifically, and that would be Dawncore. If he does find it, then he's going to be in an absolutely commanding position for the rest of the game, because his HP is quite high, his econ is very, very good as well. So he has the potential to really scale up, but finding a 3-star Maokai is going to be a little bit more than a challenge in this lobby.
Also the Ornn, if he does choose to go that way. Maokai, of course, belongs in the Lulu rerolls that we're seeing. I'm pretty sure we still have 2 players on the Lulu reroll train, so that will be a little bit difficult. And then the Ornn, we also have a Space Groove player in the lobby, so that will also make it pretty difficult. And let's see here, Bastida with that level 6, a couple of copies from all 3 of the champions that he's looking to 3-star right here. The Pantheon, the Millia, and the Jax. Opening those anvils, gets the BF sword. And now here comes the roll down, looking to hit those 3 stars. He's 1 off Jax, here we go. 1 off Millia and 2 off Pantheon.
It goes very deep for the Pantheon.
Huge.
Opts to not level too much. So the Lulu is going to be a big issue here. We're going to be stable for a long while. We've got 3 stars very ahead of timing. But the Lulu is going to be coming in a long time.
Could potentially be hitting some gold generator right here to help him with that. Here is the AP flex that we're talking about. It could be Karma, Nami, LeBlanc. Anything works with a couple of Vanguards over in the front line. Level 8, fully rolled down also on that hedge fund. So let's see if he will be able to make it to that level 9 that we talked about.
Yeah, he's done a very solid job at stabilizing. The 5 Shepherd is very, very tanky now. He's also got the 2-star Nunu, so that will guarantee the cast. His backline is mostly upgraded, so he's looking nice for now and might be able to go level 9. But if somebody is a little bit too strong, too early, and takes him down, he might... Oh, he's only got 31 HP, so he is at risk of dying very early. Like double, looking for that Rammus. Desperately looking for that Rammus.
Took the extra gold as well. Not able to hit a single
is.
Rammus, taking that extra econ augment for the sake of hitting that Rammus. And the board doesn't necessarily look too stable for the time being, as we're going to flip over to Shreddin.
Oh no.
Who's got some extra items right here on the Xayah. Got the extra TGs as well from the Cult of Chaos.
Giving him the TGs is going to be pretty painful, because with the Stargazer Mountain, a lot of his units are just going to be carrying the emblem. That means he won't have too many units to place the Thieves' Gloves on. If he wants to boost a unit, he's going to have to make the choice between giving them the emblem or giving them the Thieves' Glove, and won't be able to do both. But right now he's getting taxed by Bastida's hard stabilization.
Level 7 of Bastida, as we're still looking at Shreddin right here. And just a quick check on the HP bars, 26 and 28. Thank you so much, observers. That were thinking what I was thinking. Hit that Lulu too. Bastida, of course, one of our lowest HP players that we currently have, with a lot of space on his units. compared to the other player to put those Stargazer emblems that are going to be coming pretty soon. And here comes the big question, right? You do not have items currently for Lulu, but do you actually choose to reroll as Giosko also started on the Lulu line, managed to pivot off to more of a big
Where's
flex
the bard?
soup.
Hold on. Where are the
He sold the bard. He sold the bard.
Both bards have been sold. He decided that it would be too late and it would not carry him enough. Trying to stabilize on a 3-space group Nami carry board, a sort of a mix and match of a lot of things. It seems to be enough for now. The big problem for him is where is that going to go in stage 5, in stage 6 if he makes it there.
Quick reminder as well, not a lot of HP. Storm Hex or Random Boon.
Storm Hex
Gotta
is
make a
going to
choice.
be heavily chosen by the players. Yasuo giving so much combat power that even though Thresh can give a lot of resources as well, some of the Yasuo hexes are so hard to make up for, the cryogenic hex and the storm hex most importantly. And we still see 3 players going for Thresh here. In spite of that, maybe they want to get a couple of, 10 extra gold here. And Brorson has lost.
Thresh.
Brorson has lost another.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Got the Blitzcrank, not the biggest hit for the time being, as doesn't have really any items to utilize that Blitzcrank for the time being to make the board stronger. And now here's the problem, right? He tried to hit the the Radiant with the first augment, didn't work, gets the hedge fund to go fast 9, board not quite stabilized enough, not enough gold to go fast 9, and this is the problem that we mentioned, right? If you get stuck with the forecast lines are not necessarily stable enough to carry you through to that top 4 on their own. You need to use them as a stepstone to get to that level 9.
Yep. He's going to be playing with basically 1 life. Like, he has 2 lives right now, and he's on his way to level 9, going to be there on 5-1. But it's going to be a rather complicated one. He won't have enough money to upgrade all the legendaries. And it's Giosko just lost. Sportson is still doing okay. And there is another Fast 9 player who is stacking them rolls. If you look on the bottom left corner, you can see 25 free rolls waiting to be unleashed in the next round from Bialelis.
Got really nice Vex items currently sitting on the Samira. You've got the GA, which could potentially be slammed onto something like a Fiora or a Graves, depending on what you hit first. So, Biali really, really milking that build about that did give him that win streak through that early stage 2 and early stage 3 until it was broken, and then just using that as his stabilizer basically to get to that level 9 really quickly. Unfortunately, he's going to run into a mega board from Bastida, who the real question for him is here, do you sit on that level 7 and roll for Lulu? Because technically, if you think about it, there isn't many more units that will make that Lulu board stronger, apart from getting that Lulu 3 when you have those 3 items already.
No, I'm fairly confident that he will roll for the 3-star Lulu, especially with another 3-cost reroller in the game. But in the meantime, Bialil is executing the transition to level 9, full cells, everything going onto the board. Couple of Vexes already, so that transition is looking to go just swimmingly for him.
Whoa.
We still have plenty of rolls here. It's honestly, there's no hesitation. Everything's happening just right. We are starting to run low on gold, but that's fine because a lot of the units have been upgraded. Well, no, wait, hold on. No, only the Blitzcrank and the and the Graves.
Well,
and
the
now
3 main
We're doing
units
fine.
have been upgraded, yeah. Absolutely. So, huge hit right here from Biali, and very ballsy to sell the entire board. However, for anyone who is looking to do such huge transitions like the one Biali did right here, when you are on that last round of stage 4, you get, it's kind of like a 2 extra rounds. You get the first few seconds to choose what you want to take from the gods, and then you get extra time to finish your turn for that round. So pretty huge hit right here from Biali, being put up against the level 9 Zaya board as well. And I'm pretty confident that this Vex board is looking pretty good. If you can manage to get at least 1 tank online, perhaps.
Yeah, that's the big miss for now. The front line has not been upgraded enough The Nunu is going to be able to cast at the very least one, but for now the Fiora is looking to do the work and is going to be taking down a round from Shredding. Both Build-A-Buzz have managed to get to level 9 really quickly, but Shredding stayed a lot stronger for a lot longer because he went and rolled down on level 8 first and then just went to 9 with very few units left that needed upgraded. But right now you can see the difference is that Bialis is much more powerful and still has many ways to upgrade his board.
Yeah, and Gyosko's board, if you're looking for creativity, this board is full of creativity. You've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different traits in terms of emblems. However, started as a Lulu game, didn't end up being a Lulu game because another player was contesting with a prismatic ticket, so it was kind of impossible. On the other side, we see Lissom right there, stuck, not being able to hit either Misfortune 3 or that Ornn 3. So there's a super big hit on a level 7 reroll line.
It's a very important round because both of these players will be eliminated very, very soon. And Zbrojsan putting Lizzo below him in HP is going to be super important because if both of them face somebody strong in the next round, then that means that Zbrojsan should hopefully get an extra placement from this. But the bottom of the lobby really, really struggling to complete their composition. It's not a matter of who has the best composition, who has the best plan, it's just who can complete their board. And the answer seems to be, well, everybody who's in the top 4 currently.
I just feel pain for Lissom. I feel pain. I think he's selling his board currently. He's selling his board for the Misfortune 3 and didn't hit.
Double has the potential for 10 meeples. He's reforged an emblem and has 2 meeple emblems. And he was level 9, still healthy. We might be seeing the meeple overlords in the first game of the day.
You know what? We're kind of yin and yang. It's like, I see the glass half empty because, you know, Lissom couldn't hit that Misfortune 3. You see the glass half full. You're like, hey, we've got an opportunity for that 10 meeple. And it's actually really cool. Oh, 7 to Lissom as he is going to be...
Triple elimination?
Oh!
Nope, double eliminations. Brojdan survives. Clutches it out.
Actually, Gyosko with a huge cook right there. He must be thinking in K3 Soju terms, where it's like, hey, a 6th is like a first here. Honestly, being pushed out of his line. Level 9 still for Double right here, who doesn't have a lot of HP in general.
Yeah.
But looking to stabilize, as you said, does have the opportunity for that 10 meeple. He's going to have to go back in time and try to find that Vega, which is going to be pretty hard in that level 10 if he ever makes it there. But for the time being, he's got a pretty stable board to look for that top 4.
Yeah, losing here means he's basically out of the possibility of going for the 10 meeple. And you are right to notice that the Veigar has gone on some Yordle adventures and it's not there. So this was not his plan. He's trying to make it through this very heavy late game with Bialis and Shredding both applying pressure early and later in the game. The legendary board is going to be just enough to take Zbrojsan out, and Gyosko is going to be surviving, getting a 5th place here with that heavy cooking paying off, and Decob being taken down to 15 HP, potentially his last life if he loses by 5 units or more.
Wow, honestly, hats off to Gyosko right here. What an incredible board he's been able to put together. Thank you, observers, for showing the board. I mean, look, he's got like 50 different emblems right there with his first augment. He's truly being flexible. And let's look for this turn how his board actually works versus
it's gonna be rough.
a Zaya board that is absolutely mega on the other side.
Yeah, we even have a Graves that has been stacking for a while on Shredding's board, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he's been taken down rather quickly, but the backline is pretty strong. It's falling rather quickly, however. The Ornn, the Tamkench for Gyosko.
You know what can all be?
Holding on for the Decob is out, and Gyosko.
We love a man that can cook, okay?
Yeah.
And this guy can actually cook. What an insane top 4 for Gyosko right here. Finding the Nami angle, we saw him holding on to 2 bards. A bard pair sells that, feels confident on his board. Bayali with an incredible 5 win streak right here, using that Nasus 3 from the Build-A-Bud to transition. And He's been having that Graves for a while. He's been stacking, and now he can actually start getting items also for his Fiora, or his Shen, or his Blitzcrank. He's got plenty of 5+ 2-star units that he can place items on.
Yeah, honestly, just such a comfortable position. Who can contest this board is going to be the remaining question. Can they find any way? Is Double able to make any kind of magic with that Meeple board? He's won the previous round, but it's going to be pretty hard to make this board even better. And we're going to be hitting the hard wall of the Meeple units not having any legendary units to go with the Bard. There's nothing that goes with Corki. The Jhin has been taken by shredding and is thus much harder to find. Giosko, can he take down the super strong legendary board? Let us see what goes on here. Wait, the Vex just got knocked up by the Blitzcrank here. She's in the middle of the pack. This might be absolutely fantastic for Giosko. But is that going to be enough? It's looking... Oh my... Wait, how did...
Wow!
Yeah, I'm sharing the sentiment from Bialy. How the hell did my Vex get what? Hello?
Double with the 4th place. Listen, I'm gonna give you the glass half full. Yes, Double gets that top 4 that he was looking for through stabilization. He did have a Veigar on his bench, so he did find that in needs of maybe getting to the level 10 and getting that 10 Meeple. It wasn't quite the case, and I think Bialy is kind of baffled right here with how the game has gone so far. That's of the 10 rolls, looking potentially for a Graves 3 or Fiora 3, but sitting on 1 life right here. Not much that you can reposition around, especially when you've got the Yasuo Hexes, but it's going up against the Xayah board.
Going up against the Xayah board, the Graves has been upgraded on Shredding side, and this loss is absolutely terrible for Bialy because now he has lost the safety net, has to roll it down, but it doesn't amount to much really. There's basically no hope of getting a 3-star legendary, and it's actually going to be such a huge problem for him. It's going to go down in 3rd place, and Giosko somehow is still alive and gets the 2nd place, continues his incredible streak from yesterday. No bot 4 placements. It looked doomed with the luxury subscription just not giving him something good enough, and then he still manages to make it happen in lobby where the boards are just so terrifying.
Wow, luxury subscription, so handing him over a Bard, which he's not using at all. He purely just used one of his prismatic
Just
augments for gold. Literally for gold. Now let's see, it is Stargazer board versus Stargazer board. One has cooked more than the other. Xayah, Jhin versus Lulu, Blitzcrank, and Nami. Is Giosko gonna be the biggest chef in this game?
Look at the Blitzcrank. Look at the Blitzcrank. He's in the backline now.
Has been popped. He's onto the Jhin, has found also the Xayah. The bubble hits, and Giosko wins another round on a 5-win streak.
Giosko can actually make it, and he's been stacking up gold, so he might be able to go level 10 here. Yep, the gold is right. He can level and add the 1-star Gwen here. Can he? 15. Yes. Oh,
an extra rogue.
He's 1 gold short. Wait, no, he's 1 gold short. Because 50 gold is not, it's 52. He needed 52 and he had 51. My mistake, so yeah. Unless he wants to sell that on, but I do not see that happening. He's just won the round, so if it ain't broke, do not try and fix it. The Xayah has been switched around to the other side, now Shredding head in his bed.
There's a Warmogs on his bench.
There is a
He's so
Warmog.
focused.
Wait,
oh,
no,
he popped it out, he popped it out, he popped it out. Onto the Morgana. Blitzcrank again in the backline, pops the passive on the Blitzcrank. Can the Tamkin survive? He gets the ult off. Blitzcrank in the backline is going to push over the Nunu, but Graves is coming up on top and Shredding with the win right here. Giosko, damn, with the cook of the century, with being flexible, pushed off of that Lulu line into an incredible fast 9.
Honestly, hats off to Giosko for that first game. Really shows a level-headedness that paid off in big and nearly managed to sneak the win away from Shredding. But the takeaway from this game really is that Builder Bud just showed up absolutely huge here, right?
You know what? I'm loving also the way that Shredding played the game. He was like, you know what? That's my Ezreal. You know what? You're out. You didn't give me the win streak. Gets the Belveth and ends up translating it into an incredible first. So I've heard that our desk is ready to take us through that incredible game one because so much cooking was done. Is anyone good at cooking on the desk? Just break this down.
Thank you very much, Trouble. A great way to get us started off here today. So we have been told that we've got another game which is also brewing in the kitchen. We'll hopefully be able to bring you guys in just a short amount of time as well. But from what we saw from that previous one, a great showing ultimately from Shred and Giosko, really putting on a clinic. David, it really reminds me yesterday of what we saw from Day 6 kind of thing, of just holding on tenaciously, just grabbing one or two more placements.
I'll be honest, when I saw that the Lulu spot was contested and the contester had a prismatic ticket, Giosko's a player who is known for not having the strongest mental. He has surrendered in so many of my ladder games on stage 3, just saying, I give up. I thought he was doomed, but this guy is a new player, apparently. He has qualified at TPC, and now he's a true professional. What a cook. What an execution. I think few players in this week one could have played this game better than Giosko did from his spot, and truly deserves all the props that he's going to get.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to turn that around, very, very impressive. Do you want to touch on the builder buds in this game, which was so warping? They allowed both of our players an incredible amount of tempo. Of course, if you get the recon bob, so you're getting a 3-star 2 cost, certainly can help your early game. But we saw both players essentially use it in their own ways to get to their fast 9 boards. And we saw the traditional, legendary soup board. And Bialylis had a pretty difficult few turns, actually. He had to get that execution clean. His ordering was very good. And he got that legendary board put together. And I think those early prismatics really were shaping They set the tempo of the lobby. We knew exactly who would be pushing forward and led them all the way to those level 9 boards.
And I do take it as a good sign, honestly, that Bialylis did so well in that lobby. We're talking about players who are coming in who don't have a lot of regional experience behind them. That he was so focused towards an even better finish that he got ultimately. I think does speak well for him that he's apparently not intimidated by being in lobbies with players this good.
It was also just, I think, one of the most comfortable games of TFT you can play, where you have this very strong opener, Nasus 3. You get a crazy nice combat augment on 3-2 as well. You could extend that win streak. Then you can put your feet up, stage 4. You get a perfect econ augment to play for fast 9 in a spot where you maybe weren't sure where your game was going, outside of just playing from a high tempo start. And he executed a very clean roll down. Let's be honest. The board looked very, very strong. So this is the kind of game that I think players like Bialylis had to find in this game one.
Yeah, and I do think as well, as we do finally get into this delayed lobby, so we can explain this just to anybody tuning in. Lobby 1 was delayed, so we're jumping in here, Peter, at the business, and we're still in the business end of this lobby.
Yes, we've got a lot of stuff to catch up on here. At least we've got a few less prismatics that call upon us. I mean, we're talking a little bit about some of the less represented countries. Looks like Raiko is doing some pretty nice work so far. We saw, of course, in the previous game, a lot of emblems going through. And it looks like, Raiko right now in command of the lobby with a 10-round win streak.
And as the representative for the rest of EMEA outside of the Big Four, some strong picks here I can go through. But I think a region we didn't touch on a lot that we do see in this lobby, from Slim Shady and Motive coming in, Turkey always having so many players showing up. And there's quite a strong, deep field. And coming into this week one, we'll be interested to see exactly how far they do go in this game.
Look at the rest of the lobby complexion. It seems like it's just Raiko on a very big win streak, but overall pretty even HP. No one is really on that one life that we tend to see halfway through stage 4. It seems like there isn't too much reroll in this lobby outside of Sasa, who is playing Jinx reroll and has hit most of his board. So understandably, he's also quite healthy. We talked about Jinx reroll a lot yesterday, where it really shines in stage 3 and it's going to start falling off sometime soon. But overall, it looks like mostly 4-cost play for most of our players.
And plus, we can see not quite fully there with his board as yet. We'll take another hit. Notable for Blast, the double XP augment. So it looks like, at least on his side of things, that he has got some designs on the extreme late game board. Do want to bring up as well our Spanish player for the lobby, Safo, very close to hitting a couple of his 3 stars as well, as we are in at least the back half of this game.
Yeah, we certainly are in that business end. But I think noticeably 3-cost start coming in here, and that it looks like set up some of the direction. So we see people playing around the likes of Victor, MF early as well. Units that we haven't seen a lot of performing too well, but off the back of these 3-cost starts clearly give some direction, as we do check in here with Sappho, as you said, on that MF with that treasure hunt, playing the 3-cost reroll, which is so expensive, but the emblems and the treasure hunt are enabling this variant.
And he still has 30 gold to work with, so fingers crossed so we don't see a similar case of what we saw in our game 1, where most of our 3-cost rulers, despite the triple prismatic augments, were unfortunately not able to hit and went 7th and 8th with Bastila and Lissum. In this case, I think Sappho is going to be in a much better position.
Yeah, certainly having the sort of treasure chest to fully unveil. We'll go against Kezman in this round, who has managed to get hold of the Graves here at level 9. So that's got a pretty solid setup. It looks like Kezman's still got a few bits and pieces left to put together for an ultimate version of his board, but I'm liking what we're seeing so far. We can see already the double item Bard doing a lot of work.
Yeah, should be very strong for this stage, already having those 2 legendary 2 stats coming through. I suppose the one thing when you're playing around Graves is your fast 9 is you then do need a few rounds to be able to really get the Graves online. You want those upgrades coming through. Thankfully, though, having the Leona 3, having the Bard as well, it should be in a really strong position just to get those few extra rounds to really get this Graves going.
And there it is. The MF3 has been hit for Sappho after just getting a loss. The Diana 3 as well. So most of the backline, the damage leaders are good to go. And now it's just the Ornn, really, that we're hoping to 3-star as well.
The question is, Panda, will the Diana 3 actually do anything at all? Is a unit that I'm still waiting to be impressed by as we do get right to the back end of the set.
At her peak, Diana can do a lot. She's very flashy. She's very satisfying. She unfortunately does not reach her peak very often. The conditions are quite specific, but I've had a lot of fun with Diana. With only a QSS, I'm not sure that Sappho is really relying too much on this Diana to put in the work here. It's mostly going to be the MF.
I mean, she's serving as a meat shield of sorts, and it's enough to get past Arzu's board. But yes, MF doing a ton of work. Really liking what we're seeing from Sappho. We saw he was a little nervous about whether or not he'd hit the full version of his board. Slim Shady, of course, doing a prompt to bring back in the Turkey players as we see the double hit in a single round. I mean, Barry, you're mentioning, of course, we've never had a regional champion from Turkey. Maybe this, if this game goes well, that could be this first step towards that possibility.
Definitely a possibility. We know how good this legendary soup pot can be. And I think when you look across the lobby, we had Slamming, Patient Study, Birthday Present. So a lot of players were angling for these fast 9 boards. So you might look at Slim Shady's spot and think, okay, this is looking good. We know the legendary soup god can be super good, but is lacking a little bit of combat strength from his organs.
The Memphis is pretty good for the base HP, but you really want to get the upgrades on most of your tanks. We're missing it on the Tomcat and the Shen. Does end up selling the Tomcat to be able to buy the Shen for this turn. Pretty big contrast to what we saw yesterday in the play-in stage. Not too much fast 9. What little we did see did not perform very well from Birthday Reunion spots where they just sold their 5 costs. But already in this first game and now this game as well, we're seeing quite a few players angling for fast 9 and being able to assemble pretty strong boards.
I think he might have sold the 5 cost again in that one, though, because when we did check in with him, both upgrades suddenly spawned in. So maybe it's just the Birthday Reunion meta is just the goal to buy the unit you actually want.
I mean, that's the way the cookie crumbles sometime. But for Sasa, we're talking a little bit before about how he's, living in an environment here where we've got these very big 5 cost boards. Sasa has managed to hit, I think, nearly everything, though we can see we've still got Braz on bench, but already we can see that he's losing a step here against some of these very strong boards.
I think it's what's going to be expected for the rest of the stage. We're 2 rounds in, and they're both losses for Sasa. I think it's just really hard for this board to continue finding wins when now everyone has assembled their full 2-star 4-cost tanks and in some cases the fast 9 boards as well with all of the upgrades. I imagine Sasa's going to have to hope for maybe a 5th in this lobby, actually.
And as we check in here with Moon, I mean, a player that's in a position where looking for the same units as a lot of the rest of the lobby and just lacking a little bit of the frontline upgrades really seems to be the problem here. As he does come up against the 3-star MF, but the Ornn not yet just hit, so maybe for Blasted Moon can still cling to life here.
That Morgana's going to have to work very hard. I do like at least we've got the Edge of Night, so Fiora's
So
providing a little
Diana-
bit more space. But Diana, yeah, we should have take back every cruel thing we've ever said about her. The Evelyn's
Exactly.
fixes all her problems.
I cursed
Okay.
the UK rep, so I'm sorry.
Both of you now, please. I want to hear an apology to the Queen Diana. She was flashy. She got the pivotal kill there. Usually she is just a distraction. You know, she has orbs flying around her. She's moving around really quickly. But in this case, actually a viable carry now with Evelyn's Instinct.
I think Blast That Moon being eliminated is apology enough, David.
Yeah, it certainly feels like, Diana, when you are up against those solo frontliners, the possibility to wrap around so influential. But Azu here, one of our many players that are digging for these similar upgrades, this Vanguard frontline, but playing around that A-Sol behind it, should be in a pretty strong position. I think this Blitzcrank's going to do an awful lot of work into some of these matchups.
Yeah, and of course, yes, across yesterday, at least even the small amount of games we saw from plans, we did see the Red and Soul was a very strong, reliable unit. We see here, it's actually a complete rollover. Motive just gets kicked very hard. Azu is looking great here on 56 HP and the top of the table.
Really strong fast 9 AP setup, especially the Blitz too. I think is just we saw how transformative it could be from Giosko in that last game we Trouble Inc. and Kenobi were casting. We're seeing it here now as well. I imagine there could be an item swap from the ASOL to the Bard of the Sona once those upgrades do come through. There's a pretty seamless transition from ASOL to the 5-cost carriers as well in these comps. I think the biggest thing with ASOL is the fact that we're now finally in a patch where it is not just you always play carrier or you always play non-transform version. There is kind of some nuance and it finds plays in both variations.
Yeah, and it feels like, particularly when we look at that spot, as you're aware of his board strength, actually sitting on a lot of gold, there's the potential you can roll for the Bard and the Sona, as you said, but knows he's in a position where he doesn't need to yet. But Zaza, on this line, which tends to be the run over the lobbies early, tempo, and potentially bleed out into a fourth. In this particular lobby, though, it's absolutely crazy. The 3-cost rerollers have hit everything. The legendary suit players have arrived at their boards, and Zaza, unfortunately, does fall out along with Motive here. And Sappho, so 3 eliminations.
That was a brutal round. It does mean that Kezman's left in position here. We've got Slim Shady and Kezman both on their win streaks right now. While they're on the lower HP titles, maybe they'll be able to avoid each other going forwards. It's what's noted before, this was an extremely early hit on the Graves, so you can see the upgrades there. He is a force to be reckoned with.
Really interesting how this game shook out. So most of these Fast 9 players, the kind of riskier, playing for the highest cap, they all managed to get there. So it's understandable that they're all going to find their way into the top 4. We're looking at Kezman here with a 6-win streak in particular. Surprised that Sappho didn't make it a little bit higher. I think he had a fairly strong board with the MF3. The NF3 hit on tempo as well for a strong result. But this lobby just got really crazy from stage 5 onwards.
We're in an awkward position as well, where as we see 2 of the players with similar setups in terms of the front line, especially going head to head, a lot of the players have kind of been waiting for each other to die. They're digging for the Blitzcrank 2s. As we see, the Sona pairs and Bard pairs on different benches, and it just means that players are thinking, as we see with Azu, okay, I want to wait as long as possible. I need these players to drop out so I can actually roll for my unit. So we're a little bit of a stalemate where players are just kind of clinging to life to see if they can edge out a position.
And following up on what you were saying before, David, about some of the boards being able to transition the items around, seemed like Azu is hoping to maybe get an upgrade for this Bard to really get the last, extra shot of power into this composition to make use of all this extra gold and extra HP.
Was trying to get the Elder Dragon there off of the Bard, but unfortunately not able to do so despite playing both of the Bards here. We'll see what his in will be for now. Just the Pike for some extra, team-wide trait buffs on the Voyager.
Yeah, looking for some of the standard level 10s, the likes of Morgana are often added. Same with the likes of Rast. So holding on to some of these units, as you said, just Voyager for the time being. But very strong setup. Made it all the way to 10. Slim Shady, another player who feels like has hit exactly everything he needs, and 2 of our big legendary boards going head to head here, Peter.
Yeah, I mean, it's even with the Vex in the corner, it seems like it's going to be pretty hard to have your one main carry. Of course, the Fiora in the mix, but just with the Thieves' Gloves I can't imagine a world in which Kezman at level 10 doesn't run over. Slim Shady takes the hit. So that's one. Yeah, Ryko goes down to 10 HP, Slim Shady to 11. We've got what seems to be at least a top 3, if not a top 2, developing fairly quickly.
Really cool to see this board from Ryko way. He's on his way to 10. Mostly we've seen Nova Emblem and players trying to angle more kind of like Jinx reroll comps with it. We haven't really seen the Master Yi 5 Nova with the Kindred here as well. But Ryko we saw was 100 HP when we came into this game. So he took over all of stage 2 and 3, had a crazy win streak. Now I think he's meeting his match with most of these 5-cost boards. I think it's not quite up to par, but still cool to see this Nova Flex being a thing in this meta.
Yeah, it feels like not much further he can take this board. Kindred feels like more of the star of the show than Yi, but Yi does have the opportunity to potentially wrap around some of these front lines and get shot on the back line, as we see here. But unfortunately, potentially Yi just staying alive long enough here, but doesn't have enough. Rico does drop down into 4th place here, which fairly expected for that setup, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I think given how out of control this game has gotten towards the end, it's fair enough, but we're down to our final 3. Kezman maintaining a 9-round win streak. He's looking real good here. Arzu Slim Shady really just battling for the 2nd place.
Has to be a little bit disappointing from Ryko's standpoint. I think this type of game where you're just so far ahead in HP, you're not going to have maybe the highest cap, but you think, okay, out of these very high risk, first place players, a few of them will fall along the way. They won't be able to quite reach their potential, but that hasn't been the case in this lobby. It's only really Ballast and Moon that fell out early. Everyone else has reached their level 10s, their crazy 5-cost boards. So Ryko unfortunately bled out to a 4th.
Well, speaking of crazy boards, R2, I didn't even notice them before. The double itemized bard of just being able to do absolute work. I mean, this is one of the very rare opportunities for our players to get this deep into the game. As Slim Shady will be eliminated, it's going to be a battle of inches.
Yeah, the 2 bards coming through. Not an awful lot some of these players can add here. We see Kezman digging for some upgrades, but not really looking for any of them, just kind of making the upgrades, selling them off, keep rolling. Azu obviously can't go for this bard due to Kezman having them, unless Bard steals himself.
Or unless... Gentleman's agreement, Kezman gets Graves 3, Arzu gets Bard 3, everything else is sold. Best legendary wins.
For the content. I'm down.
All right.
Our players are not down, it looks like, because the fight is going to be loading up here.
Shameful.
So much damage going to come out from the bottom right corner with these 2 bards onto the Leona right away. Thankfully, Kezman has the Leona in that position, but she has already disappeared, even with that double stone plate Bramble setup.
Yeah, it's going to be one last time around, but it's a short time. Arzu will take the hit and it will be eliminated. Kezman goes home, taking his 1st place in this delayed 2nd lobby of round number 1. But honestly, I think it worked out that we were pretty lucky to be able to watch that game just because of how off the chart strong it ended up being.
And crazy showcase for Poland overall in these first 2 games, right? The game one that we saw on broadcast with Yahweh Liss, with Shredden playing a really good game, and now Kezman as well. Teammates with Shredden in 4v4. One of the players I think also is elevated himself quite a bit because of that 4v4 in the set on his individual journey to try and make it into this year 1.
Yeah, and it feels like some names that we haven't seen for a while stepping forward there. Azu as well, a player who knocked on the door in the past, was always on the verge of kind of stepping into that upper tier of players in EMEA and having a strong start to the day as well here. So feels like some of our returning players, some of the names we've seen in the past, really stepping forward here.
Yeah, and also, to hit back on the Turkey point, there certainly was a period in the history of the EMEA scene when it's really started to feel like players from Turkey would really step forward as another kind of big region. It didn't ultimately stick in the way we'd have liked it to, but hopefully this will be the tournament we'll get to see what they're made of again, David.
That's right. And that was, of course, a reminder that was not a game 2. That was a delayed game 1 that we were catching up on. So we'll be going into game 2 still with Kenobi and Trouble very, very soon. And we'll continue on with the day. Hopefully, fingers crossed, no more delays. I hope that'll be the case. But we got to see kind of 2 games worth of action kind of crammed into 1 hour. So I guess viewers aren't complaining too much, to be honest.
Yeah, and we got really the best we could ask for in that particular game. The first few stages, we know what's going to happen. There's not a lot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
And we tuned in right at the business end. We got in when everybody was fast 9, assembling their boards. We got in time to see the full sell and transitions for some players as well, basically. So definitely got a nice little treat there.
Well, you know a game is good when you've got 6 bards between the 2 different boards. I can only hope we get to see more of exactly that kind of level of nonsense as things go forward. But of course, we do need to remember for the course of the day, just a reminder for anyone who's tuned in late, that most of our players, 40 players right now, will be staying in to day 2 once this is all said and done. The bottom 8 will be eliminated. So for players like Blaster Moon, that is going to be a wake-up call that, given the lobbies we are now seeing, even from round 1, regular style play may well not be enough to keep you in even in day 1.
We already got to see in one round with TFT much more high cap boards and fast 9 boards than we saw all of yesterday combined. So you can see that playing with just small sample size, you can't really, have a clear read on the meta, what the tournament will look like. Just off of that, already we're seeing players angling for much higher cap setups, playing more for wins, playing with much more confidence, I would say, even coming into this first round. Fingers crossed we get to see that across the rest of the 5 rounds today as well.
Yeah, and it feels like some of these gold augments, we touched on them yesterday, they're almost more warping than some of the prismatics, and we saw that allowed players to get to 9, but we do get into this second game, so Trouble and Kenobi take us away.
Thank you guys very much. Trouble here, Kenobi, still with me, I hope.
Yep.
And we do get artifact anvils. Now, I want you to unravel your high IQ brain and tell me, how do you pilot a game where you know you're going to be given an anvil?
Well, it means that some compositions that rely on having more stats than usual available become better. The analyst desk was talking about Diana a little bit in the previous game on the back end there, with the Evelyn's Instinct really changing the way the character worked. And it's not the only artifact that does that. Something like the Seeker's Arm Guard.
As well, right?
Wits and Seeker's Arm Guard, there's a bunch that really change the way some units work. And so I expect some of the players to maybe think about just playing something like the Misfortune speculatively and hoping to find the Dawn Core that really makes her shine much, much brighter. But some of the regular comps just accumulate artifacts well enough. So there's also a chance that some players play basic standard TFT and make with what they got. Somebody like Skippers would probably just play regular TFT and cook something crazy once the artifacts gets there.
Absolutely. However, you did say it yourself as well, reroll is the way to go, hoping that you're going to hit that one artifact that's going to turn your reroll into an absolutely unbeatable composition later on. So we do still have Nar, that's pretty well with a few of them. We still have the Misfortune, as you mentioned, with the Diana. You also have the Lulu with Dawn Core if you want to go for it. Bonk.
Yeah.
Instantly reroll this.
Nope. No bonking here. No happiness allowed.
Doesn't have a single Nasus, so that's understandable.
Oh. But we had the Ginzu's Rage Blade. Think of the stack. No, I'm just kidding. That would have been atrocious. Decent frontline for a meeple board, but none of the backline meeples, no Vigars, no Nars. And here, Opal with the free rolls from Patience the Virtue is actually rolling it, making use of the augment to try and have some tempo and then
Poppy?
chill
Oh, there
for
we go.
a while.
Yeah.
Here's
So Poppy 2, yeah, huge hit here, right here. Usually what you want to be playing for, there's basically 2 ways that you can play the Vega board. One is the Vega printer, where you just push levels, get to that 7 meeple and start printing your Vega until you get Vega 3. And the other way is that you actually reroll the same way that you would do any 1-cost reroll composition, where you just save your gold early on and you just roll most likely around neutrals time and then at level 5 to try and hit your 1-cost. Now we have been told that the Stargazer is going to be Serpent, so we could potentially look at avenues for Zaya with something like a Hydra on her.
Yeah, Zaya with, there's the Hydra, but there's also Sniper Focus is decent, Flicker Blade is fantastic, and Hellfire Hatchet is also not too bad. So there's definitely avenues for this composition, but I'm not seeing anyone carrying the Stargazers for now. There's no 2-star talent to just backflip around the front line and shank the backliners for now.
I did see a
We
red
have
buff
to-
in the previous round. I did see
usually.
it. So that kind of indicates maybe Xayah angle.
And Yakumo Murai has a Gwen with the Caretakers, which is one of the units that would actually benefit from something like an artifact to supercharge her, with the fact that he's gonna get her basically 3-starred or 3 while going forward into the game. Kind of cool to see what he does with it. I'm just expecting some standard space groove. I was about to say just like Gyosco showed, but I don't think there was any game like the one Gyosco
That wasn't very
showed.
standard.
Yeah,
wasn't
nothing
very
standard about that one.
I mean, it kind of looked standard because it had an Ornn in the front line and Nami in the back line, but there was nothing standard about Gyosco's board. Now, this particular lobby, you guys might be able to also spot a lot of names that you've known for a very long time, like Glyconin, he's been to the Crown, Skipeus, Opal, Kevin Parker, Volta, one of our favorite French players, who usually finds avenues to reroll the most outrageous stuff, and it just works. So this particular lobby that we're in right now, which is lobby 5, if I'm not wrong, is absolutely stacked. And Volta is actually the one with the red buff.
Yeah, so could be looking at the Xayah as we mentioned, but also holding on to the Misfortune Urgot duo here. So there are so many possibilities now with the red buff. It's also used as a Jinx item. It's one of the best installed Jinx items as well. It's honestly any AD carry based on attack speed. So Kindred, Jinx, Xayah are just going to be wanting to get that red buff anyway. It's going to be one of their best damaging items. So you can expect any one of those 3. Might just be staying on the Jinx because we have the Primordians. And we're going to be able to work with the win streak here as soon as we snip this Jinx away from Glyconin. But I believe Glyconin is the one that has a Jinx. Wait, I'm not. No, it could be Gragas as well. I'm gonna ask for confirmation.
It is Glyconin that I think has the Jinx. Does have a pretty good item to play something like the reroll with the Pike as well. Has got the correct item for Pike. And we're looking at Volta right here, who's choosing his gods. Usually it's very unlucky if you want to go on a lose streak to have Evelyn as one of your 2 choices, because it primarily takes away your HP. So you definitely don't want to be falling lower. However, Varus is one of those gods that it's kind of very favorable when you go Evelyn on the other side. It usually gives you gold in form of champions or duplicators, so one way or another, you never miss out.
One way or another, but the steamroll being picked up by somebody like Voltarix is going to be... This is one of the boons that is game warping. So whoever can carry the steamroll the longest is going to be taking such a commanding lead over everybody else that you have to pay attention to who is still going for it. It's usually everybody that is not picking steamroll is just praying for them to get interrupted really quickly. Somebody like Yakumo Murai, for example.
Mordekaiser too?
Here. Free victory here, no questions asked.
Very, very strong. Got the Gwen too as well with the Soljin. So we'll see what avenue he chooses to go for with this particular item. He could potentially go towards the Nami that you mentioned as well, and more of a vertical space group line. Could also be towards Samira. Can also use that Soljin as well. So pretty flexible as an item as well if you want to play it towards AD or AP carries over in the backline. Now, Patience... oh no, that's not Patience is a virtue. We also have a player, Patience is a virtue, Pal, who's also playing towards that Meeple line. So we do have Para and Opal on the same line. 6 out of 9 pole piece. And we see Opal right here. Thank you, observers. Also on the same line with a little bit more of an edge in terms of re-rolling. However, because he has been hitting those units, he's not been able to bank any re-rolls.
Yeah, not banking any rolls. His lobster is too buttery, his tech is too juicy. There were units in every shop for him to buy, so now he has to make do with not having stacked any rerolls. But the board is going to be pretty strong and should lead him to get to that 7 meeple. The only complicated thing is that his econ total is quite low right here.
Yeah.
And because the board is expensive and yet we don't have any win streak. So Not making 20 here is going to be a rough thing to see, and he is going to need to find any way to make Econ in the second half of the game, or else he'll definitely not be able to get the 2-star Rammus. That stabilizes the whole comp.
Yeah, so he started with 2 losses. He won before, I was about to say Carousel, no longer Carousel, God Selection, I would say. And I feel like he leveled right after to try and use that 1 win into a win streak, but unfortunately it didn't work, and he has really, really gutted his economy, as you mentioned as well. Now, Kevin Parker has that Ornn, has the Samira. It's looking like a very standard, potentially Ornn plus Samira reroll that we have seen before. And he could have that lucky situation where he hits the 2 tanky that classifies the Samira plus Ornn composition as the best in the game currently.
Yeah, the tanky on 3-2 would be absolutely insane. The potential artifacts to supercharge the Ornn as well must be something interesting for him. Yobit actually looks like the player that's going to be going towards Zaya. Well, no, actually, it could be Lulu as well. I'm seeing the items and the holdings, so definitely a possibility here. Voltaire is going to level 6, still with the steamroll, and as I mentioned, the players that can keep the steamroll going, Yakumo Murai actually lost a round, so he lost his own steamroll. Might be only Voltarius left, which
However,
means that no
he's
one's
not
going to
been
be able to
using
match
it.
him.
He has not been using it. He has been selling the units to play the strongest board that he gets. So he's actually using it as econ to further solidify his win streak. However, Yakumo Murai's board looks extremely strong with a Mordekaiser 2 and the Gargoyle tanking the entire front line. Let's see which Gwen is better.
Yeah, the Gwen's targeting is going to be what matters. Both are hitting the other just for a tiny bit, and it's looking like a no match here. Voltaire is going to keep steamrolling the lobby, pun intended, and cruising forward. Might just turn this into a fast 9 situation now, depending on what augment he gets offered.
Well, let's see what the augment is going to be as well. Volta is going to be a prismatic.
Holy
This could
moly.
drastically change. Wise Spending would be one of the best augments you can get if he chooses to stick to his reroll onto the Misfortune. However, Traitor is one of the most favorite ones. We're not going to get to know yet what
Radiant item here for Skipeus. Rolling, he's rolling everything right here. Gets a LeBlanc and a Nunu, so that's gonna be a hefty board for stage 3. Keeps on spending all the free rolls. Not that many upgrades, honestly, but depending on what we get here, here's the Radiant Ginsu's Rage Blade. Could be going for the Radiant GS or Void Staff as well. Goes for the Ginsu's. The LeBlanc is gonna be terrifying for stage 3.
Back to Volta, who actually chose the Trade Tree over Wise Spending. And it's looking like it's leading him towards your more typical Master Yi line, with the Master Yi front line, Tam Kench, plus that Kindred over in the back line, which actually his board is pretty much built for that. He does have quite good items for it. His composition leads that way as well. I don't think it was quite the hit that he was looking for. However, I don't necessarily also think he is contested on that particular line, so a pretty good hit right here for Volta.
Yeah, Nova and Psionic means he has options in the ways he wants to play that. Could be playing as a 5 Nova. We're going to see what the artifact is going to be. Infinity Force is a possibility, but there's also the possibility that he goes for something unexpected because he has some hidden techs.
Okay. I am a huge fan of Silvermere Dawn on Tam Kench. This unit just doesn't die.
Oh,
actually, he's switching.
He's playing Dark Stars.
Wow.
Yep. Just going for the Dark Stars.
Okay.
Aris Aura. Okay, alright. Hold on. Pause. Okay, so you see this artifact? I hate the way everybody's been using this artifact. Not especially on right now because it's just on his strongest unit. But the way it works is because it's a circle, the best place to put your units is dead center of your backline so that it hits the entire front line. But most players put it in the corner and it just hits one sad unit every rotation, and it's just so much wasted potential. So now Voltaire is carrying my hopes that there has been enough preparation and that he's going to be using it to its full potential.
Ooh, Clicornan is on a reroll line. I remember he's currently leading. He's playing Jinx Jinx reroll with 6 Jinxes so far and gets given those lesser champion duplicators from the Varus boon. So pretty big for him right here. And is one Jinx away from 3-starring it.
Yeah, and taking the moment to just check in on all the augment picks that have been happening. Opal needed money, has found it invested. Kevin Parker for the Samira reroll has prismatic tickets, so a bunch of economy coming for these players. We're getting a lesser duplicator as well, from the Varus here. So we're going to be going into the initial roll down to try and stabilize on those 2 stars. But the prismatic ticket does not want to cooperate right now. It's just not people. Oh,
it's more of a silver ticket for now. It's kind of a silver ticket.
Yes, the bunch of.
Oh my god, it's a bronze ticket.
Oh my god. It's getting worse and worse by the second. Oh. All right.
That's a really rough position for Kevin Parker. He's burned through his entire HP bar. He's 45 HP. He's at the very bottom. And usually that 3-5 is a space where you want to be rolling down your money and stabilizing with Samira to an Ornn 2. Now, he has hit that Ornn 2. However, he really, really needed that Samira to be able to stabilize the board. As you can see, this Gwen is burning through that front line, and he is going to lose yet another round. And 30 gold remaining, 4 Orns, not even a pair on Samira, and it seems like his prismatic ticket has turned into a bronze ticket.
He does have a pair, but it's on the board.
All right. Okay, silver lining. Thank you. Thank you for spoiling that.
It's still not upgraded itself, so it's not. We're still doomed here. Oh, there. Oh my actually, God. That's pretty.
And Nami.
Nami pair here, but the econ is abysmally low now because of how deep we've had to go. KP is in a huge trouble for the, probably short remainder of this game.
On the other side, we have a Pal who's hit the Dawn Core and could potentially even look to go fast 9. However, we do have the extra gold from the prismatic for a Pal, and he could be looking just to get to that 8 to start printing then the Veigar if he wants to stick with that unit.
Doesn't look like he has enough money to be going straight 9, and the plan is to print his Veigar. He probably has the duplicator as well, so just needs a couple of rounds. I'm expecting him to go level 8 next round, hit the 7 meeples, and then stabilize from here on out. This is kind of rough to be watching KP's position because there's not much that he can do now anymore. It's the initial roll down was atrocious. He did not stabilize, and now he's spent so much money that he can't really use the prismatic ticket anymore to get to Samira 3-on-3.
Maybe the gods, the space gods of TFT are in his favor as they start giving Ornn to different players. So I guess not so much in Kevin Parker's favor.
And here's another one. Just rubbing salt in his wound. He doesn't notice, but we do, and it still hurts.
He's not looking. He's not looking currently, so all
hopefully.
Good. He'll never know.
Alright, we just need Fizz and Corki, and here they are. Okay, now ready to print. Gonna spend the extra rolls just to try and get the important upgrade. I'm not sure the Gnar will go through.
Nope.
But we are out of money.
Okay. He feels safe to play for the Morgana currently in his front line, which is a very strong unit to hold the front line. The Spark has been put down. He did that shred for the Veigar. On the other side, a pretty weak board for the time being, as Volta did choose to go with Ares Aura. However, he's still level 7 on 4-1. He's looking to roll down on that 4-2 with the incoming next and last augment for the time being, and hopefully stabilize through something like the Aurelion Soul.
Hopefully another for him. Oh, the Earth Grab Bag, trying to get that Space Groove Emblem. Unfortunately, no tears here, and we also got a Talisman of Ascension from the artifact, which is... Oh, we reforged the Yasuo. He reforged the Yasuo's sword, that's what happened, and... yeah, I'm not sure we improved.
Where are the Samiras?
Not sure this is an improvement. I don't mind the Samiras. Just give him on 3 right now. We just need him to be stable. Here's Voltarix stabilizing on his own. 2 Jins already hit, so Jin 2 is just around the corner. knowing the player. Hold on, just trying to get to the board. A lot of pairs and no upgrades to speak of.
Okay, we talked a little bit about his APM in general. Not the quickest. Still has 40 gold in the bag. No upgraded units, but a lot of pairs. So these are the kind of rounds that could be...
everything.
Yeah, this is where these rounds are very crucial though, right? Because when we're talking about the top fours, getting in, like, he's currently going to lose a lot of very, very crucial HP. About 10 plus HP was lost in this one, as we see on the other side. Kevin Parker does hit the Ornn 3. That, for now, kind of salvages his board, as he's been able to also hit the Blitzcrank and the Nami. So he will be pretty happy.
And there
Here's
it is.
where Volta is going to hit Jhin too, I guess. So it was all worth it in the end.
Yeah, there was like it was written.
I didn't
in the
believe.
cards, like,
No, you're right.
and
I didn't
he also got a second emblem, which means that he now has 2 Dark Stars. +1. The Tamken is going to contribute a lot of extra HP to the black holes. And please, oh yes, he's done it. He has realized to put, and there's only one unit in the front line. It's useless. Or Ari's already just going to be hitting one unit anyway. But he's done it. Thank you, Voltarius. I appreciate you. And are we going to be able to survive the onslaught from all these swords and all these belts from Klikkonen? Looks like the answer is going to be yes, but barely.
All right, so here's another flex way to play for Aurelion Sol. Usually, Ares Aura does also go on Aurelion Sol, but a lot of the times players will use it when they use him as a starship, which is his mecha form. However, right here, Volta's going to use him to stabilize his board and potentially even push to that level 9, especially now that he has that Jhin 2. He doesn't really need to roll for anything else. Now, here's a bit of a problem. Here's the double-edged sword that we talked about. Yes, Evelyn gives you that gold that you need to get to that level 9. However, she takes away very, very precious HP. And Volta's currently sitting on 31. Does he want to take the gamble?
Does he want to take
Apparently he does.
duplicators?
Who am I to
he
say anything?
goes.
He does.
He does. The extra money is going to be well invested. Now the front line is looking solid. Still no 2-star karma though, which is kind of annoying. The unit can do a lot of damage. Kevin Parker finally getting the other 3-star, finally getting the Space Groove emblem as well. So things have been looking up for him. He also got the Blitzcrank, so KP might be stable here despite his 25 HP. And for Opal, it is a little bit rougher.
All right. For Opal, it's kind of unfortunate because he's 21 HP and those tiny duplicators were given to him. However, he already has that Veigar 3. Does not need them. Wasn't close enough to get in that Lissandra as well, even if he didn't have items. And right here, he's facing a very, very strong 3-star, 3-cost board, which he absolutely tears through.
Yep, and even makes money while doing it thanks to Sona's commander mode. The transmutation on the Veigar here is what caused the money to appear. So Opal is going to be stable and might even be able to get to that level 9 rather quickly. And he's also one of the reasons Voltarius was not able to hit the Karma, because he had Karma 2 on bench, just sitting pretty right here. And Hibidashi just needs one more Lulu to be able to duplicate her. He's on 16 HP, so yeah, unfortunately has to burn them early. Very few Milios is the big issue here.
Let's see if he's going to actually swap his items around, but potentially just keep the... He's not going to be changing that. 16 HP, very ballsy move. Thinks he's strong enough. He's playing against the Poppy 3, Veigar 3 board from Para that we watched before. And those Giants belts are actually going to be coming in clutch. Pretty huge, a lot of HP on double brawler as well. But is the Lulu without the JG quite enough? Only with a melee or 2 to make the difference. This Veigar, every cast takes half the board away, and the answer is going to be no. And I don't think this was a Giant Slayer diff.
Yeah, it's not. It's just a small item diff. He just needs the glove here. Is that going? Nope. Glove and cloak is not going to cut
greedy.
it. Yeah, but that's takeable. Nope. No, that's better.
Oh, that is perfect. Gets the shred. Gets the JG.
Yeah, I was about to say he could be greedier and go for the love +1. Yep, there we go.
Okay, well, double anti-heal,
burn.
always useful if Pantheon
That's fine,
dies.
just need an extra Morello, and then we have the Trinity of Burns, which turn your burns into super burns, doing extra absolutely.
And then you
but
can
it's
start
going to be-
duplicating those, and they turn into ultra burns and giga burns.
Exactly, yes.
Is that
Read
the
my
way
mind.
that Yobidash is gonna turn this game around in this lobby?
Well, he would need something like that because the fact that like Milio is not a real two cost. Milio is actually a 3.5 cost with a
In
cheaper
disguise.
price tag attached. But being 2-star is going to be very rough. Lulu on her own is going to be lacking just a tiny bit of damage, and usually you would rely on him to be doing the damage. And with how heavily reroll oriented the lobby has been, I'm afraid it's not going to be enough for him, especially if the Morgana gets a Dragon's Claw from the fabricating of the Sona here. Going up against Opal's 3-star Vigar. Is there enough damage in the little evil Yordle to take down the board? For now, it's looking like Yobidashi is holding on strong, but both front lines are actually not moving at all, even 20 seconds into the fight. Morgana is going to be holding on for the... I don't want to say Declaw, but
I think it was.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Declaw. Thank you, Miss
Okay.
Sona.
Yobidashi, very unlucky. He goes from losing to one Vega 3 player to losing to the other Vega 3 player. So both Opal and Para on that Vega 3 printer line. Volta with his level 9 already, starting to add those juicer units that are going to give extra few points on the trade line. And now with 3 items onto the Jhin, getting much stronger, going up against one of the 2 Yordle players.
Yep. Opal also having reached that level 9. Has the hold the line, but not completely filling that front line. The Lissandra might have been better served as a sacrificial lamb to give extra damage to the rest of the world. Sona has been upgraded, but right now she's still lacking in items, but that's still not going to be a problem. Voltaric is going to be taken down to his final life. 3 HP remaining because he's playing with the Evelyn boon as well.
And I feel like Opal has been bailed out for 2 rounds in a row by the mod that Sona gives the extra item to the Morgana. Morgana being the remaining frontline that he's had twice in a row for the past 2 fights has really, really bailed him out in terms of tankiness and frontline. And thank you, observers, for highlighting this. This is going to be the first fight after 2 rounds straight that he's won where Morgana is not going to have that 3rd item, and we'll see if it's actually going to be instrumental or detrimental to this next round.
Yeah, getting the double strike is definitely not as good as having a 3rd item on the Sona here. Going off against Kikonen's board, still level 7, but so many, everything is 3-starred except for the Kindred and the Diana. She was not to be honored on this day. It's just going to be the Sword Girls in the backline just trying to tear through. That's very, very solid frontline from Opal. And the Vigar is looking like he's holding on strong. One more rocket barrage will not even happen. Kikonen starting the bleeding out stage of the Jinx board, and Voltaric get absolutely run down by Skiparis in the meantime.
Volta had a very, very strong early on stage 2 and 3 with that Gwen tearing through those front lines, wasn't quite able to make it work and get to that level 9. Takes the trade tree. Trade tree was not very kind. Yakumomrai, another player who had that Gwen 2 starting. Also now Gwen 3 using it as a carry. In the verge of elimination, both him and Kevin Parker. We'll see if any of them can sneak their way into that top 4. And they're playing each other. This is an elimination match.
Elimination match for Yakumo and Kevin Parker. The swan song for Kevin Parker. He has held on for a long, long time despite some atrocious odds after rolling down the initial time. The Talisman of Ascension is now on the Blitzcrank, which has a decent chance of proccing, but looks like the Gwen 3 is not going to be enough from Yakumo Rai. She will get sniped down by Kevin Parker, clapping for his own victory, and gets top 4.
That is absolutely huge from Kevin Parker, because even though he's amazing at reacting when things don't go well, So always look at Kevin Parker's camera when things don't go well. It's also great to see that he persevered through, managed to hit after a big unlucky moment, rolling down with the prismatic ticket, which ended up being a bronze ticket, and makes it to the top 4.
There's just so many swords on this click on and board. He just hopes Kevin Parker faces off against somebody else. Nope, it's going to be for him. I'm not expecting him to get 8-0'd here, but I don't see how Kikonen has the damage to take on that Titanic Horn and the big round. There's just too much on Kevin Parker's board now. Frontline is going to be falling down. Jax is going to be tanky, but only to a point, and now we're getting rolled over, and that means probably seals the fate of Kikonen, because I don't see who could be doing more damage to Kevin Parker, and Opal in the meantime also gets taken down. Sorry for the last lie. Yeah.
All right, so Kenobi, chat, everyone watching, this is the time where I get very entertained. This is an Elder Dragon, and there are bards on top of people's board. So I'm always very keen to see which player might actually be able to snatch and steal and abduct, rather, because he's kind of an alien, this Elder Dragon, and be able to actually field it on their boards.
Well, Opal is close to getting to level 10, so there is...
Didn't steal. Did anyone else steal? I don't think anyone else has a bard.
No.
Thank you, observers. Nah, no one else.
Playing the LeBlanc. So no bard yet. KP finds the 2-star Blitzcrank on level 8. Thanks to the prismatic ticket finally making itself useful after what feels like forever. We're switching around the items one last time for KP. And finally giving something. Oh, there's level 10 for Opal, adding that very powerful coveted level 10 unit, Pike 1.
Kevin Parker switching the items from the Nami onto the Blitzcrank. 3 items with a Death Cap Slam. Really nice hit from the Blitzcrank on the left-hand side, and Kevin Parker 1 HP. On the other, 2 more players are fighting for their lives, and Opal will be taking down Clicornen on the right-hand side. Or will he? He does in the very end. As Kevin Parker is fighting for his life, the talisman is going to proc and Scipeus. Lives to fight another day.
Scipeus being guaranteed top 2 here, it means that Kevin Parker and Opal need to be able to beat each other as they're going to be going off against each other. So KP still getting some extra upgrades here. Unfortunately, the Pike's not going to be doing too much because it's just the tank item, the Biomatter Preserver on the Meepsy. That's not going to account for too much unless obviously the Pike manages to get a sneaky snatch on the backline. The Samira could happen, honestly, but the angle's not going to be right.
Really good angle right here from Blitzcrank, though, that pushes that Rammus further into the backline, and here's where the countdown begins. Passive onto the Blitzcrank. He's trying to get towards that talisman timing. He's going to use one more ult, but he's going to die right before the talisman procs, and this is where the road ends. For Kevin Parker, he's going to be going out in 3rd place.
Yeah, but honestly, a very solid 3rd. You got to be happy about this one. If you're KP, it really looked like an ace, so it's a happy 3rd. And Opal finally finding the 2-star Bard. And he actually switched the items from Sona to Bard in the previous round, knowing that he was facing off against Kevin Parker. And the biggest challenge against that Space Groove board is taking down the Ornn. And the Blitzcrank is so much better at that because he gets an extra multiplicator on his damage when hitting tanks. So really smart heads-up play from him. Makes the difference here because the fight is a little bit close in the end. Gonna get him a top 2, but can he go for more against Scipeus?
1 small Yordle versus 10 champions, 11 on Scipeus's board. Can the Yordle take them all down? Does have the upgrade on the side of Opal with the Bard 2. But is it going to be enough? 1 tank down. Morgana only left. He's going to cast her ult. Not going to be enough. And lo and behold, LeBlanc wins a game.
All right. It's not your run-of-the-mill LeBlanc, though. It's Radiant Ginzu's versus
Listen, a LeBlanc is a LeBlanc.
with 3-star Leona, which with triple gargoyle, the HP from
Artifact.
Leona did not move at all. She stayed healthy well throughout the fight, despite the tank busting capabilities from Bard. She did not look concerned at all.
All right, well, congratulations to Skipeus for that victory. I'm being told that we have break ready, so don't be sad. It's too hot out there. Go grab a drink, and we'll be right back.
Welcome one and all back to the Analyst's Desk. Again, I think we got to see something new here in round two that we certainly weren't expecting to see. Skipeus comes to this one, of course, renowned across the history of the EMEA scene as a mad scientist, goes and finds something I think reasonably, I don't think any of us were expecting to see.
It was one of the strongest setups I've seen for LeBlanc all set long. The combination of Radiant Rageblade plus Varus' Obsession, plus a triple Stoneplate, true Gigabis Leona, who still very much is a menace in terms of tankiness and also dealing some damage on the side, and just buying so much time, right, for the Obsession to ramp up, for the Baron's Lair to ramp up. Just an ideal setup. If you ask someone, you know, what is the best possible way to execute a good LeBlanc game, it's going to look something like this.
Yeah, and I think just as an overarching, as we looked across this lobby, more indication of just how many niche lines there are. Obviously, it didn't work out, but we saw Caretaker's Gwen be something that was attempted. And then those familiar lines we are seeing time and time again, like the Samira on reroll and the Printer Vargar pops up every time. So it feels like there is so many different variants of some of these lines that can be played, but a few are starting to step forward as we're seeing almost every game.
Yeah, and I want to give a shout out to Kevin, of course, during the game. I think pretty much everybody, I have to imagine even to himself to an extent, thought it was done and dusted with how few Orns and Samiras were being taken, but it's an indication of how different things are across the metas, David, that we're in a spot where, yeah, it wasn't like he was being griefed necessarily, just wasn't finding the Samiras, wasn't finding the Orns until pretty late in.
It still managed to stabilize, which is pretty impressive. I also want to give props to Clicornin. I think he played just a textbook Jinx reroll game. Completely dominated stage 3 as you have to. Came into stage 4 with 90 plus HP. Won some fights, kind of iffy in some matchups, but still able to win enough fights to just sneak into that top 4. And he played the Jax version, which was popularized at the very beginning. Then people kind of stepped away from it, more into Maokai and Primordian. So really happy to see this version still showing up. Even though the Jinx was the caretaker's ally, it wasn't the Jax, which is what I thought originally. But I guess it's expected to see more of this Jinx in this exact kind of game plan, just aiming to get for a top 4.
Yeah, I think yesterday we saw that extreme scenario where it was the Cursed Crown game where they ran over everybody. And even that still hit the point where these Fast 9 boards, these other lines just cap so much higher. And we've seen it definitely struggle if it can't get going early. I think 3-2 feels like the most important round for that composition. You have to spike then to be able to push through stage 3. But definitely has its place as the consistent 4th get out, go again next game.
But I did like Colin's idea of going for that. It's actually said, because I believe he actually ended that lobby with the player as the most points between those first 2 games. For any of you guys who aren't familiar, we were talking a little bit before about whether we could see players from Turkey coming through and making a difference. Klakonen, back in Cyber City, qualified for his first crown and then managed to get top 4 in the world off of that first event. So he's a player we're always very, very excited to see playing. And I love to see, in particularly in lobbies like this, that he's not just playing well, he's playing the right kind of tournament strategy as well that will give him the best chances of making it through to the final day of week 1.
For him individually, he peaked kind of right before TPC started, and then he had a lot of momentum. He was signed on a Turkish team. He was, really looking to elevate his career after that performance, and it didn't quite work out. He had very mixed results to set after that, and then fell off a tiny bit. So there is this hope, I think, in Turkey that Klikhorn can come back to that peak form, as you mentioned, Counterfeit. It's not easy to even make a final lobby at TAC round, and to do as well as he did was surprising, but I think not too much now later on, seeing just how hungry he is to try and come back to that tier 1.
Yeah, it feels like he's one of these players that has kind of struggled to maintain the consistency. His high was incredibly high, as you've said, one of the best performances we've seen in EMEA for a long time. But then the next set, even outside of competitive, I remember he was even struggling on ladder. It was he was just really unable to get anything going. But we will take a look at the standings here to see, after the first 2 games of the day, exactly how these players are lining up, see if any of our picks from the start have started to shine.
Remember, of course, the page we're looking at right now is the current elimination station. If you're in the bottom 8 when the day is done, you will not get to see tomorrow at all. And we can already see some very recognizable names down here, David.
Revan, of course, gearing up for the heroic comeback at the end of the day, so starting slow as we expect from him. But big names like Raiko, like Volta, like Wet Jungler, these are players that made it attack round, so many times before, at least for Raiko just once, but it was very recent, in the last set, for example. So there's still time. There's still, 4 games of TFT, but you have to start thinking, if you're in these positions, do I take more risks now? Do I try and play more first? Do I have to catch up, not just to make the bottom 8 cut today, but to be in a good position for tomorrow as well?
And we're starting to get towards these players that have had a solid start to the day, but nothing truly exceptional. The likes of Tamino, the likes of Sappho, so much experience. Shredding, carrying on, obviously got that first place, coming with the 7th here, but a solid start to the day after that play-ins performance. And just when you look at the table here, it is so stacked. And actually, it feels like some of the big hitters are really stuck in the middle of the standings for the time being, and maybe some of our players that in the past few sets, like Chiesa, starting to step forward here and push towards the top.
Yeah, well, even here at 9th place, we can see we've got a lot of players who got the first place into a bottom 4 for their second game. Remember, of course, we're reseeding every 2 games, so there's so many players battling for points right now. But Hypno will be riding up to the top. As we mentioned before, the Conan coming out of that previous game looking very good as well. David, you said opening the day, while you're not worried about being eliminated towards the top of the table, you are positioning yourself very well to get promoted early tomorrow.
Good momentum for a player like Biawi Lister. We saw one of the more unknown players in this week 1 field. 2 third places in a row. I think he definitely feels confident after these results, knowing that he is up to par to the demands that you're going to have in a week 1 and a day 1 like this. Already in a good position to continue that momentum going forward.
Yeah, and it feels like when we saw the standings as well, France, DAC, once again showing strong Polish players, the familiar positions, but in the top 8 there, we had one player from MENA in Azu, we had our 2 Turkey representatives, so other regions starting to step forward, and I think Turkey is something that we will be keeping an eye on as the day carries on, because outside of the big 3 and then Spain, it feels like Turkey is in that group where they do have a deeper field and they can bring forward quite a lot of representatives.
Yeah, certainly if we're talking about the study groups, we certainly, I mean, David, of course, you can speak to this as well. As much as study groups oftentimes will cross borders and cross continents with each other, the most obvious place to start there is with people from the same country, particularly if that players from that country have been very close to success for a while, but haven't quite got across the line. If somebody gets the right idea, as may well be the case here for with Kakonen being in 2nd place, Motive being in 8th place right now, that potentially the whole region can rise as one.
It's really cool to see Klikornen and Motive both on this first page, because I think Motive, the moment Klikornen kind of fell a bit in terms of being that hero for Turkey, Motive showed up in TPC, had a great debut season, has now already become, for me, I think, a very consistent competitor in TPC in Tier 1, coming from no real results in TFT to now just being consistently good enough to maintain Tier 1 for the most part. I think it's great to see, and now that marriage of both of these players from kind of 2 eras, post Ging, post Chinar, representing Turkey now on the big stage in the set is really cool to see.
Post Ging era, who for the longest time was the sole representative, it felt like. But yeah, it feels like as we just take a bit of a zoom out at what we've seen so far in terms of the meta and the players that have stepped forward, a lot of familiar names really laying down a marker that we've seen time and time again, and a lot of familiar compositions as well. So I feel like now that we're 2 games into the first full day, we've had the play-ins, we're starting to get a little bit more familiar with what we'll see more of, both from the players that are going to step forward and also from the meta. So starting to get really into the thick of things, it feels like, and I'm excited to see what if there is anything else that these players will pull out as the day goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting as we head into the lobby containing basically entirely familiar names from the various different eras coming into this one. Again, it's kind of surprising. Everything was jumped out to me, you pointed out before, David. Wet Jungle, of course, who managed to shock the world by going through and absolutely destroying his first appearance at the Crown, currently very much firmly towards the middle lower part of the pack, and we know he can do amazing stuff.
Quite the journey for Wet Jungler, a player who was not invited to TPC, did not get an invite slot when it first changed up the format, fought his way through Tier 2, made it to TPC, made it to TAC Crown, and then fell back into Tier 2 again. So he's kind of been all over the place. But we'll see what Wet Jungler can do if he can show us the peak form that we saw from Wet Jungler, which I think he was the best player in EMEA for a set or 2 back at his peak, and he definitely has what it takes to play this incredibly varied and flexible TFT, which really suits him on this patch where there are so many different options.
Some of the big hitters from DAC coming through in general in this lobby, actually looking around. KP, Losha as well, Broken sitting there in the void, as Trouble pointed out, hiding from the heat and trying to survive like the rest of us. But definitely some strong representatives coming through here from DAC. But I think Kevin Parker having a good start to the day, really nice to see. A player that we know momentum is a big factor for KP. He can, when things start going wrong, can struggle to turn it around, whereas when he's riding high and has a feel for things, absolutely one of EMEA's finest.
Yes, another thing anyone will forget, seeing how much Kevin Parker became part of the general furniture of TFT after Vegas. And if any of you folks watching haven't seen his finals where he was able to save the entire finals basically single-handedly, I definitely recommend checking it out. Of course, I think this is generally true for across a lot of our players, that you can hit these incredible peaks as a player, and the even contemplating getting back to that level again can be pretty tough to ask of yourself.
I do want to give a shout out to Broken99. He's a player who is very engaged, I think a big part of the community overall in EMEA, especially at the start of the set. PBE, he's always theory crafting, posting stuff, working with German players. Doesn't really have the opportunities to qualify into late stages of regionals or TAC Crown. So happy to see him here fighting for a slot in Tier 1.
All right, David, we'll say goodbye to you for now. We'll welcome you back in Trouble as we head into our next game. Trouble, as I said, we've got some fantastic players in here, a heavy German representation, a lot of players with potentially a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I see why you guys swapped Panda with me, because his Spanish, bias was getting a bit too much, okay? And since there is a Spanish player in this lobby that's done really well and had the biggest cook of the day so far, yeah, it was a good choice. Thank you for inviting me guys in.
Yeah, happy to be joined by you. And it feels like Golosko's actually been, every time Panda's been commentating, it's been on Golosko's lobby, yesterday and today. So had to banish him away for this one in particular. But a player that does need to turn things around here when we look at this lobby and the points for coming in. Para, Peter, only on 5 points. One of our few representatives out of Northern Europe. And the one thing I will say is I was looking over the career statistics for some of these players and their all-time records. And he had one of the highest AVPs of any player in EMEA because he'd only played the one tournament. So maybe that's an indication of just he's been ready to go and waiting to step up.
I mean, absolutely. We've certainly seen players from before when they're exposed to this kind of environment, and Para definitely does not have, the record here in regionals, but he's playing in a lobby with something absolutely astonishing folks here. So hopefully he'll get a chance to level up his game. We are on gold subscription, so we should be in line for some pretty strong boards.
And gold subscription means, well, the word says it, they give you a lot of gold per stage, but also that means a lot of easy fast 9s as well. And aura farming, talking about fast 9s, is one of those where it can very easily translate and help you transition to that fast 9. Late game scaling being another favorite for here. Advanced loan is a little bit scary, because especially when you do not know what the next augments will be, you definitely don't want to be missing out on a prismatic.
Yeah, and these gold augments, I've got a little bit of a problem with them. They're so warping. It feels like gold has replaced prismatic. We've already seen 2 tanky picked up by wet jungler. Some of these gold augments are just, they unlock these niche lines or these very specific compositions. And they're so strong. So interested to see exactly what everyone does pick up.
So the gargoyle pick here seems like it could potentially be a mech angle even. Especially since the gargoyle is used a lot. Gonna use it on the Poppy for the time being as wet jungler. He's already declared what he's going for. He doesn't even need to say it. He's already deafened himself. I don't know if he has. I'm just saying it for fun. And he's heading towards the double Summoner, double Ornn reroll with 2 tanky.
Yeah, he says, you know what? I heard that this worked out pretty well for Kevin Parker before, so I think going to be able to, just say, hey, buddy, thanks for the tip. Looking at some of the other ones in here.
I hope he doesn't have his luck with the roll down.
I mean, he got a 3rd with bad luck. Imagine what he could do with good luck.
Right? That's what I'm saying. It could have been a 1st, but hey, a 3rd is a 3rd. We take it.
We'll take average luck in this spot. With 2 tanky, you don't need much really to get going. But we'll say Losha, I think, has worth the weight coming in. He does have a Lysandra on his board, so if it is potentially Lys or Cho, one of the two, very strong. We know this line. It is Cho, thank you, the observers. One of the very, very best to hit. I know Kenobi will be smiling. He loves this particular line, whether it's paired with something like an Ezreal or just put it alongside the standard Darkstar route. This Cho can get out of hand pretty quickly.
So
we did see from even our limited stats from before, this kind of line has been extremely reliable. I mean, Trouble, Lusher is, from our German players, remember the 4 German players in the lobby, he is the one on the lowest points by far. So he needs to make up a lot of ground in this game.
Yeah, and I feel like this particular line is going to absolutely take off. So the reason why Cho'Gath is good on Worth the Wait, is even better, than Lysandra on Worth the Wait, is because this champion actually scales by HP, and every time he gets a stack, he gains more HP. Now, the one thing that differentiates a 3-star from a 4-star is that the 4-star gains even more HP. So if he does manage to get that Cho'Gath into that 4-star, the 3-star is going to carry his earlier stages 2, 3, and 4, and then the 4-star is really going to solidify a very strong board, and you can be very creative with who your carry is in the backline. You can go from Nami to Karma to whichever else you hit.
It should be a huge board long term. Well, Barry, I wanted to bring you up this board with you because from what we saw from the previous game, we have been sort of pushed by Treasure Hunt into a kind of a Jinx-centric board, but from what we saw before, Para's on 5 points. I don't know if, like, you know, a top 4 kind of board style feels like it favors him in his tournament position.
I think actually that is exactly what you should try to do when you've had a really rough start to the day. Remember, we are only cutting the bottom 8 players, so it is essentially a long road that you can slowly whittle your way up the standings. Treasure Hunt's so reliable for this Primordian Jinx line. You've essentially hit everything for free. I think for Power, maybe this is exactly what you want to do. You just something reliable, get some points on the board.
Ooh, and here's where you gotta make the decision. Are you playing towards the anomaly because you have to think what are the strongest boons that you can get from Echo to go towards that? Or would you like some of the strongest combat embellishments that Yasuo can give you with his boons instead? We see a couple of players playing towards that artifact that Echo is going to give you after 8 combats.
Yes, and you can see players like Tamino, who are on the higher HP at the moment, can definitely afford to take those kind of hits long term. Checking in at Bridge Broken with the late game scaling as well. Even he's decided to go for the Yasuo Hex. And we're seeing a little taste of what we saw in the previous game. I kind of want to open up the conversation from what we saw from Scapeus with the LeBlanc board. We're talking about the whole idea of it being, you know, an extreme version of that same board. I mean, Barry, would you even consider it under other circumstances?
I mean, you don't have to play LeBlanc. You can play it with Asol behind it. We've seen even, obviously, if you can get Fast 9 and Sona bad. So it's basically this Vanguard frontline and then AP Flex behind it. And I think pretty reliable. I think Leona's shown that she's consistent as a frontliner in the mid game. And I think we'll basically be seeing a lot of it as the day goes on.
Ooh, I'm looking on the other side. I'm getting very scared here because Gyosko has slammed down the Anima, but there's a couple players towards the bottom of the board that have very, very weak boards and could potentially play spoiler. Some other player also pinged him, pinged the Anima for Gyosko, and let's see, because the player's been doing really well so far, has accumulated 11 points in 2 games, which is pretty good, and is now looking for potentially a big cash out. This could be a problem, especially if Lekoko is looking to play towards that mech line. It's usually what Anima players tend to gravitate towards when they cash out.
It's so difficult for anybody to really give up their spot as well, because Power is one of our loose streakers, but he's kind of locked into this Primordian reroll line, and if you're selling off your board, you're giving up your whole game entirely, so he's not going to really want to do that. And Roscoe might have actually navigated. I think the first few rounds definitely the most difficult, and potentially has a good chance of getting away with it here.
Yeah, I mean, it would be absolutely huge, as you guys are saying. You know, just being able to have that big old ice cube, ideally, to make sure that the mech stays nice and healthy for a long time. Check in with Tamino, keeping his win streak intact. Of course, Wet Jungler, no real interest in trying to actively contest that. We'll just happily farm up the rerolls or the time breakers while waiting for a little bit later in the game when the Samira ball can come to life properly.
And Tomino is laughing right here, but we don't necessarily see the embellished, upgraded Sunfire. I don't remember exactly the name of this augment, and for good reason. Like I don't see it picked as often. But Tomino seems to be doing great here. He's win streaking. Talent 2 is one of the strongest units to hold items in the early game due to his access in the backline that is very easy. So right here, Tomino, pretty straight good sailing in that stage 2.
Yeah, it feels like just tempo. He's looked around the lobby. We've got people playing for the Arbiters, so they're not too strong yet. Losha with the worth the wait, so without stage 2, you can almost guarantee a win against him. Then we have our 2 loose streakers. I think Tamino potentially just scouted and thought, Sunfire, stage 2. Some things never change in TFT. You make this item and then win streak.
I hear it's good in the early game. I don't know about you guys, but
always will.
Something I want to bring up in terms of the overall lobby points as well is we've got quite a big separation between, we've got Tamino, Coco, Kevin, and Broken, Gyosko as well, all basically around the same points as each other, who I'd imagine would be quite happy to have a more predictable game. And we've got the few players like Wet Jungler, Lusha, Para, or I'm hoping we get to, you know, we'll see either if it will be the trying for the big explosive game, or like you said, Barry, trying to sit back and just scoop up average game after average game to just crawl across the line heading into day 2 or day 3.
This is the hope for the players right here. It's not enough to just make it through, as you mentioned, Peter. It's about going into day 2 with a pretty good accumulation of points. So every game matters. I wanted to mention that, unfortunately, Lusha, I don't think he hit a single Cho'Gath naturally. So the 3-star Cho'Gath is going to be a bit delayed. I'm saying delayed. He still hits it on by 3-2, which is going to be the next round. But generally, when you go worth the wait, those 1 costs kind of come and go in your shop as well. So you can hit them 1 or 2 or maybe 3 even rounds earlier. Lusha's just gonna about hit that. And Tomino, who is on a tempo run, as we mentioned from his first augment, usually pro players see dice, click dice. Let's see if it's gonna be the case here.
We'll see. Could just go for the raw combat power here. Does go for the
Nope.
dice, as you said. We love a
dice,
gambler.
click dice.
All day long, you'll have a dice.
Oh,
We've got some gloves. We've got a lot of gloves coming through.
Perfect.
Should be pretty good for his tempo, though. He's like, the one downside, I suppose, for Tomino is we often see these tempo players. If you're just pushing, making things like TGs, for example, and it keep going and going and going, you lack bis in the late game, and you often fall off against these boards. So Tomino will have to be wary of that. He doesn't want to just play for a 4th. He's in a very good position to set himself up for a top 1 contest.
And Para right here, he was already angling the Yi, got the GA out of the box, got the Giant Slayer. Actually, you know what? I'll eat my words. This is a Jinx board. Of course, he's got Treasure Hunt. My bad. I was like, it looks perfect. The GA, the Giant Slayer, Psionic, that's perfect. It's like, nope, it's a Jinx board. My bad.
Yeah, it was a bit like when I look up the builds for all of these boards, I'm like, Sonic Emblem, Voyager Emblem, perfect. Everything's coming together.
See, that's why they're there, Peter, and I'm here.
You did have the Yi pop up, and as you said, the emblems were perfect. So maybe you can kind of do a hybrid of the two, especially in the mid game, possibly. But as we check back in here with Broken, we know exactly what he was going to be doing. Just get this big Leona in the front line, almost unkillable. And should be in a pretty good position, but has lost his last 5 rounds. So the one downside is he is hoping to get to this fast 9 board and play around these flexible AP lines, but he's already bleeding.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
it's
the way
interesting
you
to
need.
note-
Oh, sorry, Peter. Go on.
That's right. I was just going to note that the Broken and Kevin Parker both been farming up the Leonas. Really kind of a throwback to when, at one point that was the economic strategy. But I like they've been both quiet.
Don't remind us.
On the side. I gotta remind you.
Max
It's
health
extra money in the bank.
Leona stacking. Yep, that was it. I actually joked with Kenobi earlier when the uplink drone showed up on Sona. I was like, oh, back in my day, that would have been me, Victor, Defen in the chat. No longer the case. As we get our second boon, and again, here's where the players truly choose whether they maybe want to go with Echo Anomaly or go for the upgraded slots from the Yasuo boon.
Okay, I was curious to see if Tomino would be going across to Echo to, as you say, lock it in. He's still on a win streak. Absolute beast. Barry, we're talking about the fact that Tomino ended up with so many gloves, he didn't even know what to do with them. We know that one place that Thieves Gloves tends to do well is on the pile of legendary units, if you can get there.
That is true, but it does mean his third augment's going to have to be just raw eco, I think, because yes, win streak, great for your economy, but we know how expensive, particularly that legendary suit board can be. And kind of mentioned it before with Tomino. The one potential worry is what exactly we're going to play. We're not going to have bis for almost anybody, and we're slamming items. We're winning rounds. This is what I would do, but I'm just a commentator. I'm not a regionals player, so we'll have to see exactly how he does navigate this late game, because still lacking clear direction.
Well, a player who's not lacking clear direction right here, Lakoko, chose the Gargoyle early on. It's a very, I want to say, straightforward line, potentially for Isaiah. Does have the epic roll down on level 8 to stabilize his board. However, he damn pleases, actually. So this could either be Isaiah, but this could also turn into a case of, hey, I stabilize in earlier on onto my rerolls. I've got 96 HP already, so I've got a lot to burn through. So maybe this is even a fast 9 angle. Oh, so close. So
Yeah, I was
close.
about to praise. Coco had been on a very good streak, and for anyone who's unfamiliar before, You know, he has been to the regionals so many times. I believe 10 times so far with 4 top 8. He's a player who's played some ridiculously dominant seasons, but a lot of times the final piece doesn't seem to quite be there. In this lobby, at least, he's looking pretty good. Even if that streak, staying intact, would have made it look even better.
Kevin Parker has found 2 Orns for the time being, one of them being 2-starred as well. So I'm assuming after 3-7, after the neutrals round, he's going to roll it down just a little bit to find at least 2 Samiras, potentially burn 2 Samira and an extra to use the 2 tanky, but 2 Orns in general, when you do have 2 tanky and one of them is 2-starred, is more than enough. That's why you do not see Kevin, Red Jungler right here rolling it down to try and get that Samira ASAP, because he just doesn't need it yet.
And a player we're going to have to go towards, Scott on the other side, kept the 10 loss. However, he's 1 life, so it has to be a perfect execution. We've seen some of our Anima players need 2 rounds. Didn't get to the 500 because he didn't get it in right at the start, so it is only the 400 cash. But we saw the item slams coming down, so he was always leaning for not this ASOL cash out, he was going for an AD variant. However, definitely has a lower cap, and if he's able, he has to win out from this spot, and it's looking like it'll be a difficult position to do so.
It does have Urgot items, does not have an Urgot if he wants to pivot towards mech, which is the most common that we see a lot of our Anima players pivot to. Really, really low gold, unfortunately, right here. He's going to upgrade whatever the heck he can find, I guess, at this point.
Switching into the Corki Riven.
Switching Corki.
He's finding tons of them. We've got a Bard already. I mean, we've got the Annihilator in place as a generic damage item.
This is so not good when you've cashed out and you're 1 HP, 1 Rammus, 1 Corki is... Oh, okay. I guess his items are not bad if you can manage to get that Riven 2-star.
Yeah, Reforged got the Embrace as well, so keep your eye out for that Fizz. I think it's going to be a little bit of a sleeper DPS. You can see just ripping through the board. And that's such a good place for the Annihilator to be as well, with its AoE effect.
Okay.
And obviously, for the time being, we know he's going to be fine for the next couple rounds, you'd assume. But the problem is, he is 1 life, and Kenobi has sent us some wisdom that we've got to keep an eye out for this Fizz 3 that could be on the way. That could be the sleeper agent, as you said, Peter, to turn this board around. But definitely not the most clear Anima game compared to some of the others we've seen that have been very straightforward.
Now, here comes double-edged sword. Do you want actual combat, or do you want more items to try and overpower your opponents for the time being? Because you do get combat power through items. So things like sweet treats, exclusive customization could really help him boost the power of his board, especially if he starts hitting 2-star units, and it is going to be exclusive customization. However, he just doesn't have gold to hit the board.
No.
Oh, this is a tragedy.
I'm really curious about this because it looked like he had pretty good itemization already. Looks like he's going to try and maybe bring a little bit more tankiness into the fray. I mean, the Rammus is pretty well set up, even if he's not 2-star. Won't actually burn through the last one. See Gersko not looking overly optimistic, as on the other side, Kevin Parker's been burning together a pretty damn impressive board. Already got a couple of backline carries, but that Fizz, he's a nightmare. He rips through the backline, and hey, I think we might be in the land of assassins once again.
He's very lucky, because a lot of those players are either rerolling and haven't hit, or they're going straight 9, and he's been facing boards that are actually not in their final form. As you see, one of them being Broken's board that he faced earlier on, where the main carry right here is a Zoe with a couple of complementary items, 1 anti-heal item, so nothing too scary, as Lekoko has managed to find his Zaya 2, has got the red buff, 2-star Tam Kench as well in the front line, with the Gargoyle coming through the augment as well, which gives a lot more stats. So how has the Graves in the backline as well stacking?
Yeah, the early Graves is going to be really big. Coming up against our Anima cash-out player in Glasgow. We said he had some favourable rounds so far, but coming up against a player that has hit quite a lot, we'll have to keep an eye on this Fizz.
Yeah, Fizz at least gets through the first target. Of course, with Embrace, the more targets you can get through, the more quickly you'll be able to get onto the backline. And honestly, Gyosko's been looking a little bit stressed, but this round wasn't even a little bit close. He's still way behind the rest of the field, but if more rounds come his way that way, and more upgrades like you're talking about, Trouble, I think Gyosko could have a good shot.
Yeah. I mean, you can see he doesn't even have a quirky pair right there. He's sitting on Rama's pair, Riven pair, even Mipsy pair, and he's looking for the one extra phase where you can use his duplicators to get him as a 3-star, because this phase has been doing a lot of work. Now, Cryogenic is one of the crowd favorites when it comes to the Yasuo
they love
hexes. They do love it. It's very big, and honestly, especially for people who play things like Tam Kench or even Nunu, allowing Nunu to cast one more time and get that CC on the board is huge.
Yeah, it feels like with these giant frontliners, it just gives you so much extra survivability. Likes of Jungler, pick with the double trouble on. The ons are already very difficult to deal with, and that can just give you that little bit extra power coming in. And we know how strong this line is. The one difficulty sometimes is when you're stuck, you 2-star one unit, and then you have to dig sometimes maybe quite a while to just get the other copy to enable double trouble again. He didn't have that problem at all. Already had that solved in stage 3. But checking back in here with Broken, who was angling this fast 9, flexing around quite a lot of these AP legendary units, a very expensive board to put together, and as of now, not hit a lot.
Yeah, very, very low on items for the time being as well. Using the extra item from Psionic to try and itemize the board, whilst on the other side there's a Graves with 3 items. Bruiser, melee Graves, rather, with 3 items, fully itemized Zaya and Tam Kench. So Lekoko should feel pretty confident for this round. However, it's looking to be a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, that Death Defiance is nasty. Broken just will get knocked down. Yeah, with just a little bit more time, maybe Broken can get online himself. He has his own Graves to call upon, but I think you're right. Economically, a lot of our players are really out of cash at this point in the game, even before hitting stage 5.
Glasgow did drop around there, but enough to stay alive, so it is down at 4 HP. As you said, Para putting together 2 wins there, but his cap is so low.
2. Let's go.
Okay, we made it. We're not at the Fizz. We're not at the Fizz, but we're getting there.
I think we'll take what we can get at this point. Gyosko up against a really nasty board on the other side. I believe this is going to be... Oh. We'll see if this is going to be enough. Gyosko is still, you see, holding on, looking very worried about whether or not he's going to be able to make it through this round. Broken, the next player up with 15 HP. So he needs to be winning this round, needs to be winning rounds to come. But those snipers are ripping through the board. It's for Fizz. Surprise Fizz out of nowhere. Gyosko stays alive.
Okay, the 3-star, and we're so back. Just one copy.
Just one Fizz. Okay, Broken. Here's his time. He's lacking items really, really bad. Upgrades, but also items. He's very close to that Graves too as well. Just needs to get some items that make sense. Does have the anti-heal, so I don't think he would want... Oh, there we go. Oh. Observer smurfing, as always, showing us the Fizz 3 and the Riven 2. Basically, the whole board for Gyosko is right now upgraded.
He has his anti-heal, has his Last Whisper as well, so he's got the utility he needs. Broken did opt for Echo, so another item coming through at least, but just little... It's the familiar Fast 9 spot. It's so expensive to hit this board, and without double econ, often you're not able to do so.
Broken
here's the
versus
econ.
Gyosko.
Gold sub.
Very
And
temporarily.
Oh,
Hey, it's enough. It's
okay.
enough to at least get something on the board, and we know...
He can't. He'd have to sell his Graves now. Oh, okay, so that's his Pike.
Downgraded the Pike, yeah.
Easy peasy. And that's going to be an itemized Blitzcrank as well. They're facing each other.
Oh, no.
This Fizz is too much of a problem.
Oh, this feels
He's got the
bad,
Edge of Night now as well.
He's got the Edge of Night, indeed. Not like he necessarily needs it because he's rogue, and there's quite a bit of damage being done by Blitzcrank, but not quite enough. Oh no, the
broken.
despair.
Despair, the darkness, it claims him.
Para taking a loss here as well, I think. So, as expected, he went for that line that is all about running over in the early game and wasn't able to do so. So, I think we know where this board is likely to fizzle out into. Even though hitting a few things right at the end, Golosko is not really going to fall to most players. I think, unfortunately for Para, likely to be dropping out here.
This particular board that we're looking at right now from Wet Jungler must be the most outrageously cheap and weak-looking board in the entire game, yet it is the undoubtedly #1 composition you can play right now in the entirety of TFT in the current patch. And let's see, with that being said, if it can go up against a cash out.
Yeah, I mean, Giosko is as strong as he's ever going to be. We talked about before, Wet Jungler, a player who's had some astonishing history behind him, will get run right into. I think Giosko might just be too strong to handle for the time being. As Para goes down, HP across the rest of the lobby is starting to dip considerably.
I feel like you saw Giosko take a huge breath of relief right there, because I feel like Wet Jungler's board was probably the hardest one to beat. Again, too tanky Samira plus Ornn gets really, really hard to handle. However, right here, Lekoko gets the Graves out of the puke from Tam Kench. So really good hit right here from the French player. And his board is looking pretty good. His level 9 only misses the Nunu 2 to get more cast right there and get more tanky. And he could potentially also be a threat to a cash out player. Oh my god, I'm jinxing them all. I'm sorry.
But Golosko might be the Grim Reaper for a lot of these players that are strong but sitting at 1 life, because it feels like he's hit a point, as you said in that last round, showing that this board is incredibly strong. And we just see the Fizz running over these front lines. Not even difficult for this Anima board to just make quick work. Coco falls out here. And I think we've seen this Anima cash out be navigated very, very well to get to this point, and he looks pretty damn stable.
You can see the tension evaporating from Giosko's face here as he realizes his board may well be good enough to at least get him into top 4, if not further. Checking back in with Kevin Parker, and hey, it's like we're seeing what we saw exactly as before. So this time, no artifacts on LeBlanc, but still, as we saw from Scapeus, it's seeming to do the work.
Is LeBlanc the current tournament sleeper? Because Scapeus came onto the chat and said that LeBlanc is his wife. So if LeBlanc is Scapeus' wife, what is she doing on Kevin Parker's board?
Don't know if we've got an answer to that one, but we'll see how it does for the rest of the game.
We'll need him on an interview, Like, maybe we'll just start to Scapeus or Kevin Parker and be like, yeah, yo, what's up with this LeBlanc on the board,
I mean, whoever's higher in the standings end of the day,
okay.
That's who gets to claim.
They have to tell us. Okay, bet.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
But as we do see here,
out.
Jungler loading in with this 2 tanky board. It fell to the Fizz board, but that is an exception, and it feels like this Ornn against everybody else is going to be too much to deal with. So KP, for the time being, keeps that win streak going. Losko, though, does fall down into 5th place. I wonder if that was at the hands of Kevin Parker. So, actually, I thought that board was going to go all the way, but I think Kevin Parker's just shown how strong he can be.
Damn. Okay. We do have another Xayah board right here coming through from Tomino, who used exceptionally well his tempo through the Sunfire Cape augment in the early game. Kevin Parker, level 8, 41 gold. And for Lusher, remember how we said at the very early Stage 2, Stage 3 that usually you want to go for the 4-star Cho'Gath. However, we also mentioned that he was very unlucky and he didn't natural any copies of Cho'Gath. So he got Cho'Gath 3 on 3-2, and by that time, it's way too late to try and chase the 4-star.
I do appreciate that at least, he's used the econ to put this board together. And it's worth noting as an overall picture thing here that we did come into this one with 4 different German players. While Broken did have a bit of disaster going on 8th place, we've got 3 of those 4 German players making the top 4. So everything that most of them are doing, at least, is working out pretty well.
And I would say the one person that they have to be scared of, all those German players, is Tomino. Because he's the one that took Giosko out. The Anima cash-out player. Therefore, all of those other boards tried, all of those other boards failed, and Tomino currently sitting at the level 9 2-win streak, having taken down the Anima board and 10 gold, could be looking to take away the lobby.
Yeah, we talked about he was playing that tempo line early on, just winning rounds, getting those TGs coming through. And you mentioned it, Peter. What can you use those TGs for? A bunch of legendaries. And he has arrived at the point where he's got the Blitzcrank, he's got the Shen. I think the positioning must have been really, really good. He must have got as far away with those snipers from that Fizz and never had his backline accessed in order to take down Galosko. So, as he said, took down the raid boss there and put a little bit of a marker down on this lobby for these DAC players to be worried about.
We'll see how Kevin Parker does up against Luscious board. It does feel like Luscious more or less run out of momentum at this point. We know that the Jhin is already being picked up by other players in the remaining living ones. The Cho'Gath 3, rather, is to get those two confused. He's going to be doing a pretty good job, but there's so many carries there for Kevin Parker on the backside. The scaling is very good, but nice shot across from the Jhin, and it looks like Luscious actually does make it through another round.
Wow, Kevin Parker with the Soju cosplay. Not quite the win though, like Soju, as he's now a TPC champion, whilst we're watching Tomino hit yet another legendary, as you mentioned, Barry. And he does have a TG on him as well. However, he can't buy it yet. Even if he... maybe he could sell the Blitzcrank. He's on 14 HP. So that is that is his last life on stage 6, and he is going to upgrade.
You can see he's a little bit reluctant to do so because he knows the Blitz is such a bigger hit if it was possible to find it, but makes the smart decision there. And sitting down at 1 life, can't take that risk.
Oh, out with LeBlanc, in with the Vex.
Yeah, so that's a big upgrade from Kevin Parker's side of things. He just needs to buy enough time. This is very much a front-to-back fight, which we're seeing here. And it means that surely the DPS is going to favor. No, Kevin Parker still gets run through even with the upgrade. Takes a heavy hit and will be one of the few players to be able to survive that one. Lusher, though, not quite as lucky.
Lusher eliminated. Wow. We have our top 3 here, jungling out on a 5-win streak. So, of all the players we talked about, the Anima cash outs, these Fast 9 legendary soups, and it's 2 tanky Samira on that looks like the one that might be riding high with the rest of them. The least interesting of all the compositions. I'm a hater. It's good.
Hey,
you've got to click it every time. But
listen,
come on.
Listen, it's a gentleman's code. If Kevin Parker dies here, what jungler needs to open his chat box and type /FF and surrender this game. Because he wouldn't be winning if Tomino hadn't taken out Giosko. And that's a fact.
Hey, well, sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles. We'll see if there's enough of a gentleman's agreement in place. Kevin Parker, though, thanks to the multi-target access from the Vex, is able to just wipe out the backlines. The Ornn may be immortal, but those Samiras very much not so.
I would love to see how much that Ornn actually tanked in this particular scenario, but we actually have the Circle of Life, as I'd like to call it. Basically, every single one of those players is beating each other, so the next matchup, one of those players is going to be facing a Ghost, and that's very, very important. The Wet Jungle with that level 8, he actually gets 2 tanky on the Nami as well for the time being, and that's a pretty good TG onto his secondary Samira. So we'll see if he will be able to withstand the fight, either versus Tomino or Kevin Parker.
This one's the Ghost.
He's playing the Ghost.
So Tomino and Kevin Parker must be playing it against each other. Hopefully we'll get a chance to check that out in a second, because you're right, that's the one we really need to be seeing. For the time being, Wet Jungler, we can see the front lines are not really comparable for too much longer. There's a lot of focus fire from the snipers, a lot of CC onto the back lines as well. It's down to the wire, but I think, no, Ornn just stays up, and that's going to be enough to get through. The ghost fight is won, and Tamino beats out Kevin Parker off screen.
We have our top two, Jungler versus Tamino. Two players on very different lines in this game, but have ended up at familiar spots, very strong spots to have.
And that's another insane TG for this secondary Samira off Wet Jungler, the red buff plus the DB. Samira can use both of those as his very heavy AD and does benefit from attack speed as well. So let's see if that TG is going to make the diff, because it's 1 TG versus like 5 on the side of Tamino.
It's been 1 Slovakian in Tamino versus 3 German players up until this point. We're keeping out very closely. Everything is here. Blitzcrank right into the backline, flings away the lesser Samira. I don't know if that's going to matter overall.
Oh man,
Ornn is still tanking away, but the Blitz is throwing the Samiras around. But as expected, Jungler able to survive that one. No way to get through, no backline access for Tamino, and Jungler's 2 tanky board stood above the rest, but doesn't really tell the whole story of this game. It was a bit of a rock, paper, scissors top 5, it felt like, where everyone could beat everybody. Some players had the backline access to deal with the 2 tanky, others did not. But in the end, a familiar winner rises to the top.
That is just absolutely crazy, because I myself said earlier, it's so disgusting knowing that you've landed into a game where you've hit 2 tanky and you're suddenly sitting there with Samira 3 and Ornn 3, and you just damn know you've won. The Tamino takes out, the cash out, and this is what it is. And we're actually gonna move into lobby 5.
We've got a bonus game for you guys, so a little out of sync one of our lobbies, which means that we can at least see a little bit more action than we're expecting to see. This one we're coming into deep into stage 5. We can already see we've got 3 eliminations, a couple more players, Bialalis and Bastida, on very low HP.
It's the day of bonus content. If you tuned in today, you're getting extra rounds. We're saving only the best for you. We're jumping in right in the business end, as we do see some familiar setups, though. These AP flexible lines playing around the likes of Assault, still doing well. So we have Azu, Slim Shady, Blasted Moon, and Bialis all clinging to life, but Bastida on a 6 win streak. So clearly the player that's been tearing his way up the standings.
And if I can just go back to Bastida's board, thank you so much, observers. So the full loss streak into the legendaries on his 3rd augment, into having the Graves, which is now on his bench, but that item that you usually get as a cash out for 500 cash out, if I'm not wrong, with the Jinx 3 is actually absolutely bonkers when you're playing Graves, because you use your Graves as an AD carry. You don't use him as a bruiser. So it's not the Assault Frame, it's the other one I can't think of, but basically he stays in the backline and he hits the same way that Jinx does, and that's exactly how Bastida has been using him here, and he's on a 6 win streak, as you very well said, Barry. Hits a couple of those 5 costs as well, the Jhin, the Bard, the Blitzcrank now, and he's looking pretty damn strong.
Yeah, and clearly had the Anima early. He's got the Anima item, as you said. He's got the Anima crest as well. Voyager emblem is, as always, throughout the entire set, the strongest performer. And we know how strong Anima, the traditional cash out, can be. And it's an even more stacked version of it, really. It feels like it's the hyper carry version where he's got so much extra damage dealers. And just too much to deal with. Even though his front line's falling pretty quickly, we're just seeing he's got just so much raw DPS.
Yeah, Bastida, definitely a player that we saw David very excited to see his potential of. Very much an emerging Spanish talent, but being able to find a route to a board this strong is a good sign indeed. You look at the HP in the rest of the lobby, it's only Arzu really left on any amount. Everybody else down to a single life. This is an incredibly volatile top 5, but Blast is finding upgrades as well.
7 Shepherd right here. Social distancing as well through the augment, and that's another LeBlanc board, but this one, rightfully so, it is a Shepherd board, so it naturally just fits. However, that front line is really lacking. It's 3 items on a Nunu 1. You've got the Ilaoi too, but it's only on about 1 item with a Psionic emblem stuck on top of that, and let's see if it's going to be strong enough to beat 6 Darkstar.
Yeah, not just 6 Darkstar, but Constructor Champion Cho as well, so just giving you so much power, able to push on and stack infinitely. But this Shepherd board, 7 Shepherd, has been very strong. We'll see if it's able to ramp up, but unfortunately, as you said, Trouble, the front line really lacking here, and the Blasted Moon does drop down. Bialylis also falls away, as does Bastida. We have our top 2 remaining, Turkey up against Tunisia.
All right. Well, they both basically got everything they're ever going to get for the rest of this game. Arzu has preserved HP very, very well. See, of course, on the other side, the Dark Star board, we've been seeing that creeping across the entirety of today. We still got a little bit more that we can maybe fit in here. The Jinx upgrade, the Fiora upgrade as well, but there's no money left to be had.
Also, keep your eyes on the left side of the screen because both of those minions are grooving right now. We're not going to be seeing them for too long, but they're gone. And both of our Anima cash-out players have gone on to 5th place. Bastida Giosco with a very, very promising cash-out, not being able to make top 4.
And that's why we benched Panda. The Spanish players were getting the Anima lines, and we had to make sure, no, they cannot have the free uncontested first. But we do see here, this is a very commanding victory for Arzu, running over that Dark Star board from Salim Shady, and just the standard AP flex level 9 push rises above the rest. It's so expensive to get online, but as we saw in the emblem ensemble, just the likes of Voyager coming through, giving so much direction and so much power to these players.
All right, guys. Well, of course, that bonus game helped give us a little bit of a greater insight into the field. Of course, if you were here yesterday, we had the very small field of just a couple of lobbies. This is a much, much bigger competition that we're dealing with here. With so many more lobbies yet to go. So we will put you into the hands of our analyst desk to help break down how things have been looking so far and what we got to expect from the rest of the day.
What a treat of TFT Kenobi, back-to-back games for the second time today. And I mean, big difference between both of those games. Some similarities, mostly with the Fast 9 AP boards. This last lobby was just all Fast 9 AP, which was quite surprising.
Yeah, so much AP, in fact, that there was just a single AD comp, but one that was in common between both games, which was the Jinx reroll. It's been struggling so much today so far, not finding enough tempo. Yesterday it did have some pretty good success, but the game seems to be accelerating so much faster today in day 1 of the battle stage.
I think even when Jinx became more popular, players were just in a state where the meta was not very diverse. We were trying to force it from any spot and not finding good results. I think it's a combat you have to be quite picky. You have to have just so much tempo for it to do well. And even then, there are cases where you just bleed all of stage 4 and bot 4 anyway, despite dominating stage 2 and 3. So I think players are usually just defaulting it too often, it looks like.
Yeah, a little bit too much. And something that has been performing super well is one cost 3-star unit with the Shogath worth the wait, the Builder Bird in the earlier games. In this game, there was Salim Shady having the Constructor Companion on 3-2 to get a 3-star Shogath as well, in the same way as Lusher in the previous game. So these have been the ones providing the actual tempo and probably putting a stop to some of the domination from Jinx in stage 3.
Especially 3-2 Constructor Companion with Cho'Gath, he just still scales so well. He can be an absolute menace, and you have your tank issues solved essentially for stage 4 and 5. So it's a very just comfortable game plan to opt into, especially if you see this augment offered on 3-2. I think it's something that has evolved throughout the set, and players are now hyper aware of how strong this game plan can be.
Yeah, and at the beginning of the set, the 1 costs were really strong, and then it went through a little bit of a drought as the set went on, but now they are back. There are many possibilities. The meeples are heavily favored as well. Whether you wanted to print Veigar or not, you can get access to a free 3-star Poppy as well. So many possibilities here, and the players are taking advantage of that, and that's probably the reason why it's so hard for these tempo lines to succeed. And in the meantime, we are going to be jumping into game 4 without too much delay. The game should be loading here. Playing field is a little bit more French heavy this time around, but the Polish players are still numerous and performing quite well, it seems.
Some of the players we saw yesterday as well in the play-ins are here, Dasic and Zulanash in particular. We're 3 games in. These are Hypno as well. These are some players that now have to start, maybe turning things around. maybe adapting their game plans a little bit, especially Lissom is a player that I'm looking at in particular with 9 points only in these first 3 games. He definitely needs to, I think, take bigger risks now on the tail end of this day 1 of week 1, because he could get knocked out, right? If he's in the bottom 8.
Yeah, it could be happening rather quickly, so he needs to turn it around in the remaining 3 games that he has. In the meantime, casters, take it away.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Back in again with Barry Baden and Trouble Inc. as we head into game 4. So we're starting to get a pretty good idea of what the situation is for a lot of our players. As we've mentioned, we're seeing massive gaps developing here. Hypno up at 21, Lyso down at 9 points. These players are functionally playing different tournaments from each other right now.
Yeah, one player is in survival mode and another player is living in dreamland and having a real good chance of, after 2 games tomorrow, making it through. So just a reminder for everybody, we're only losing the bottom 8. Everybody else will be progressing through. But then tomorrow we're getting to the stage where we're cutting every 2 games. So if you're the likes of Hypno and you're in this commanding position at the top of the standings, week 2 is very much in sight.
I will see what our players have got for us here. We are seeing from Hypno, of course, the current score leader in this lobby. Managing to get some promising early drops coming in. We'll have to check out and see what the Stargazer is for this one, because we've got a very early Lulu to perhaps tempt Hypno that direction.
I mean, you've got the Maokai, you've got the Lulu, got the Talon in there. This could potentially be a really nice opener. It's Mountain Stargazer as well, which Lulu absolutely loves. So we'll see if he's going to get any components, and especially sitting on 21 points, got the bow, just need the belt right here. Sitting on 21 points, you definitely want to be going into the next day with super high points as much as possible. Okay, basically the game is telling him just go fast 9. Oh,
yeah, certainly is, as we get Prismatic coming through, but not convinced by any of those and quickly rolls over them. Trait Tree is picked up. Some good options here. Space Groove, always very good. Nova, very flexible to play around. Arbiter, players have utilized in the early game, so Hypno, a lot of different ways he can take this, but with the Nova, could still lean towards this Stargazer line.
Now, all I want to say right here is that we saw Gyosco start with the Trait Tree, angling Lulu, and then pulling a huge first place. So this could be his chance as well to just show us how well he can flex around that early Lulu drop, as we have another Trait Tree player, Liso, who really needs a first place, or at least as many points as possible.
I think that's a really good illustration, Trouble, that these are the 2 situations where you really can throw your fate to the wind. You know, Hypno's got the cushion of points that if he low rolls the emblems, he'll still be okay. Lyso just needs the emblems to come his way and needs them to work out in order to climb back into the tournament.
They're pretty good. I mean, Voyager is as good as it gets. Everybody loves it, and any line you can play it. The emblem itself gives so much utility. The trait as a 2 or 3 piece is incredible. And Darkstar, a lot of direction as well. Stargazer in a mountain lobby, it's something you can easily run. So it definitely feels like quite a high roll in terms of 3 emblems compared to the other player who didn't look entirely convinced by any of them.
Yeah, we've got Chiesa already up at the 7 Vegas already. Amazing stuff with the level up. So must have been spending a little bit of that early money to try and get the completed, or at least get as many Vegas before moving up levels and presumably printing the rest of them. If you take a look at the rest of the field, of course, we've got a pretty varied amount of different augments coming here, Trouble.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Zola Nash as well, who's gotten the Lulu. Again, it's Mountain, so you want to be having that Stargazer in at 2-1 to try and get these emblems as fast as possible. Does have the Lulu, does have the Jax as well, and is going to be getting a couple of those artifacts. I mean, you can even go Horizon Focus on Mountain. It's really good. Anything for your front line is flipping amazing because it makes Jax much tankier. You can play towards either Maokai or Pantheon as well. So you do have that plethora of tanks that you can itemize depending on which one you hit as a 3-star. And the artifacts usually make those reroll compositions that much stronger.
And it does feel like, especially with it being Mountain, there's going to be multiple players that at least want to splash it in. It's so powerful, especially if you can get it early, and a few players, as we've seen, already in that position. Getting a glimpse at Kieza's spot, we did know he had the 7 Vigars, but that was about it. But yeah, other than that, just putting together as strong of a board as he can for the early game. A bit of an interesting spot to be in, having so many Vigars, because it's just forced upon you that, well, I can guarantee Vigar 3 very easily this game. So even though he's got level up, I think he'll still, as you said, try to print that on the way and then reassess what he does afterwards.
I love how you said, "Oh, it's forced upon him." What a dark fate getting that Veigar 3 on stage 3.
Sometimes being forced to do it, it's not too bad, but
right? It's like, I don't want to play the Veigar, but take it. But don't want to play it, but take it.
Fine, I'll top 4.
My meal is too delicious.
Fine, I'll take the points for free then. Sure.
No, absolutely. I want to have this kind of ban like in my games as well. In the early going though, if you take stock of where we are, Hypno again tied with Nuri at the top of the table in the entire tournament right now. He's the top scorer with 21 points. He's the only one managing to run the win streak through the early going. Volta, we haven't seen a ton of him as well. He has been recovering from some of the games before on 15 points, bringing out the upward mobility. And Hypno, of course, we saw from before, bringing out the traits, as traits are plenty, plucking them from the tree.
We had a glimpse of Volta, who was lose streaking with Alawi and Aurora, so you're thinking, okay, I can play Anima this game. I've got the ones that are hard to find. Surely I'll get one of the low-cost units, but unfortunately hadn't at this point even picked any of them up, so probably will still go for the 5 loss and maybe just run it for a few rounds to get a few extra resources, but I think Volta definitely was hoping to play that in the early game.
You can definitely get in on stage 3 as well and just get a quick cash out, especially with the loss streak carrying over on the rounds. You can possibly get that one through. The sad thing right here is that Volta has hit the 3 costs. And he hasn't hit a Briar or a Jinx, which are easier to hit. So that's really, really unlucky for Volta, who is actually not necessarily at the very bottom of the points, but not super happy with the placement. Like 15 points, somewhere middle of the pack. And again, when you're going into that day 2, you want to have accumulated as many as possible, because this is where the harsh cutoffs start happening.
Well, for Volta in particular, we were seeing him further down the table before. He got a top 4 into a top 7 in the previous game. So previous round off screen, he did manage to pick up his first place of the competition. I'm sure he's looking for another big finish here. Kaiser, on this side of things with the level up board, seems to have his game plan locked in place. We'll be up against Hypno to see if he can break through the streak. Looks like it will not be the case. Hypno remains undefeated through stage 2.
Hypno keeps his 5 win. Volta did keep his 5 loss, so didn't get griefed there. Chiesa, as you said, closing in on this Veigar. We see Dasik obviously has that Gwen on the way, which is just going to give him a little bit extra carry within that Space Groove line. Often Space Groove, whether it's either with Samira or if you're just doing this pushing levels, playing for Nami, you do lack that extra damage dealer, but he's going to have that Gwen 3 very, very early off the back of the Worth the Wait, but he's already picked up a few copies, so will be very nice throughout stage 3.
Yeah, and I just really like Gwen as a item holder for Blitzcrank later on. Can definitely use the Blitzcrank items onto the Gwen. Got the JG here as well, which is pretty huge. So getting more items, gonna get the 3-star Gwen next round 2, potentially get to that level 6, pop in a Rogue as well. Did hit the Fizz. Gonna place it in, and I feel like Dasik is in a pretty good spot right here to actually salvage through that stage 3, get to that stage 4, and start hitting the higher cost units.
Already has the Nami as well, so really is in a nice position.
Yeah, just need to find that all, and he'll be very happy indeed. I just want to shout out for any of the folks who missed Dasik's play yesterday. pull off some absolutely astonishing stuff. He is on the lower points at the moment, but he's shown himself more than capable of making a comeback. Kezman, though, we check back in on the 4 replicator boards. So we've got the stacking Rabadon's augment, and we're trying to make sure this Veigar hits very hard.
Woohoo! I feel like he already is. I think that was a 2-star pike, if I'm not wrong. Every single time this Veigar casts, one of the units dies. And let's see. 1 cast to kill them both. Boom.
Whoa, nice.
Making quick work of the board and stacking up that death cap quite nicely. So we do get into our second round of prismatic augments here, which will completely flip the game on the head. Some players that maybe were sitting pretty suddenly won't be feeling too strong. But Kezman, thinking about luxury subscription here.
All right, I'm just going to wait until Kezman picks it because I have seen it and it's actually pretty huge. Thinking about it.
I mean, what is
Oh, he's thinking about it.
But just the birthday present.
Worst case, it's a Shen. Oh, it's actually a Bard, and he's already playing on that Veigar line. However, tiniest Titans from Volta. Oh my god, observers, you are absolutely fantastic. Mwah. Big kiss for you, because I was actually thinking of Volta. He hit tiny Titans whilst also pivoting into the animal line finally on stage 3. So that's a pretty massive hit right here for Volta.
Also has Primordian in, so he's playing extra greedy. He's getting that drip econ coming through. So Volta definitely has his game plan, but not make himself too weak. This Aurora's going to be clearing up quite a lot of units here, so he should be able to pick up a few kills every round. Just need to be careful to not accidentally pick up a win. But coming up against this Fiora at this stage of the game, that is not going to be a worry.
I love this from Volta as well. Again, for any of you folks who are watching this maybe for the first time, Volta is a player with a ludicrous level of experience. The regional champion for EMEA for Cyber City, but he's got, I believe, a 50% top 8 rate at regionals, and he's been to a lot of regionals. So if there's any player I trust to know exactly what he's doing, it's absolutely him.
And it's good that he knows what he's doing, because often we don't, and that's the speciality with Volta. Most of the players in EMEA, even to this day, say we've had 7 years of TFT and we still don't really know how Volta plays the game, but it works, and his record speaks for itself. He knows exactly his playstyle down to the T, and doesn't let anybody else change it.
I'm gonna follow what Kenobi put in the chat right here. It says 50% top 8 rate. Sounds like he goes dead last half his games. Which is
go dead last.
This is the way to play the game, though, right? You don't want to be mediocre. You either want to win or give it your all to try and win. I feel like
Kenobi's just jealous of Volta's stats. That guy is an absolute monster.
In this particular game, though, Volta could be looking at either a 1st or an 8th. That is a very late anima. Yes, the Tiny Titan is gonna bail him out just a little bit in terms of HP and gold generation, which is really nice, but it will depend on him which line he chooses to go towards and make the correct choice.
Yeah, he's in his comfort zone though. A player, do you want to mention Chiesa? Still not picked up another Veigar, so 7 spawned in straight away and still has not yet got even a single copy, as our players are choosing which gods they want here. A few of them did opt towards getting that 3 cost, potentially strong upgrades coming through for their current setup. But we do check in here with one of our Bronze for Life players actually in Chiesa. So finally the Veigar comes in. Picked it up
forced
there.
To play it now.
Off the selection. No, forced to play it. But Bronze for Life coming in, getting a lot of value already here. And now this setup's looking very, very nice.
Yeah, well, we're sort of straying away a little bit from the more meeple-centric board, just to making sure that we're maximizing the amount of punch this Veigar puts out. I think for quite a while, Case is going to be very hard to deal with. He's already got a small win streak. I think he's going to end up with a whole lot more. Daisy is, of course, ruling roost up at the top of the table. Hypno has taken a little bit of a dip from before, because he's got the Stargazer ticking as well, so we know Hypno's got some great potential to keep growing the power of this board.
Yeah, and with the Kraken Slayer on top of the Talon, on top of the Briar, I can only guess that he's going for more of a traditional Xayah board, where you can actually then start stacking a lot of those emblems onto your extra units that you get later on. Things like the Shen, the Blitzcrank, the Jhin are really good holders for a bunch of those emblems.
Yeah, certainly is. And one thing I do want to point out, looking around this lobby, we have 3 tiniest titans. So it's not only Volta, who we know his game plan, 2 other players aiming to go really long. So they're strapping us in for a game that's going to go the distance here. 3 players that'll be unwilling to bleed out early. But checking in here, early Kench picked up, printing these Stargazer emblems. Kench is going to be puking extra resources onto the board. It should be pretty nice. Doesn't sound.
Wait, what is this?
It doesn't sound nice, but it will be.
I mean, you are literally true, but for Zabrois and over the other side, forged in strength. So he's kind of doing. He's found the most complicated way of losing HP.
He was trying to grief Volta,
losing
and
gaining
as well. But
Okay, I don't think Volta got griefed actually. And this should be the cash out round for Volta. So if we can have a look at the French player's board to see the cash out on his anima, which should be coming out soon, 33 HP. Actually, he's going for 400. He can afford to do that. It should be his next even cash out if he manages that.
yeah, should be able to. We'll be getting that HP back. Zabrochan did his part. You can look around the rest of the lobby now and say, okay, I've open sold. Somebody else can maybe try to deal with Volta, but an attempted assassination attempt, unsuccessful. But Zabrochan now 92 gold to work with. He's going to have a few difficult rounds here to try to stabilize.
Yes, we'll have to keep our eye closely on the HP totals. As I said, with this many tiniest titans in the lobby, for our players who can stabilize, they can really start pushing back up. They're getting much stronger. But of course, the strongest right now is Dasik. He took a little bit of a backseat before, but the Gwen 3 has been doing work. A 9-round win streak is absolutely ludicrous. And Dasik doesn't want to give up control of the lobby.
Yeah, I think he might actually have to here. Didn't necessarily hit any Blitzcranks. Ornn 1, he still has the Gwen 2, but it's going to be strong enough. Luckily for him, he's playing against a reroll board that hasn't necessarily hit any of those big upgrades. However, if the Gwen right here takes a hit from the Milio plus the Lulu, which he has actually sniped in the back line, huge. Dasik lives another day with another streak.
Yeah, day 6 Gwen popping off in that one. Zulanak falls down. Volta's lost streak maintained. So we keep it going. We're getting gold augments to end with, so not the full triple prismatic. Dasik does get the Arn upgrade, which he was lacking in the previous round, so should be extra stable. Volta closing in on that 400, so one more round. Trying to do a little bit of his rolling now. I like this. He's got a lot to do. He doesn't want to be doing everything in one round, so aiming to do a little bit of the transition now to make it a lot easier next time.
Alright, it's gonna pick up all the 5 costs. The typical suspects, I would assume, not necessarily really the Vex right here. Does not really have any attack speed item unless he can pull out something like a Giant Slayer. Does grab the Graves, which he passes up on, so he's gonna play more of the traditional Vanguard frontline with the Sona and Bard backline.
I mean, Volta's certainly, 22 HP isn't too bad at all. Zabrois on the other side, going in to the mech board. Hasn't quite got everything together as yet. His front line's not as strong as it could be. But Volta hoping to take a relatively soft loss to get across the line and get himself into the position he needs to for the late game.
Alright, last loss right here for Volta. He's going to be cashing out 400. And he is going to be on his last life 4 now. Obviously, Tiny Titans will give him HP every round. Ooh, I don't think that's what he was looking for. And he did sell his Graves, which would have been fantastic on. Maybe he can find it back.
A lot of upgrades left to hit here. Does have quite a lot of gold to work with. Already was rolling on 9 the previous round. And sitting on a Sona pair, sitting on a Bard pair. He's pair city for this entire board, really, and has... I don't think it was exactly what he was hoping for, but this Jinx should be doing a lot of damage. Clearly confident in his board for now is still strong enough, doesn't roll any deeper.
Alright, Jinx will be our carrier for at least the time being. Jinx Freeze, certainly solid enough. Kesman on the other side with the Bard, putting a Bard in every corner. We'll see how well those front lines match up against each other. I do like the Ascension coming in trouble as a last pick for Volta to try and, multiply
oh my
up
God!
what he's got.
Oh, that was so close. The Bard walked up, the Veigar, and assassinated the Jinx. So I think Volta has got a lot of rolling to do. Level 9 with still 30 gold in the pocket. He needs to make a very conscious choice right here. He's gonna choose to go towards the Varus, if I'm not wrong.
It feels like he looked at his board and thought, okay, I've got enough backline damage, but the front line just completely lacking. And as he said, a bit of a wake-up call. He got away with one there. He could have fell down versus some of these other players. We expect now we'll be rolling the rest of his gold because that front line is basically non-existent.
This feels like a real turning point for Volta in the tournament. We said before, he's been recovering. He got first in his previous game. If he goes out in 8th place here, that's going to be a real problem for him going forward, especially for any chance of early promotion. Everybody else, though, is building up a crazy strong board. The Bryson, forged in strength, gets all the cash outs for this very strong and huge push forward in power for his board.
Still lacking a bit of front line, though.
Really nice artifacts he hit right there for his mech. Gets that Sunfire, can slam Steadfast if he wants to as well. And it is going to be the case. But the extra Sunfire that he slammed on Kayn, really great artifact items onto the Aurelion Soul. He should be stable for now.
Really came together. He's up against one of our reroll players who's got a long way to go. So I think both Zabrodjan and Volta will be stable for a few rounds, you feel like. Quite a few players not yet hit their spikes. Two of our high-risk cash-out players really came online here, and it feels like should be solid for a few rounds. Checking back in here with Kesman, who we saw scaling this death cap, thank you, observers. Early on, he was picking up quite a lot of stacks on top of this, but still has not found a much of a better carry, and just this Veigar really has fallen off a cliff and needs to get these items onto a different unit. One more turn.
He seems to be duplicating the Lissandra. So that will be a Lissandra 3 next turn, which he expects to be doing a lot more damage than the Veigar for the time being. Does have the Bard available too, so maybe on a lucky roll down he can hit that. Talon has made it to the back line, but so far this Veigar with a stacked death cap is doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing all game long. Hitting on the other side, with of course all of the mountains that's been building across the entire lobby. So many different players trying to dip in there for that extra dose of strength. And there we go. The win sneaks in, so that's the HP stay up. Remember, of course, so many players are getting that drip-feeded HP as Kesman does find the Lissandra 3. We'll see if we do decide to do anything with that, and at least gets the replicator online, and we can start really bringing the board together properly.
For anyone who's got ADHD like me and has been looking at this Fiora off of the grid, yeah, I feel you. I'm with you on that one. However, for Liso, this looks like a pretty good board. Has already managed to accumulate 3 of the Stargazer emblems, a Fiora 2 on level 8 to slam a couple of those items. However, no Jin 2, no Karma 2, potentially looking to carry even the Kaisa at this point as a secondary carry with the Fiora, but the board looks relatively weak for now. He gets another Fiora from Luxury Subscription. That's about it.
I think when we checked in earlier, actually, one of the emblems was an Arbitus. I think actually reforged it into another Stargazer, which, considering we have 3 Stargazer and they're all from emblems, we're essentially getting this added for free and the ability to print even more. So emblems have really lined up perfectly this game.
All right, Lyso, lowest points in the lobby, again, would be a further disaster upon disaster, maybe headed for a very early effective elimination. The board is just not remotely good enough, and Dasik, on a 14, now 15 round win streak, claims his first victim, and Lyso drops out of frame.
Yeah, it's very unlucky. I feel like Fiora as a unit really strives when she does have a GA and she can bypass those big AoE spells and get to the backline. However, that Nami hit her instantly, went down to half HP, and then hit her a second time and absolutely destroyed her. Kesma, though, remember how we talked about the lucky roll that will give him that bar too, since he had the pair? Has managed to hit that, got the Lissandra 3 plus the Bard, and a pretty substantially strong frontline with 3 4-course 2-star units. I feel like he's in a pretty good spot, and Volta is actually sticking with the Jinx.
Yeah, sticking with the Jinx. He's got the upgrade to pretty much the rest of the board now, so there was that few rounds where he was a little vulnerable, but Blitz upgrade coming through. We saw the Nunu coming up against Kesman here, who off the back, Zabrochin, sorry, who we saw with this ASOL actually dropped down in the previous round, so isn't as strong as he may have seemed. 2 of our cash-out players going head-to-head.
Yeah, we can see the Battle Bunny crossbow is doing a great job there with the Bard hitting the other side of the formation. They weren't even focusing the damage. It was still enough. Kesman takes a hit and will be our second one out of the lobby. So Bryson happy to hold on for a little bit longer, but it's getting very close HP-wise towards the bottom.
Hypno also on his last leg right here with 10 HP. The leader in points in this particular lobby that we're looking at, 21 points. You definitely do not want to be letting go of the pedal, especially when your points are going to carry over to that day 2 tomorrow. So Hypno, let's see if he can get some important upgrades on his board, trying to at least salvage maybe a 5th or a 4th place. How is Daisy still level?
Daisy just does things his own way.
He got that Gwen. He didn't need to worry for the rest of the game. He had a few scares, but we do see a player that does need to start worrying. Zabrochin, after getting that big streak going now, it looks like two losses in a row. And our Tiny Titan players, they've been clinging to life. They're staying in the game a lot longer than they had any right to for some of them, but clinging to life for the time being. As another player dropping down here, Zabrochin 6 HP, Hypno down at 10. They've been healing up, especially Zabrochin, but I think maybe this board is taking it as far as he can.
This actually speaks to how strong the lobby is in general. If you talk to a bunch of pro players, they will tell you that this particular first prismatic augment that he got with the 3 artifacts is one of the most broken augments in the game. And especially when it's played with the mech line, where you actually have a lot of different avenues to use them, especially when you play the Ergot line, where you go 6 mech, you actually have holders for AD, tank, and AP artifacts, which makes it pretty much a no-brainer. He's going to choose to play the conduit with the Victor to try and enable a little bit more onto that Aurelion Soul, but on the other side, Zolanash has hit every single unit that he needed to on his Lulu reroll line.
Yeah, this is a terrifying board to face up against, especially if you're relying on that one big tank, because we've got the 2 big multi-target carries on the backside. You can see their target access is insane. One more cast will do it. So Bryson had a hell of a board. The heal go down and Hypno as well. So this is trouble. One of the tournament leaders out in bottom 4.
Yeah, that actually sucks a little bit, but a 6th is not the worst case scenario right here. However, for Volta, he cannot be joked about it, the top 8 raid. However, Volta right here is playing, he's putting everything on the line. He actually lost streak the entirety of stage 2. He put in his anima in stage 3, hits the tiniest titans, has the double econ augment, and hits every single unit. Now all that's remaining is to itemize them, as we've seen Kaiser with the forced, quote-unquote, Veigar 3.
Coming up against the really, really stacked version of this Lulu board, often not able to get to the Maokai, so it has been able to contest later into this lobby, and we see the Lulu and the Milio raining down, and it's pretty damn close. This Veigar has been putting up a hell of a fight, but does fall down there, and it feels like this Stargazer board, one of the highest capped variants we've seen, often can't get to something like a Maokai, such a hotly contested unit, but has been able to.
All right, final 4 with Volta on an 8-round win streak. If we were looking for a tournament pivot of some kind from him, he seems to be making a statement in this game. Dasik, of course, ahead of the rest of the field with 66 HP to Zulanax's 33. He's been having a hell of a game as well. We're closing in on the end of game 4, and we're seeing some, again, truly astonishing boards.
Dasic might be in the spot where you just start to bleed out. Yes, your Prismatic got you this far, printing that Gwen early. Then flipped the coin and didn't get the result he wanted, but was able to push on off the back of it. But it does feel like, unfortunately, maybe one of those positions where he's locked in for that top 2 just on HP alone. But is there anything he can really do to outcap the likes of Volta? I don't think so.
See, Volta is he's level 10, 80 gold.
Of course.
Saving it for next game.
Yeah, you might actually wait to see which legendaries are up for grabs. I don't think anyone is currently using potentially a Jhin, and maybe even try to go for a 3-star legendary at this point. I mean, you might have to, you know, just to make it a little bit more interactive. Because right
that was
now,
a close
he's
one.
just sitting there. No, it wasn't. He's just sitting there with 83 gold.
He doesn't even need to sweat right now. The rest of EMEA is struggling in this heat, and Volta's just, I'll roll next game, whatever. Like, I've won this one.
Oh, yes,
As you
I like
said,
that.
starting to pick up these 5 costs.
I mean, this is just styling, I think, at this point for Volta. If you ever get the chance to see it in Volta's interviews, he's an amazing interview, one of the most relaxed players you'll ever see on a broadcast. You can see from his facial expression right now, he's in his element.
And he's got the Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
The Bard snatched it.
He didn't need it. Bard just going, okay, we're winning this game. Here we go. An extra treat.
Maybe
To be
Elder
fair,
Dragon
Volta
2?
doesn't need to do a lot of the stuff which he does.
Listen, there's another Elder Dragon at the end of stage 6, and there should be another Elder Dragon at the end of stage 7. So he could potentially be hitting Elder Dragon 2. I think that would be the next stage on his board. Talking about this though, I think that's a big loss for Volta, and he might have to take it a little bit more seriously on rolling down for those legendaries. Okay, I like that.
Okay.
Ooh, 2 off. Don't rat. Nobody rat.
Don't be very
I think they're ratting.
I think someone's ratting.
No, Twitch chat. Contain yourselves.
No one tell him.
He's gonna pick himself. Oh, Volta, never change.
I think that
at
might be
this
our
point-
observers, not Volta. But hey, our observers should not
I'm
change
going to
either.
choose to believe it was Volta. I think it would be in his ballpark. He'll be up against the Ghost this round, so if he's lucky, Zilnak will be going out in this round to Dasic off screen, which will, of course, I mean, Volta's already in a good spot. I think even a top 3 for him will be totally fine.
Let's see if he can actually take the top 1. It has been a pretty incredible game coming through from Volta, but also Dasic. And right here, with Zolanash actually being eliminated in 3rd place, it makes the time for Volta that much shorter. He needs to hit in a shorter time frame because technically he only has about 2 lives left.
I do love this
And a
final
familiar
2
spot.
we've got here, Barry, just because, you know, for Volta, we talked about before, he's got insane stats at the top. For Dasic, in the last 4 regionals, he's been top 8 at 3 of them. He was talking about at the beginning of the season as a player who was hoping to make himself regional champion this time. I think this is a great test for them to be face to face.
2 of our veteran names going head to head in this one. The 10 loss versus the 10 win. 2 players that were just playing their own lines and just got an uncontested route towards these insanely strong boards. We saw Volta fall down last time, but Bard early on top of the Ornn here, maybe deleting it and running over this board pretty easily this time round. And Dasic shows he is human and can bleed.
And very importantly, there is a Blitzcrank on Volta's board that he's denying currently from Dasic. That is a... Oh, actually, he was denying. Dasic actually managed to hit that 2-star Blitzcrank, which could actually be the difference maker for the next fight.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's going to be huge. And then at this point, we're completely out of money. Volta with bards aplenty hanging around this board just for the vague possibility they might be able to hold on. Bear in mind, of course, Volta is still gaining gold. He's still gaining HP per round, so he's got the ability to try and go the distance up against Dasic again.
And through Tiny Titans, that means that he's not dying from 21 HP here, which means he's making it to the next Elder, even if he loses the round. But look at the power of Blitzcrank. Has knocked up this Nunu twice into the back line. And is actually 21 HP going to be enough?
Oh,
Just about,
boy.
just about. This is a huge round. That's a lot of gold influx coming through for Volta. He could be rolling it in right now. Oh, he found the bard! Basic, don't rat.
I
No,
think,
Basic is
unfortunately-
going to rat. He's selling his board. Stop.
Oh, it's a disaster. He doesn't know.
No,
We know.
Basic.
All the chatters know, but unfortunately, he's unaware that it is
No,
unfortunately
Volta.
in Dasic's shop.
How
Volta
clever,
did win the
though.
round previously, so the Blitzcrank made the difference, but I'm surprised that he went for the full selling some of those units in the backline, because I think a few different positioning changes
selling his own
would have made
board,
it
no.
possible.
Someone tell him.
No.
Someone, no, Volta.
You just gotta believe harder.
Honestly,
Maybe one more dragon. We sell everything because Volta doesn't do things by
just
halves.
leave the Elder Dragon.
He's
Just
gonna-
leave the Elder Dragon. Sell the bard
he's
as well.
gonna-
I mean,
There it is. He bought it. He duplicated it as well.
honestly,
Wow, ping
Volta
coming
is
through.
laughing. Volta is laughing as well. How clever, actually, from Dasig. Just keep the bard in shop and force Volta to try and sell the entire board in hopes that he would hit the 3-star 5 cost. What an incredible game from Dasig, who clicks the worth the wait prismatic and takes that Gwen 3 all the way to a straight victory.
I think I would argue that this kind of performance from Dasig is absolutely worth the wait from what we've been seeing for the previous regionals. He is a player in the ascendancy. And I think to be able to take down players like Volta is a really big indication that he's got a lot more ways to go. Gentle friends, we will be taking ourselves a short break. Once this one is done, we'll have just 2 more games before our first elimination here in the official start of week 1. So stay tuned. We'll be back with those 2 games in just a few short minutes' time.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in an action-packed game 4, and I have to imagine Volta at the very end of that thinking, Et2, Dasic, he was betrayed, the Bard held in the shop, not giving up that information for free, and Volta just rolling his life away, trying to find that final copy of Bard, not able to hit it.
Yeah, hope is a delicious, delicious poison, and Volta could feel its taste in his throat. Seeing Dasic just buying it to rub the salt in his wounds, Volta laughing it off, realizing that he had no chance from the beginning. But what an incredible game from Voltarius. What a comeback. Double prismatic econ augments to then stabilize on level 9 on 4-2. Off of the Battle Bunny crossbow Jinx 3. I'm so surprised he kept the Jinx for that long, but it really paid off for against everybody except the monstrous board from Dasic with the 3-star Ornn and 3-star Gwen.
I think you need that guarantee of damage in the backline for stage 4, where a few things about his board were still quite shaky in the transition from the anime cash out. So I think it made sense, but overall, we're seeing it yet again, Kenobi, anime cash out into stabilization, into just taking over with the extra resources you get, even from just a 400 cash out in this case for Volta. Dasic had, I would say, a very easy game, a very strong start, obviously, with a Gwen from the Worth Away, with Space Group in the space that it is right now, and just overall took over that stage 4 and 5 that we're seeing later on in that 1v1 with Volta. Any other players you want to highlight, Kenobi, in particular for this game 4?
I want to say Dasic made it look easy with the Gwen.
That's true, yes.
We've seen, like, in the previous game, for example, I think that was Jack Momurai getting a caretaker's chosen Gwen, and it did not go this well. I don't think we've seen any players going for double Nationals JG on the Gwen, but the effect was impressive. She was just zooming around the board, just cutting everybody down, and then the Worth Away Prismatic gave him the gold needed to hit that 3-star on level 8, which was a counterintuitive choice, but very clearly cemented his board as being completely unkillable. So huge props to him. I want to shout out Asbrojan attempting to grief Voltarius' last streak on 3-6, selling everything but a lone A-Soul on the board, thanks to the fact that he wanted to lose anyway for his forging strengths, and that he would regen later on with Tiniest Titan. And that led him to a pretty impressive board, don't you think?
I did indeed, and I think the as you mentioned it, there was nothing to lose there. He wanted to play for that small chance of just trying to have one of the scarier players in this lobby have a much harder time in case of Volta didn't quite pan out. 3 Tiniest Titan pickups in the end as well in this game. Quite unusual. See that happen in TFT, all 3 of them in the top 5. So I think especially in Zul's case, it really worked out for his comp. You're buying more time to get more resources from the Stargazer as well, from the mountain. And there is kind of this weird spot for Lulu reroll where if you're forced to roll too early in stage 4, your whole game kind of crumbles. You just don't have the econ to hit everything. So that little bit of extra HP and econ you get from Tiniest Titans really helps Zil hit the max cap possible for that Lulu board.
Yeah, especially since Tiniest Titan is an Augment that has gone through a lot of changes. You've had cases where it gave 1 gold, it now gives 2 gold every round, and you can really feel it. It's super important for these 3-cost rerolls to have that extra resources. But combining the Living Forge, the Stargazer Mountain, that both require lots of rounds survived to give their value.
Exactly.
The Tiniest just makes a ton of sense, and it paid off, giving him a solid 3rd place. Not able to compete with both of the old monsters in the form of Voltarix and Dasic in this lobby, but a solid enough top place.
And it's starting to seem like a comfort comp for Zul as well. We saw him playing it yesterday in the play-in stage. He had a good rituals with it yesterday as well. So it's something that I think if we see Zul in the lobby, if we see there's a spot to play into this Lulu comp, I think he will be quite happy to go into it. One small contest in this game between Kezman and Kaiser on the Vagar line. Very early Vagar 3 and very early stabilization point for Kaiser, forcing Kezman to pivot off. Opted into trying to play into that Bard for a bit. Didn't quite work out in the end, unfortunately. But I think we saw it multiple times. Stage 3. You scout another player, he has your spot, but just better, and you're forced to kind of adapt. And unfortunately, it was not quite enough for Kezman there.
Yeah, it's truly unfortunate when you want to print the Vigar and then you look around and somebody's just full natural it while pushing levels super hard, and you're just thinking to yourself, well, I wanted to spend the entire stage 4 printing and he's just got it in stage 3, what can I do? And the answer is trying to go for that Lissandra. It makes sense with the Lich Bane as well. She has a lower mana pool, a decent plan, unfortunately not enough to match the incredible power level of this lobby.
Yep. Some small delays across this game 4 and other lobbies for the competition. So we'll be going to a treat. We're going to hear from Yobidashi a little bit more of insights on this competitor that is competing today and across this week 1, and then we'll come back with some more TFT action.
My name is Martin. My in-game name is Solari Obidashi. I'm playing for the Solari French team. I am a 32 years old, dad of a son of 3 years old, and I am from France. I discovered TFT in set 3, watching a famous French streamer named Jones, like a lot of French players. Yes, I remember the time I started to think I can compete. It was in set 6, when the Golden Spatula Cup were announced and I qualified through the ladder. At this moment, I was like a Lone Master or even Diamond. I played it, fun fact, during my honeymoon, and at this moment I understood that I can do something on the game. I have a rivalry with a player, but it's not like a rivalry on the wrong side. It's more like rivalry because he's my friend. It's again TV. I always want to do better than him. It's like before tournament, we talk to each other. If I finish in front of you, you owe me a drink, and so it's a good friendly rivalry. Hashtag Solari win. My team hell of strong right now on the League of Legends. They are winning everything, and in TFT we are trying to do the same thing. So just hashtag Solari win.
Welcome back to the EMEA Regional Finals for Space Gods. We are almost back underway again, and oh no, I've been replaced by Kenobi for this one. I guess, honestly, I consider it a dramatic improvement.
Oh,
Counterfeit is now...
That's me, Counterfeit casts. Hello, everybody. How are you doing, Barry and Panda?
No, Counterfeit has to
I'm doing
speak and
good.
you have to just lip sync.
Hello, my name is Kenobi.
There he is.
Oops.
Oh, there we go.
We made it.
There was a brief moment
let's-
of 2 Barrys, which is an honor to.
The worst
Not enough
possible
Barrys,
outcome.
honestly. If you get 3 Barrys, you get a free reroll, which is very exciting. But we are heading into Game 5. Of course, what we need to be keeping most in mind here is that we've got the very 2 different situations here. We will have players towards the top of the table looking to promote early tomorrow, but most importantly, players towards the bottom who are all, crab bucketing each other, trying to stay out of that bottom 8. Because if you're in there by the time the day is done, nothing else matters. Your journey is over.
And I would highlight this bottom 8, of course. It's going to be the important thing for today. But you have to consider as well, there's going to be a cutoff on the top tomorrow after 8 games. So some players at the top, they're not just thinking, I'm on 30 points, let's just play for top 4s. They're thinking, I want to try and finish this up and make it to TPC in just 8 games and still play for first or for second if I have a spot 2 in these next 2 games and the first 2 games tomorrow as well. So there are going to be a few players who are going to try and stretch that lead as much as possible, setting up for tomorrow.
Yeah, it feels like players that are at that 25, 26 point number right now, they're sitting pretty at the top of the standings. And hopefully we'll be able to get a glimpse of that soon, of exactly how things have played out so far. But as you've said, we can't really just play for, finish ahead of that bottom 8 positions, because then you're likely going to be eliminated after 2 games tomorrow as well. So really have to have some big performances from players in the bottom half.
Well, I mean, it's absolutely the making of players, isn't it? You get opportunities to play in this kind of environment here. You get yourself backed into a corner, and what we saw from players like Dasik yesterday in the play-in is that you still have your fate somewhat in your own hands, even if things are going very poorly. If you can find your way through to a top 1, then maybe the stars will align. It's worth noting that, I don't know if we'll be able to show you guys this, but Arzu and the player whose name I'm going to keep mispronouncing, I do apologize, Yakimamore, both they're tied on 26 points apiece at the top of the table, with Hypno and Bensak both with them. So while we've got a heavy French presence up towards the top of the proceedings right now, regionals are more mixed than they could be otherwise.
Really good to see
French
Bensak
presence.
coming back into the swing of things. He's someone who I think faltered in a big way last set. He had kind of 2 or 3 sets in a row of really showing up and just, I think, evolving into an S-tier player from France. But last set, complete opposites. Bottom 4 in the placements alongside Lides, alongside Lekoko, and then just did not do well in the play-ins.
Yeah, it feels like France is a region. You can look at the standings and go, France is having a bad performance. In the bottom 8, there's a few players, and then you work to the middle, and you're like, okay, they're having a solid showing. Some players middle of the pack, and then they're also on the top. So there's always so many representatives that they are spread often through the field. But it feels like a lot of these players have been on the verge of pushing into that top tier French players. As you said, Bensak really made that jump. I think Opal's one that's been around for so long as well. He's kind of sitting upper in the standings right now, but not too high. Another player that can make that leap forward to be absolutely one of the strongest in the region.
Well, we are receiving information that our standings are ready, so we've got a lot of lobbies running. Let's go and check out where everybody is, because I think there's still a few more people we haven't spoken about as of yet. We are looking at our bottom 8 on this page. So these are the players most heavily in the danger zone.
It doesn't look to be ordered right now, so just keep in mind some of the points. Actually, no, it's still not, isn't. So just keep in mind, these are just the general players that are in that bottom area, and they'll have to make some big comebacks coming into the next 2 games. I will say, I think even in this 5th game, some players might already, depending how far down they are, play for a huge swing first place, and if they miss, they could just already be out of it, even coming to game 6.
Yeah, and just keep an eye on the points mainly. As you said, a few of them not quite lined up, but we see 2 of our British representatives both on above the bottom 8 for the time being, Peter, but as we get into tomorrow, certainly don't have enough points. If you get higher into the standings here, starting to see players that are having a a realistic shot at that week 2 after their first 4 games, but still a long way to go.
I was just checking the numbers. I think there's 22 players who are within 5 points of each other right now. It's only when you start to get up to this stage here with the players around 20 plus points, you can start to feel more confident in the overall finish. Slim Slady up at the top, Kevin Parker was tied up with him as well. But it's really, of course, the players on page 1 who are feeling the most happy about this. Again, looking for that early promotion, only available to the top 4 players tomorrow.
Really happy to see Biawi List making such a great result, great performance, great run across this first day. We talked about it. You're kind of the more unknown players who finally have this one chance to elevate their careers to that next level, and he has taken the opportunity and just ran with it. Must be in really good momentum, not just for the end of today, but even for tomorrow to maybe qualify in 8 games.
And as the honorary all of the rest of EMEA representative, Yakumo Morai and Azu at the top of the standings, tied on 26 points, is showing that, as we touched on at the beginning of the day, some of these minor regions that have 1 or 2 representatives, those 1 or 2 players are damn good, and they've shown that they might not have the deepest field, but time and time again, especially those 2 players, they've been here, they've been battling with the very best and are having a very, very strong day.
And to further that point that Barry was saying, David, these kind of performances, they even just wants to get you into the next, into the next day, into, of course, the second stage of regionals and the TFT Pro circuit. That can be the thing that's going to be the prompt for other study groups to be reaching out and bringing in these players that don't necessarily have the domestic support otherwise, to then level their game up considerably.
And Yakumo Morai in particular, he's been kind of knocking on this door for a few sets now. I think he's had a few sets where he's been in this week 1, close to making the tier 1, not quite able to do so. Wasn't really a player that stood out before the TPC merger. It's been more in the recent sets. So I'm happy to see him again in a position to potentially make it there. And finally trying to establish some stability, I would say, in your career. It's the most important thing in TFT, where you don't have to worry about, playing a million ladder games, and you can just focus on the quality of your prep while being in TPC and having the best possible competition throughout the entire set, not just at the end of it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these TPC players actually putting up less reps on the ladder, but their scrim numbers have been skyrocketing. So you do get access to that little bit higher prep quality. As you said, you get invited into some of these study groups. You also get invited into this realm of scrims where there's players from APAC, CN, Americas, all competing against each other. So it does feel like not just the opportunity to play consistent tournaments, but you can really up your game and kind of unlock a new level for your TFT ability.
The TFT Pro circuit very much meaningful to a lot of our players' continued lives, just to have that stability, to have that extra source of income and knowing exactly where you stand. I mean, of course, it has been the case for a lot of our players. There's still every single season that, if you're in the TPC, you're guaranteed to make it back to regionals in some form or other. Maybe that's in playing stage, maybe it's week 1, maybe in week 2 if you are doing better. But you still need to re-earn your spot every time. And David, we were talking a little bit before about players, when they do peak and have these incredible, crowns where they go to, sometimes, just being able to keep up that level of momentum can be too much to ask from any given player.
It's especially scary if you feel like the season that you qualified at TPC was, by far and away your best ever results in your career, and anything else didn't quite match. There's some players that fall out of TPC, like Bensak, for example, but I think he is very confident coming into the next set, or this set in particular, that he would re-qualify from ladder to regionals easily and then have another chance to perform at a high level. Whereas other players like the Cornin, when the moment he falls out, for example, he might think, can I reach this peak again? Can I be consistent in my play? That is a scary thing. And there's a lot of stress involved. Imagine a TPC player who debuts, has a bad showing because competition is so much more fierce, and then thinks, can I go back to tier 2? Do I want to deal with all of this again? You really have to lock in this week 1.
Yeah, and it feels like, especially sometimes we may think, okay, the sets don't change too much. The fundamentals are always there for these players. But some players just don't have a feel for a certain set. They really can't perform at the highest level. So I think it does kind of shine a light on those that are consistently here. Whether it's they've dropped out, as you've said, in a TPC in a previous set and battled their way back through the tier 2 circuit, being able to come again, and when the game shifts so drastically and there's so many big changes every few months, it feels like. So for some of these players, it is a remarkable achievement.
I definitely do think it's a sink or swing moment, particularly for newer players, like potentially be out of the list to get promoted to TBC. To be playing only against the best performing players of the set is a pretty big demand. But I mean, honestly, the quality of players here in week one, let alone week two, has been extremely good. So I think if you can thrive in this kind of environment, I've got pretty good hopes for you to make it, firstly, to make it to week two at all, but secondly, to be able to make the most out of TPC.
I think for some players in the debut season in TPC, it can be a big shock because usually they haven't been tested at the start of the set in that same way as they would be in TPC in the first cup, for example. Usually some of these players who are coming from tier 2, they're really only having to perform at the end of a set where all the lines are solved. It is quite clear what the meta looks like, just about execution and less so intuition or creativity. And then you go into the next set, you face off against the best players in EMEA who've been playing TFC at a high level for 7 years. And they start cooking, and the meta is unsolved, and it's crazy first or second patch of the sets, and they run into a lot of trouble adapting. That's really the big shock, I think, for a lot of the debutants coming into TPC in their first set.
Yeah, there's no relief at any point. There's no lobby that's a little bit easier, whereas in tier 2 or in the previous formats, as we've seen, sometimes you do get that lobby where you're like, okay, I feel confident that I'm one of the best players in this setup. As soon as you get to TPC, suddenly the mental changes to, okay, that's Double, that's Lococo, that's the players that have been here time and time again. If I'm not on my absolute A game, I'm just going to get punished. They're not going to let any mistakes slide. So, as you said, it can make or break a player. They can really crack under the pressure, or they can just transform their game and just reach a new level.
Of course, again, with apologies, we're having a little bit of delay on the next lobby coming up. It is very important that we get everything lined up because there's only 2 more games left today. As we saw on the scoreboard before, the scores, particularly towards the bottom of the table right now, is incredibly close together. There's ties, I think, to about 6 different players, if not more, on 15 points, then a ton more on 16 points as well. So your placement really matters so much going into this one. And David, for our players around the 15, 16 point mark, we had this whole discussion before of over the course of the day, you'd have a little bit of time to maybe run out some top 4s. Is this, at this point, with 2 games remaining, the time where you can't do that anymore? Or would you still try and hold the course and say, you know what, just 2 good games will at least get me through to tomorrow, if nothing else?
You should likely just play the game that you would have played otherwise. That being said, there are cases in TFT where you are given some small window into a riskier and more, potentially higher cap game plan. And sometimes you just turn down that opportunity. In this position, you might be a little bit more open to those alternate paths that are riskier, that enable more gamble. It doesn't mean you have to just full sell your board and look for anima and only play this first rate playstyle, but I think you're more open to that if the game offers that possibility.
Yeah, it feels like nothing right now is incredibly strong other than anima, which feels if you get a free hit, can shine above the rest. It feels like we've touched on it quite a few times already throughout the weekend. Certain conditions just make things insanely strong. The likes of Worth the Wait, both at tier 1 and tier 2, I think are so strong for just enabling some of these lines that allow you to skip a reroll. We've talked about the likes of 2 Tanky is just elevates on Samira to a new level. A lot of these hero augments make some of these niche lines. I feel like yesterday we saw a lot of the conduit lines, for example, have these setups as well. So it feels like nothing is outrageously far ahead of the rest, but certain conditions can just make some comps incredibly strong.
Well, I believe we should hopefully have our next game coming up soon, but just, I guess a little bit of a precursor to that. I kind of want to expand out the conversation a little bit more about the meta we have been seeing. Because, of course, at the beginning of the day, we only had a little bit of data from what we were seeing in the playing stage. Now we've got to see a few more games in place. I mean, Barry, of course, mentioned finding some direction from very early augments coming in. But, Panda, is there anything else you think should be front of mind for our players who are looking to gain every point they can in these next 2 games?
I think mostly just adapting to the kind of lobby you're going to have. We saw it the first game today, for example, triple prismatic augment, immediately 3-cost reroll is just much more viable. You're going to have the econ to hit, you're going to have the items, the combat power to really enable the comps to work out. For example, the MF reroll we saw very early on. not playing something like a Jinx Reel, for example, in a lobby like that, because even if you hit, you're just going to fall off so much against all these incredibly strong boards that will come online in stage 4 and 5. So just really honing in on your 2-1 augment and 3-2 augment. At that point in time, you have to understand what kind of game plan is going to succeed here in a kind of bigger picture general sense, and then try and execute properly. We saw many times players who just fell short, went 8th place trying to play for fast time because it just did not have the right conditions, for example, or they just got taxed too much HP in stage 3 and 4.
And some of these familiar lines, they're a lot of the same setups and the board hasn't changed too much, but actually the priority has changed. So as we see on screen here, the Yi Marauders line, Kindred feels like actually is a lot more important in the past, where it was all focused on Yi. Now Kindred, even without Yi, we've seen Kindred be a flexible unit. So it feels like if you've played previous patches this set, you know a lot of these lines, but they have tweaked slightly. It feels like some of the focus has changed for some of the compositions.
Well, it looks like we've got a change of lobby, so we'll be keeping you guys up to date as that one comes onto broadcast. But I do want to touch on that because the Marauders, again, very small sample size yesterday, but David, we did see that, compared to boards like the Aurelian Sol, people were not having as good of a time with Marauders as they have been with other boards. Are there any particular keys you think our players should be trying to hit, for these next games if they do decide to go that line?
I think you actually just mentioned it. Acel is one of the counters to Yi. Once the non-carrier Acel became meta, the fact that Yi can kind of wrap around the tank and Acel with the right positioning can just delete both the tank and Yi without losing any kind of DPS, it makes it a very hard matchup. And we saw it in play-ins yesterday. Most play comp was Acel in some variation, either through anima cash out or just regular AP boards. We're seeing it as a transitionary piece in stage 4 and stage 5 into that Bard, into that Sona, into the fast 9 AP flex. So Yi is very dicey to play. We saw that one lobby we came out of, I think after game 3, that it was just all AP, for example, which is just very, very scary for Yi to deal with. So there are lobbies where it can work out. I think there are spots you can play it from, but it's not as just play it from any spot like it was in the very first patches of the set.
All right, guys, it looks like our lobby is almost ready. So we're going to be dropping in here with Arzu, one of the tournament leaders. Of course, you can see the spread of points is enormous in this lobby right now. We've got Arzu at the top, Revenant players towards the bottom. 2 more games to go and 8 players to eliminate by the end of game 6.
It's a very stacked lobby as well. When you look across the field, the players that have had the lower performance so far, Revan, as we know, very swingy player, can turn up in a game and suddenly be absolutely on the ball. So even though he's coming in with 10 points, a player that we know can do this miracle run. And then the likes of Toon, another one of those French players that feels like emerged in the last few sets, going from more of a personality and a player that was known within the scene to focusing on competitive as well. So even the players at the bottom of the lobby in points here still have already proved a lot and have even more to prove.
Revan is one of those players that we talked about just being so far behind in points, with only 10 points in these first 4 games. He's a player who might decide his tournament results in this game 5. If he does take a big swing and it falls short and he ends up in another 7th or 8th or 6th position, that might be it for him. It might be too hard for him to come back. He is kind of that anime hero that just seems to make everything as difficult as possible, but still clutches it out in the end. We'll see if that'll be the case yet again in his career in this week 1, day 1, game 5.
All right, guys, let's get this one started. 2 more games to go today. Of course, 6 more games to go tomorrow. But for a lot of our players, that number will be smaller depending on how they finish. So the results for everyone in this lobby will absolutely matter. You see Dasik dancing the Aurora around. He's already pleased with how things have started.
This just reminds me of a classic Dasik moment from many sets ago where he was playing around with his unit on the bench, hopping around, dancing freely, and then accidentally sold his unit on the board. And he just like heads in hands. It just so you can be punished for doing this. Obviously, safe to do it in stage 1 right at the beginning of the game, but be careful when you are dancing around with those units.
Looking at the encounter, it will be gold sub for this game number 5, so expect higher cap boards, easier transitions to those fast line boards in particular, and a much harder time for these high tempo, low cap reroll comps like Jinx, for example, in a game like this one. And it's also going to be Fountain for the Stargazer. So we're not going to have the high scaling mountain setups that we've been seeing both for Lulu and for Xayah across the last few games.
I will keep an eye out for any of our players who do have the ability to go into Anima as well as Dasic, though. No, we want to check out Para if we can, because Para also managed to find an Aurora very early on and had sitting a couple of Briars, so very close to getting to a situation where we're going to have several people really fighting over these lost streaks.
We are getting those gold augments coming through, which we've touched on. Some of them are so warping, so we'll have to keep an eye on to see if any of those conditional compositions are enabled here. The few snap picks coming through, the likes of Trade Sector, not too wild, but Para maybe we'll just be going for actually leaning into this Primordian, going for that reroll early as well, with it being obviously Varus. We said not going to be as strong, but if you're the one player on the line and you can get ahead in tempo, it does still have a spot.
I'm just hoping we don't see Birthday Runic, because that has been a bait augment across the entire tournament. It seems like with gold sub, you're even more incentivized to try and go for it, but looks like it's not going to be the case. Arzu does pick up a hero augment. Jack's hero is going to be up and running in this game number 5. I will say this, Arzu and a lot of the MENA players overall across their careers in TFC, from my experience playing against them on ladder, they love playing any kind of melee comp. Any kind of 2-3 cost reroll melee comp has been always the go-to for someone like Arzu, for example. So I'm sure you'll be very comfortable on this Jax hero.
Already had a copy of Lulu as well, so maybe a factor thinking, okay. And as he looks across, the player that loaded in there against him, Dasic, early MF and Diana dropped, and actually opting to play them as well. So potentially if there's someone else on a 3-cost reroll line and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to be rerolling Lulu, could enable it. So for the time being, Dasic just playing strongest board, but we'll have to keep an eye if he does end up sticking with this.
And Dasic in a pretty good tournament spot overall, 20 points, not the top in the lobby by any margin, but certainly a solid enough platform to move forward. Revan bringing up the Cluttered Mine, not something we've seen very much at all, but functioning very similar to Slam, and the extra XP coming in, and we managed to get the Arbiter very early on as well. Another Diana in the mix.
Revan will be farming Leonas off of his Arbiter, so just a bit, even more econ. We'll see what he ends up deciding on for his level 8 boards with Cluttered Mind, and if he's going to be able to both roll down and then keep getting Cluttered Mind value in stage 4. I think it's one of the big difference makers with this augment. If you can kind of have a small roll down, hit most of your boards, stabilize, and then push for an even higher potential.
See that Revan already starting to reap the rewards. I find a little bit of extra income coming in. Toon looks like we might well be able to get the similar kind of setup going as well. So looks like in this lobby, even with it being a gold subscription, our players are still trying to get just a little bit of extra econ, XP, or otherwise economy into their pockets.
Well, Gold Sub obviously does enable some of these higher cost boards, and we're seeing a few people picking up the Arbiters, trying to put in the Leonas, that Vanguard AP Flex line. We've seen it fall short when they just simply run out of funds. You get to level 9, and you're trying to upgrade your Blitz, you're trying to upgrade your Sona, your Bard, and it's just so expensive. So I think Gold Sub definitely should make those potential lines a little bit easier, as we see also the likes of Slamming, likes of Cluttered Mind, a few players already thinking of Fast 9.
I like that from Arzu, trying to make his board as weak as possible, trying to fight for best in the slot Jax items for a 3-2 spike is what he's really thinking about. So going for the full loss streak for now makes a lot of sense.
Para does have Anima as well, so we saw him rolling for the Primordians, actually did hit the Anima as well, so Arzu even more incentivized to try play spoiler.
It looks like it's Varus pretty much across the board here. Toon will sneak in there to grab a little bit more HP, but interesting to see how things develop. Both Para and Arzu, the ones lost streaking for the time being. Remember, Para has got Anima activated from very early on and is stacking up Trade Sector as well.
Does someone grief this? That's the big question. The difference in expected results if you get griefed in stage, especially end of stage 2, start of stage 3, to if you're just able to freely get your entire loss streak going, is pretty insane. We'll see if anyone wants to be the hero in this lobby.
I think it's difficult for anybody to do so. When you look at Arzub in the loss streak, he's not going to sell his Stargazer units. The Lulu and the Jaxes, they can't leave. So it is quite difficult to do so. And you look across the rest of the lobby, a lot of players trying to print these Leonas, or players near the top are just win streaking. So potentially Para will get a bit of a free hit here at playing for loss streak.
I have to wonder, particularly, for the players who are on the higher points total, just hoping for to get as good a game as possible. For players who are low points total, they may not have the bandwidth to be able to do anything about it at all. We'll keep a close eye on how things develop, of course. Looks like Arzub's kept the loss streak intact, and Para as well. One more round to go to see if they can run it all the way through. Of course, on the opposite end of the table, we've got Dasik and Wet Jungler. They're both running the win streak for the lobby as well, so pretty heavily divided top and bottom.
Yeah, Wet Jungler just a very strong board here with the Bastion +1. A lot of traits activated this early on, and just enough backline damage with the Samira pair and the Ornn pair as well. This could be a pretty scary stage 3 board if he manages to find any of these 2 upgrades.
Does tag Para, so Para will be getting his free 5 loss, so far so good, but didn't have it in since 2-1, so not the most straightforward anime game, even though we've seen it perform very, very well. Dasik and Jungler, our 2 win streakers. Jungler got the free hit. Dasik not so much here, coming up against a pretty difficult board from Slim Shady. Trying his best for Dasik, but does drop down, so it doesn't keep the 5 streak this time around.
That leaves Wet Jungler as the only one in control of the win streak. And I believe both Para and Arzub successfully dodged each other this stage, so they keep their loss streaks going. Particularly important, of course, for Para, our Arbiter, or successful Arbiter player. Instead, Dasik just going to be as strong as he could do. Gets a little betrayed, but doing okay, if not the best.
It looks like Dasik is actually reforging or rolling his Rage Blade potentially. I'm not sure. He has Pandora's. Maybe just opted to slam it for stage 2 because it's a strong stage 2 slam, and then just roll it into anything and decide his game plan after that.
Yeah, it feels like as soon as the streak was lost, he's like, okay, now I'll figure out what I'm doing, which kind of indicates where he's at, where tempo was the main thing for him, thinking when you're getting something like a Kaiser 2 coming through, that you will be able to keep that streak going. So we'll have to keep an eye on where Dasik does take the game, because he clearly leaving himself very, very open here. But Jungler keeping that streak going, a player that we kind of know is going to be playing this Samira online. So a few players already very much committed to their roots.
Yeah, we're looking very, very good indeed. Slim Shady is one we haven't really looked at as of yet. We have got the makings here, or the units even as well, for the Primordians and the Jinx. We've certainly seen from before that this will be a decent top 4 comp. He is on 22 points, so I can't really blame him for wanting to just take a route which at least he knows is somewhat safe.
No commitment just yet because of the salvage bin. I think he's going to wait and see what kind of 3-2 augments he's offered. If he's offered something that can really allow him to spike on the Jinx reroll, I think he's going to be quite happy to go down that line and just play for a top 4, currently at 22 points. But if he's not offered anything that really synergizes well with what Jinx wants to do, which is bully every board in stage 3, he might just try and pivot into something else with salvage bin.
Yeah, and coming up against Revan, who did have this early Arbiter, has picked up an early LeBlanc. We saw already had a Victor 2 off the Cluttered Mind, so difficult for the Jinx losing that particular round. As you said, you do want to pick up these rounds early on. Jungler just barely keeps his streak. Did level to 6 as well, so clearly aware that didn't have the strongest board and only just got away with it.
Silver augments. You have to check out Arzub as well as he picks up his augment, because he will be rolling for that Jax stability and potentially a win streak now from Arzub coming through.
Yeah, we remember, of course, this is Fountain that we're working with today, so that will be stacking power for that Jax as long as he can stay alive long enough. We did see in the previous day that the Jax a little unreliable if he doesn't have that kind of safety valve of the Edge of Night and other similar items. We'll see what Arzub decides to go with here, because certainly he's got the infinite scaling power locked down.
Not quite the item slams he was hoping for. Does have 4 copies of Jax, so they didn't have to roll 2G for that, which is, I think, a great thing because you want to roll for obviously the Jax 3 spike and the Pantheon 3 spike, and then later on the Lulu spike as well. So you don't want to dig, under 20 gold just to hit that Jax 2 in this case.
And able to pick up the Maokai too for free while doing so allows you to slow down even more. So fairly confident you'll, if not win rounds in stage 3, at least get good losses, but does pick up a pretty routine win here against Zulanak. Parrot on the other side, we had that quick glimpse. Primordian was on the board alongside the Anima, avoided the scare in the early game of Azu as the potential spoiler. I don't think now anybody will be in the position to full open on him, but you never know. We've seen players do it in even more wild spots.
I mean, certainly a lot of people do not have that much of a streak to worry about at this point. Only Wet Jungler controlling the win streak entirely, Para the loss streak, and only Daisy somewhere caught in the middle with a decent amount of HP left in the tank. It's interesting what we've got going so far. We were talking about Daisy just trying to run the strongest board from before. For the time being, that seems to be Rogue. Again, much like the style which Ben you talked about before, David, has got that flexibility with the Pandoras.
We're seeing a lot of messages being sent by some of our competitors in terms of their augment pickups and where they're planning to go with these, with their game plans. In the case of Revan here, double econ now, Laking Specialist as well, so definitely going to try and play for fast and AP, which I think he has to. He's on 10 points. He needs to play for a first in some capacity. If it's not Anima, then it has to be just full econ into trying to high roll a fast 9 5-cost board later on in stage 5. And one more player to touch on is Para, our Anima player. He picked up Find Your Center, so very likely will be playing into the Mighty Mega, I have to imagine.
Yeah, certainly will. And for the time being as well, it allows him to guarantee the loss. It's a tile he can just ignore. No immediate combat strength if he gets to that point. But as you said, we saw that glimpse on the other side of Revan, and he is on 10 points, so he has to play this way. But in a pretty good spot. Level 7 already, sitting on a bunch of gold on his board. Already has the 5 Shepherds, so should be in a pretty strong position to get to that level 9 and assemble that board. And it does need to play this way. It has to play this game risky.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least he certainly hasn't dropped HP in the same way that players like Para have, down to 34. Well, of course, Revan is picking up the Leona 3. The Leona printing definitely proving to be very powerful so far. I think Revan, honestly, in a pretty darn good spot right now. It seems like we're back to the Shepherd. No emblem for Shepherd 7 or anything like that, but I think in terms of the items and units we've got, I think you can be feeling pretty good about this.
And I come down to the item component drops on the 3-5 PV as well, in terms of if it's going to fit his AP game plan. And mostly if you can find a good backliner to accompany this Leona to make this stage 4 less stressful. I don't think Revan wants to go into that, level to 9 on 1 life and have to, fix out everything on the board in just 1 turn. If you can use this Leona 3 front line and then just some kind of backline damage to win some of the fights in stage 4, that would be huge.
Yeah, it definitely feels like one of the easier comps to not have to do everything in 1 turn. You do keep a lot of these units. You keep the likes of Alawi, some of these Shepherd units. You can slowly run 5 until you drop down. So, as you said, it should be quite easy for Revan to see this game out once he gets there. And picking up a free round there against Para, that's what he wants to see. He just wants to save as much HP as possible. So sitting in a really nice position. But Jungler, after that early win streak, has now lost his previous 2 rounds. Didn't, unfortunately for himself, pick up the Samira or the Ornn 2, despite having these pairs quite early on. And I think he would have been hoping to kind of keep applying this pressure to the lobby, but still also in a fairly comfortable position.
He branched out and found himself a Psionic Emblem, which is the interesting spot to be in. We'll see if he's able to make anything of that for the time being, but the board decent enough. Back for a second.
Day 6 said, you know what? I was a hero against Volta. I can be the hero again. I'll win the people's heart. As the #1 rat in EMEA, he breaks the streak on Para here. Not able to reach the cash out, and Para's on 21 health already, so it's going to be pretty scary, especially on stage 4, to try and get that 400 cash out.
Just a disaster of a spot to be in. You can see how deflated he is. I thought he'd navigated the most difficult spot of the game, but there's always somebody that has something in mind. Dasic, our Pandora's player, you can maybe think, okay, he's not going to fully sell his board. He's makes it quite difficult. He has to get his slams coming through afterwards. But no, Dasic saved the lobby potentially, and Para now is going to have to try win a few rounds potentially, or lose one more. But definitely makes his game a lot harder.
I do like that immediately he's moving up to, he's got up to 8, he's starting to get his units in place very quickly and efficiently with all of these banked rerolls he's been saving all game long. I like that, at least that his board is decently strong while still keeping the anima active.
See if you can hit the Acel 2 in particular. There's a Karma pair as well, so some pretty good shops all in all for Para. Potentially, there's some upside to this as well, the delay in the cash outs. He can maybe synergize with his augment pickup as well, and having full information if he cashes out on the 4-2 round. There's a Mighty Mech 2 as well.
Pretty big. All right, so Barry, from this kind of spot here, we're talking about Para being able to limp maybe across the line to 400, but how much of a difference is it going to make to his final finish here that he didn't manage to get the cash out when he needed to?
Well, we've seen if you can either get to 500, it's almost a guarantee, or if you're 400 with an extra life, very, very nice position to be in, because sometimes you do need those extra few rounds. Thankfully for Para, we pointed out the shops were pretty good there, so he should be able to get himself to 400 still, and then doesn't have an awful lot to do. He's got a lot of the units waiting in the wings to go in. We can see the Rast is waiting there, the likes of Morgana also. So isn't the worst spot, and the shops have been quite generous to him. And just hopefully he can tag one of our Fast 9 players, I think, and he can get himself over the line.
That's the biggest concern. This 4-2 turn when everyone's going to spike. He just faced Revenant at the end of stage 3 as well, who's that one player who I think we know is going to be Fast 9 for sure. We're seeing players like Dasic who were quite happy to break the streak for Para, knowing that their board didn't really matter too much. They're just going to almost full open and roll for the Zaya board now on 4-2. So missing the Nunu. Oh, there it is.
There we go. Yeah, big upgrade. I mean, Dasic, to be fair to Dasic, who was on his own huge loss streak, so definitely serving more than one master in that particular return. I mean, he's certainly got enough to turn his loss streak around that we can see across the rest of the field. 2-star Corki coming from Wet Jungler. Arzu very close to hitting the Jax 3. Remember, this is the hero Jax, so Arzu currently on a streak at the top and is about to get stronger as well.
Looking out for Zool.
Lost streak broken.
Oh, not much to really be happy about for Zoe, considering he has rolled down to 0 gold on level 8. So, and it's still missing a lot of key upgrades. I think it's the case for quite a few of our players. Other than Wet Jungler, maybe with the reinforcement pickup, he's guaranteed to have his key forecast already upgraded.
Yeah, Zool, one of the many players contesting similar front lines, so a lot of players looking for the likes of Nunu. It makes it very difficult. Para did lose that round, but did have the life to do so drops down to 10 HP now, and was able to get that 400 cash that he was digging for. But has hit some of his upgrades. We know that his board was already pretty strong. Didn't actually cash out yet, so didn't have... Unfortunately, still has not got over the line, David.
I'm looking at a 2-item Acel, 2-item mech, and I'm pretty sure he has not cashed out yet. It's looking very weird for this stage in what an anima board should look like on 4-3. He is facing a relatively weak player in terms of not having hit the Jax 3 or the Lulu 3 or the Panther 3 really any upgrade at all for Arzu, which could be the saving grace here for Para. It's just barely crawling over the finish line, making it to above 400. We see the smile finally does come out.
The wink as well
and
coming through.
UK fans
was the wink of Dasic?
Breathe again.
I think it was.
All calculated. All calculated.
He's a
Little
showman.
sketch,
He's a
he got
showman.
Possibly the best matchup he could have got. One off almost everything for the Jax reroll player. So Para now has the potential to turn this game around. We'll have to stick with him to see exactly what this cash out can be. But a player that did kind of need to play this way, not on the highest points coming in, lower down in the standings, And not flustered by the grief by Dasic there. Has still approached the game in the right way. 4-1 did that roll down to stabilize and able to just save a little bit of HP. We'll see now if he is rewarded.
Just to build on your point about Para's position right now, he's on 15 points, which is the tie-breaking point for elimination of the game, end of game 6. So every point he can gain is one that pulls him further away from the brink. Let's see what we've got. We've got duplicators. Plenty, probably not what he was hoping for.
Especially now after having already a 3-item Ace Hole, makes things a little bit, or a 3-item Mighty Mech rather, makes things a little bit awkward here. Having just the floating Warmog and no 3rd item onto the Ace Hole.
Yeah, he did immediately slam the Gargo when he loaded in, and then he reforged his Anima cash out. So maybe should have waited just to see. Obviously, then you can leave those components open, but should hopefully be strong enough for the timing. But coming up against TV on the other side, who already has a bard too and is starting to assemble this board, but this front line is lacking a little bit.
And we were talking before about how we've seen several players with some very late game focus here in this gold subscription lobby. We're seeing some of that starting to appear before our eyes, but I think for the time being, Para on 16 HP is able to hold on. We'll see how much further he can go. He's got Tuned just above him on 19 HP, so 8th place still very much an open question for this lobby.
It was a really big Soraka God Offering pickup as well on the stage 4 carousel round because of the extra HP he got, right? 10 HP could have been potentially just 1 life, even in stage 4. But now at 16, you feel a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more safe.
Yeah, certainly should feel a little bit more safe. Check in here with Azio, who has now started to hit some of this board. However, sitting on the Lulu behind, closing in on Milio. Jackson can get stuck on a frontliner, and we see potentially the case here is coming up against Jungler, who, with those additional Bastions plus 2s, has a very beefy board.
We do get to see, though, what happens when the Jax doesn't get focused down too quickly. He's got the Edge of Night, not the healing built in necessarily. He does scale up ridiculously. The Fountain keeps him alive.
Holy.
Staying up. What a monster.
And this is a dream when you play Jax Hero. This is the exact fight you are hoping for. 9 out of 10 times. Doesn't end this way. Your Jax just dies. Start of the fight. The Corki blows him up. But sometimes, if you're Arzu and you really believe, we get to see magic like this.
Yeah, and just barely ekes that one out. Toon, though, dropping down to 7 HP. So one of our legendary Fast 9 players. Such an expensive board to try assemble on a 6 loss streak. Looks like he's potentially facing elimination. Even though he got that early bard, when you're contesting this Vanguard frontline and there's Stargazer players in the lobby as well as multiple other players always fishing for the likes of Blitz, it makes it very, very difficult to guarantee you can put together this board.
And one of the players who are putting down the pressure from the top slims, Shady, is spent all of his money to try and make sure that his Jinx board is about as strong as it can be. You can see that we've got our 2 top players very close to hitting their 3-star 2 costs. So while all of these other players are trying to scramble for endgame boards, they've still got to deal with players who are very close to a sudden injection of power themselves.
There's one of the baits with Gold Sub as well. When you maybe think you have enough econ to make it to Fast 9, but it's just not quite enough to really hit up all your key upgrades. We're seeing here for Toon TV a 6 loss streak. This is one of the most just disappointing ways for this game to end, where he just isn't going to have that satisfying board, that Fast 9 that we expected and hoped for.
It's a difficult position to turn around from as well, because you came into this one not on the highest possible points, and you've had a game plan which, as you've said, you think, okay, I can get to 9. Potentially here, though, the Bard has been stuck in that Archangel long enough where you can maybe still cling to life, but does drop down, just lacking that little bit extra front line, and will be falling out here into 8th place, and difficult to reset going into the last game after when you think you have a clear direction. But as we see, Revan, a lot of players angling the same unit.
Yeah, it's very tough to be in. Again, Toon on the break point coming into this game of elimination. That could well be the end of his tournament run just off of this game. But Riven, 5 points behind, needs an absolute miracle of a game. At least he's finding most of his units. Zulanak, of course, a little bit farther up with the Vanguards and a lot of the one-star versions of what he's looking for.
These are the saddest front lines I've ever seen. The Paris Mighty Mech might just be able to hold strong simply because elsewhere people are really lacking the upgrades. We're seeing it here. Zul, one of our players that, yeah, he's got a bit more combat power coming through from his augments, but has meant that he's had to stay level 8. Got a lot of damage dealers behind though, but can his front line hold strong? Coming up against this Stargazer line, I think he maybe will just have enough here. We'll have to see. That Xayah has been ramping up for the whole fight, but Zul stays alive for the time being.
And all the players that were in the bot 4 in this round are all playing some variation of AP Flex, whereas players like White Jungler, Uncontested on Corki has hit absolutely everything despite not really having that much econ augment. That's just the reinforcement on 4-2. Similar for Daysik, for example, with the Xayah, uncontested lines, and they're able to hit their 4 cost for free, whereas everyone else is just scrounging for, you know, any copy of Acel, any copy of Blitzcrank.
I think even though Jungler's been able to hit it for free, it's kind of showing that Corki alone is not going to be enough to deal with some of these boards, and his Riven isn't going to be putting out a lot of damage. Yes, he has the 4 Bastion on top of it, but we're seeing Corki struggling here as he's on a 3 loss.
Yeah, no, I'm really shocked with the double Bastion Emblem. You think that you'd be able to be covered defensively well enough to get more DPS out, but we'll see if the front line can hold. I mean, certainly Daysik with a Xayah, you know, not with the Jhin as the backup quite as yet, but the spread damage should be good enough to cut through a lot of these front lines quite quickly, and you got the, you know, a huge amount of scaling kicking in as well across the board. I think White Jungler should be getting run over here pretty badly. And I think you're absolutely right. The damage just wasn't there for Jungler.
And I think the thing is as well, he's coming up against Rage Blades, Archangels across the board, and Corki just isn't going to be scaling into these fights. So Corki, unfortunately, just falling a little flat here for Jungler.
The matchmaking was also quite poor. Jungler has faced pretty much the peak of players he could have faced in these last few rounds in terms of right when they spiked or right when they hit all of their upgrades as well, where there was a lot of very weak, especially front lines that were very weak and kind of much freer rounds where with the amount of burst that Cork and Riven has, if there's a weak front line, you can just burst through and take some very easy wins in stage 4.
Slim Shady has been quietly working its way through. The Jinx board does seem like it is dropping off, even with the Varus boost to the power. We've got the Kindred there as an additional damage source, but even against the Ghost version of Wet Jungler's board, I think this might be one of the matchups that we might see the Corki be able to deal with. We'll see. Certainly it's a slightly weaker version of the board with the Ghost friends in place. As the Jinx snipes out the backline, that's exactly what needs to happen.
And that's what Jungler going down. In my experience playing Jinx, this is the one matchup that actually is quite favorable in stage 4. You just have enough bursting on the Rammus usually, and then you can push it to the back line. Compared to anything else, I think Corki, even when Corki was very strong a few patches ago, Jinx, I was able to beat the Corki boards quite often in stage 4.
As we move to the end of stage 5 with another elimination in place, still want to bring our attention to Para on a 7-round win streak. You know, really pulling himself back from the brink after being griefed before is now perhaps the biggest threat in the lobby. As Zulanak will go up against Slim Shady, this could well be an elimination.
Yeah, Zulanak has been able to slowly put together this board. He struggled in stage 4 to really get the front line going. He's had a few more rounds to get there, but we're seeing on this 2 loss, one of our players will be potentially going down here. And for Slim Shady, this board has not been able to go too far, but 2 eliminations in a row for the Jinx reroll puts it in contention to clinch a top 4, which it struggled to do throughout the day.
I was definitely worried. I talked about this Jinx comp, especially in Gold Sub, being a risky pick, but Slim has just barely managed to navigate that fine line of tempo where he was very strong, very healthy coming to stage 4. Coming to stage 5, he took a lot of hits, but he's still alive. As long as he can outplace Para or Daysik and end up in the top 4 position, I think he's going to be quite happy, especially with the points he had coming into this game 5.
Oh, for sure. In great tournament position on 22. Do want to take a second to recognize Arzu on 26. Again, one of our tournament leaders up to the top of the tables. Got a win streak, has got close to completing another 3-star as well. Dasic does manage to hit the couple of Jins, maybe even a Jin too if he gets very lucky. And he does get very lucky to put together his final ball because he's not got anything else left in the tank. Finds the Blitzcrank as well. Dasic has been showing us across the tournament so far. He will fight back from the brink. The opportunity has arrived.
Red buff, so good on Xayah here. Even if he has Sunfire already, decides to pick up the red buff onto the Xayah and transfer over the Rageblade, I have to imagine.
Revan, though, level 10. So our protagonist of EMEA, often the case. We knew he had this fast 9 line on lock, and he hit these 5+ so early that he's been able to econ up and make his way all the way to level 10. So Para, despite getting this Anima cash out, yes, it was griefed, it wasn't the biggest one, and therefore not able to contest with the likes of Revan, who has just put together this Exodia board and does fall away now for Para, not even cracking that top 4.
Really impressive game from Revan. I mean, just extremely clean game plan. Having the Leona 3, knowing you're going to have some stability because of that in stage 4. You can play for that riskier fast 9. The same way that we saw the front lines melting and some of the fast 9 players ending up in the bot 4 because of it, like Zulanash, for example, in Toon TV. Revan had that issue fixed already coming to stage 4 and stage 5. He's been able to greed the max value on Cluttered Mind to not just have it give you econ till 8 and then just sell everything and have an empty bench. Instead, push all the way into level 10. This could be Revan's game to win.
I mean, he's got everything he could ask for. Bard 2, Vex 2, Blitz 2, Sunna 2, Nunu 2. Everything he could possibly get on this board. As we look at Slim Shady, again, a player who has been playing for top 4 this whole game through on 22 points, which is towards the top of the table. You can see he is doing well against Dasic's more surprisingly good. But I think just with the Jin 2 online, it's never going to go any further. So Dasic makes it into top 3.
And as far as that board tends to go for Slim Shady, mission accomplished. We've seen it struggle, but top 4, not too bad at all. I think as we touched on, some of these players have reached absolute Exodia status. You cannot expect to compete when you're on these reroll lines. And Slim Shady, I think, will be quite content with that. Finishing ahead of the likes of Para and the likes of Zool, who really did have a lot more going for them, it felt like. So, not too bad. And as we said, got our top 3 here, but Revan really is looking like the raid boss.
I think only really Dasic is going to have something to say up against Revan. I think Revan's going to have too much frontline for Arzu's board and the Jax to deal with. But it will be Dasic versus Arzu for now. No tanks in front of the Xayah and the Jin. I wonder if the Xayah has any chance. I guess not really with snipers to move up, but we do see some frontliners moving on to Arzu's backline. It's really all about Jax. Can the Jax get unstuck, or is he going to just continue bashing this Tom Kench for the entirety of the fight?
He's just sending his card saying, this is what I'm supposed to be doing all round, right?
Good job, Jax. You tried your hardest.
I mean, to be fair, Arzu, of all the players remaining, is the one that can afford to go out in third the most between them. Revan, 10 points. Dasic has twice his points at this moment, and Arzu even more. I mean, this would be an absolute red letter day for Revan if he can stick the landing, and it's seeming like everything's pointing towards he can.
I mean, it didn't look like it, but his lesser frontliners did some work there. The Jax and the Aatrox were just chipping away on the Milio, and once that backline damage did fall away, that was actually enough to get him over the line. So a little bit of appreciation for some of our forgotten heroes.
I've been trying to go level 11, 40 gold still to work with. As maxed out his potential, we'll see how he can cap his board any higher. But this, I think, will be the real test for this game number 5. Revan versus Dasic. Both players are on 1 life. So Revan, any fight RNG goes away, that could be it in this round even. Frontline is holding on for a long time thanks to that Twin Guardian setup from Dasic. Is this going to be enough for the Bard here? The JG setup, not really the best itemization usually for the Bard, and it will be a loss here for Revan, down to 1 life.
Arzu is out, so he takes his 26 points and adds 6 more for Dasic and for Revan. All is up for grabs for Revan.
No!
He really needs the first place.
If Dasic rats another 3-star legendary, we are going to have a serious talk with this guy. We need our content, please. Come on, Revan. No, oh my god, please. Do not show me a Vex in Basic Shop or I will cry.
I don't want to see it. I'd rather they never showed us.
Oh my god. Back-to-back games. Okay, he is now the real villain of EMEA. Viewers.
He's even laughing about it. That is cold-blooded.
No.
Revan
This
just
is not
walks
okay.
away from this one. Says, you know what? That's enough for me. But for Dasik, he doesn't know the meaning of mercy. He will rip through the board. Dasik takes the first place. Revan will have to settle for second. And just 8 out of 9 is not good enough.
And Dasik is looking very smug there, you can see. And that's going to be a boost for the mental after back-to-back being able to get the sneaky little rat coming through and holding those 5 costs and denying the content. I don't know if you should have paid attention to that. We're wanting the content on the desk. You gotta let him hit it at least once. But Dasik delivered that game and really put together an Exodia board.
I do hope Dasik, if he is streaming, he has his chat hidden at all times, because Revan fans, they've come at other players before once he has been denied a win like this. I imagine they'll come at Dasik as well, but this is part of being a villain. You have to take the flag later on as well.
No, I absolutely think we're going into Dasik's villain era. Certainly from hearing him, talking about it before, he seems to have no care whatsoever to how he is perceived by the other people around him. And when you're getting results like he is getting, I think you've just got to lean into what you do best, which is crushing hopes and dreams across the field. We are going to jump into another lobby that's still ongoing, where we can see we've got a very heavy German contingent towards the top.
And I see something maybe even more impactful, at least for the bigger picture of this tournament. G2 double, 8th place in game 5. I believe he was on 15 points coming into this. This might be the first time in the history of TFT that double is not going to be competing in the top 32 of a regional finals. I think it's the 14th regional finals that I guess he does make it. This is still week 1, but it is still regionals. But he might not be playing in the top 32 for the first time ever in his career, which is a crazy thing to say out loud.
And obviously, potentially as well, that would mean if he doesn't make it through, dropping out of TPC, a player of such a storied history, the main character of EMEA, quite frankly. Everybody's known how good double has done. So to be showing that this set has not really materialized for him, and his last 3 games, they've really fell apart. We're getting where he went 8th, 7th, 8th, and can be difficult even for the greats to turn around from that.
Just want to reinforce what you're saying there, David, about double's history there. Just checking his finishes across, just to make sure 100% certain of that one. Yeah, I don't think he's even finished below 12 at a regional before. So this is crazy. From the last 2 regionals, he was 2nd and then 3rd place between KO Coliseum and Lore and Legends. So very, I think, a shocking moment to have happened here, just casually on this game. I'm glad we at least got to see it for ourselves, but the German players are scooping up all the points. Hypno as well on the win streak. And everyone's trying for everything they can.
A really cool board here from Hypno, having to work through a ton of extra artifacts as well as extra emblems and make a cohesive game plan out of it on a 6-win streak right now. So it seems like he is taking over this lobby. We'll see what Sasa can do. Still both players, Chengyang and Sasa, still on 2 lives, so Hypno has some work cut out for him.
He's trying to print the Mighty Mech. That's what Zaza is trying to do. So there's a Mighty Mech in the shop here for Hypno, so maybe he should be locking to hold on to this. We don't know exactly how close Zaza is, if he does have any on the board, but that, I suppose, is one thing worth keeping an eye on. But was one off printing it anyway, so it didn't matter. And Zaza did have a solution lined up, and we joined in at the perfect time to see what it was.
This is what happens when Dasik is not in your lobby. There is no one to be a villain. There's no one to stop these shenanigans coming out from Sasa.
Wow. I mean, that's a pretty big deal for him as well. On 16 points. Again, coming to this one, around 15 points was where the cutoff was to get eliminated at the end of today. So for Sasa, guaranteeing, or pretty much guaranteeing, that first place is going to be so meaningful. This is the best time for it to have happened.
And just makes quick work of the board. Not a struggle at all for this 7 meeple Mighty Mech reroll composition, as I'll be naming it in the sheet later.
Does Hypno survive? If
Mighty
so,
Meeps.
Hypno's gonna have to sell his board and try and go for some kind of 3-star 5 cost to have any chance of winning this. Mighty Mech is the strongest 3-star 4 cost in the game. And Hypno says, that's too much work. I'm on 24 points. I'll take my second.
You can
Roll up
have
game
more
6.
resources.
He's looking at his 3 copies of Graves and saying, you know what, Graves, maybe next time, buddy.
He's doing it for me because when they sell the board, then I don't know what they've played. So this is just for the he knows there's nothing he can hit. He's like, I won't ruin the I'm playing Kindred. I'll end on Kindred. You know, just letting everybody know.
Maybe he'll try and hypnotize the Mighty Mech to turn on Sasa in this last fight. I believe.
All right, well, let's see if it works. I mean, Sasa, again, we talked to him yesterday. He seemed very humble about the whole thing of coming in as a last-second substitute for the tournament itself. While today hasn't necessarily gone the way he would have hoped for, based on what we saw
Kinda close.
on the playing stage. Yeah, it's a little closer than we hoped for, but
It
still,
almost went under
Sasa
half.
takes it. He's the mighty Meep, and he will stay alive for a little bit longer.
We need a one individual copy of Dasik in every lobby, just with a police uniform, a whistle. Just nope. Hey, break this anima streak.
Dasic
off this
printer.
podcast
We can,
restart.
if we can print enough Dasics and distribute them around, then there'll be no more fun. It'll be just completely stopped.
I think I've heard that maybe there'll be a Dasic encounter coming in for future sets. Who can say, really? But with that game done, that will mean that our round is basically officially, done and dusted. So we need to go check in with our analyst sets for Trouble Inc. and Kenobi to see what else has been happening and to catch up on how things are going to be looking heading into the last part of the day.
Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Counterfeit. Fantastic cast. I'm Trouble Link, and over here is Kenobi with me. Okay, shall we take a moment first to celebrate the fact that there was no rat in this final lobby, and we saw a 3-star 4 cost, at least.
Yeah, because Dasic has been on a tear when stopping his opponents from hitting their legendaries back-to-back in a 1v1, protracted 1v1 battle. Every time finds the missing legendary, keeps it hidden for a while, and then lost in the despair of his opponent every time. What a Chad.
It's kind of like a Disney villain story where the villain actually wins, but the hero doesn't know the villain has already won. And then they sell their entire board trying to scramble about, get that 3-star. And it was just never going to happen to begin with. You had already lost before you even began. But let's take it all the way back to the previous game we just watched, where Revan pulls off a 2nd place. But how important was that for that entire situation? Revan at the very bottom of the leaderboard, the bottom 8 get cut out today. You do not get a chance to get further points tomorrow. So let's talk about Revan, and you called it a little bit of a Cinderella story. So I want to give you the floor here about this one.
Not a Cinderella story, a Cinderella story chaser. It seems like he never, he always needs to be on the verge of getting eliminated to start getting insane results, and that's happening again. Yesterday there was a story at the Tactician's crown. That was the story for the previous TPC. That was the story. It's just, I can't make it up. It just keeps happening over and over, and without any transition due to the desynced nature of the lobbies. We are heading straight into game. So Trouble, it's just going to be you and me for now.
That's right.
Looking at this early game with a lot of economy already, because I'm seeing so many 3 costs and a duplicator on Royston's bench.
Yep, and if we're enjoying this game too much, we're not letting the other ones back in. We're just going to take this game hostage, Kenobi, just you and me. Cruising through that last game of the day. Of course, we're going to keep a super close eye to the lower point earners in this particular lobby. We've got a lot of them middle of the pack, just about outside that cutoff. We're talking about Skipeus around the 22 and Kesman in particular on those 17 points. And our stargazer for this particular game is going to be Mountain, and our gods are going to be Yasuo and Soraka.
Yeah, and with so many 3 costs to start with, so many boxes, all the players have a ton of options in what they want to choose. And here we get to see maybe the Expedition, the slightly magic roll was favored, but now that we've seen a reroll, we are waiting for a while. Might also be a play to deny the augment from everyone, because of this, since this patch, Expedition is unique. So as long as he's holding it, nobody can get it.
All right, and you know what else is unique? The situation we're in, because we're going to introduce back in the casters that will take you through a last game of the day. So Counterfeit, Barry, and Impetuous Panda, take it away.
Thank you so much, Trouble and Kenobi. I think we're a little caught off guard by how swiftly things are heading towards conclusion here in day one of week one. The main event is almost done. The first eliminations are almost here. I'm back again with our good friends Impetuous Panda and Barry Bannon. Let's see what these players have got for us one last time today.
I have to think about Latent Forge pickup from both Sproyson and Lusher. This is always one of the, I think, more warping silver augments. You can't really play around an artifact you haven't opened the anvil of until 3-5. So I'm curious to see what Lusher and Sproyson consider their game plan to be in stage 2 and 3 particular leading up to that moment.
Yeah, definitely feels like it doesn't init some of those artifacts. You don't want to commit too early because they can then enable certain compositions, but it does arrive so late, it does make it more difficult. We had a glimpse there of one of the magic rolls delivering a spatula, so coming through. So a lot of players here. Motive on the 8 out of 9 for the Nasus already, so interesting spots some players are already in.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some of these games just work out that way, don't we? So, again, just to kind of recap everything as to where we are. Apologies, we were coming in a little bit late to this one. So, Mountain start for Stargazer, 3-cost start, and for most of our players in this lobby, very closely adhered to each other in terms of points overall. So, this should be a real barn burner to end out today.
There aren't really any crazy silver augment pickups here on 2-1 outside of the 2 Latent Forges, I think, in terms of transformative game plans just yet. We'll have to see the 3-2 augment, what we get there, if it's going to be gold or prismatic potentially, and how much variance that adds to the game. But now, all of a sudden, a very, very strong board for Kesman. A Jax 2 this early on. Doesn't have the best slam for it, with only the Sunfire available here. We'll see if he wants to opt for that and try and turn this into a win streak.
I think he'll wait to see who's loading in, but maybe the fact he's already dropped a round isn't too enticed to slam that through. Does have the early Milio though, so in terms of with the Mountain starting to get that going, starting to pick up a few of those units for the potential Stargazer board, and sitting pretty. But on the other side here, Shredding already has an On and already has a Samira, so in terms of players that are maybe getting a little bit of direction already, a player that will keep an eye out.
Yes, we have been a little disappointed at times about what's coming out from the Samira things, but with this kind of start, I can't imagine you're feeling too bad about anything. So Sproyson and Lusher, and Motive, of course, with the ludicrous amount of Nasus, keeping their streaks going. Let's see. Looks like Sproyson and Motive will keep it persisting. Soraka, and of course, the ever-popular Yasuo Hexes.
Curious to see what some of our lower point players in this lobby opt for from a bigger picture standpoint of their game plans. The cutoff is expected to be around, I guess, 25 points. 24 historically, I think, has been the cutoff for this day one of week one. So the players that are at 17, 16, 18 still have a chance to make it, despite it being very hard. Someone like Double we talked about at the end of the last round, and Revan, of course, that we saw playing for that second place. On the flip side, there are also going to be players like Bensak, who are fairly far ahead, who are thinking about maybe finishing this tournament up in 8 games and want to try and play for a strong result as well in this game 6.
Yeah, it feels like, as we touched on when we loaded in, no one in this lobby really could adrift. Kesman, 17 points, certainly the player that maybe has to play the riskiest to try to leapfrog his way up the standings, but I think already a player with a really good spot. So actually, in terms of players that do need a big result, certainly one that is coming into this game with a nice setup at least.
I love having something like a slightly magic die there when you need to high roll the heck out of your start. And absolutely,
we love gambling.
That so far.
the players are always clicking the variance every time. We see it time and time again, even in the highest stakes, competitive setting. The Call to Chaos, the dice, they just too tempted by them.
It's the call of what's possible for our players, particularly in a situation like this where things haven't necessarily been going their way all day long. Jump back in with Ben Select, though, as I said, our lobby leader. Definitely, as you said, they were with a chance in with a good enough final game to head into tomorrow in the position to play potentially just 2 more games and get promoted to week 2 and guarantee his placement in the pro circuit.
I'm surprised Benzak's on a 3-loss streak. Am I the only one looking at this board and wondering?
Looking at that Maokai, I'm thinking
It's a Maokai 2. I mean, Jinx 1 still, but I mean, I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, you would assume that the very few balls can actually get through that front line, but maybe you just loaded in. So we'll have to give the benefit of the doubt that maybe you didn't have it the entire stage. But a lot of players are looking pretty strong. We see here Motive already having 2 very good slams on top of this Lulu. Elsewhere in the lobby, we're seeing some of our win streakers with a lot of upgrades coming in the front line, and I think maybe we're seeing a pretty strong early game being put together just across the field.
Yeah, a pile on the other side there. Patience is virtue. Making sure that he was going to stack up later on for some of those powerful rerolls. But as we come out of stage 2, Bryson, Motive, both on 22, 23 points each, more or less middle of the pack. Both of them managing to hold onto their full win streaks.
I'm surprised picking up the Victor 2 as well. So bear in mind, this is one of our Latent Forge players. So Artifact is coming down the line. You don't expect to be win streaking. You're kind of saying, I'm getting power later than everybody else. But Gragas 2, Victor 2 early on, having a JG to slam on top of the Victor, a player that's just going to be tempo all the way through stage 3. And we actually saw a similar setup with the Victor last time for Revan, being able to get you to that level 9. So potentially a player on a similar route.
And both Latent Forge players have committed to AP, both with JG's slams. Early ace will hit for Lusher as well, so really nice little pickup there at the start of stage 3. There are scenarios and worlds in which you get only kind of AD and melee artifacts from your anvil on stage 3. Hopefully that's not the case for Royce and for Lusher once they do open up that anvil.
I think that's part of the consequence of just playing in this portal, but you're going to have to take some sort of risk that you could low roll like crazy. At least hopefully you end up with a Reforger to help you out of a similar kind of spot going forwards from this one. We'll see. So Bryson will continue to slam up against the Motive. Our 2 win streaking players up against each other, both with very solid boards.
Overall, I'm seeing a very AP-centric lobby forming up here in stage 3. We saw the dangers of that. I think everyone's assessing the same front line, the same backline units. We're going to have 2 or 3 players in stage 4 who just have a fairly unsatisfying board and end up dropping out early. We'll see that'll be the case with maybe someone like Scipeus on a 5-loss streak now. He was holding the Patience of Virtue options for both the Cho'Gath reroll, but actually no, that was Apollo rather. He's on 6 copies of each.
Yes. To be fair, they are running a lot
6
of
copies
similar units to each other.
6 copies of each, getting the Pantheon upgrade, but did dig pretty deep, so maybe you would have... Often we see people hyper roll to get across the line, especially with Cho'Gath, because you want to start getting those stacks through early. So Opal maybe not as close as he would have liked to be. Shredding we see there, Natu popping up, so a player that we expect to be playing Samira. We've seen Jungler last time round hold between the 2 of them and end up leaning towards Corki, so a few players still undecided, but Pensakia rolling deep to try and get this Primordium pod online, picking up an early Kindred, which is expensive, but didn't get the Jinx upgrade that he was looking for, so we'll just be shifting those items over.
Yeah,
kind of tragic.
I like this.
You kind of say to yourself, I'm rolling until I hit Jinx 2. I have Maokai 2, I can really win streak all of stage 3, but then you roll all your gold and still are not able to hit your upgrade, so changes the items over to the Kindred for now.
We should be able to... Oh, Lusher managed to get the very, very early Aurelion Soul. Still think he's likely going to end up losing this one because the Maokai seems to be still pretty darn strong. And you can see, able to shrug off the Aurelion Soul for the time being. So Bensak starts to re-establish himself as Lusher continues to just hang out in the middle of the table. Down at the bottom, Scipeus takes another loss to keep his loss streak intact.
I think at least for Bensek, he's one of our highest points players coming into this, and it does mean that you can play this line, which is you're not really going to be 8th or 7th off the back of it. Even though he's had a pretty low roll early game, you know you're going to be running over quite a few boards. And we see even at the lowest, it seems to fall out into like 6th place. So Bensak picking a safer route where, especially when you know other players are going to be going for these fast 9s, contesting a lot of similar front lines, you can feel confident that maybe you can run over some of these unupgraded boards.
What an insane start for Zbroyson. 7 win streak now, a lot of natural upgrades, still has not even cashed out late in Forge. And especially for both Lusher and Zbroyson, the artifact is going to be that much more impactful with double silver augment start in terms of just the power you're going to get on your board from 3-5 onwards.
Yeah, definitely. Huge amount of extra proportional power. So Bryson doesn't seem to be slowing down at all. As Scapeus gets, let's see, so yeah, has the anima in place. Already has chunked a lot of HP, but at least his streak will persist into his rewards. So Scapeus on 22 points again. Not in a terrible position, but does need a solid finish.
Doesn't have any anima stacks coming through though, really, so has got it in late, does have the Kench on the board, so also some extra resources, has been printing the Leona, so he's trying to eke out every extra bit of econ he can. He's getting the gold coming through from Arbiter, just take a small anima cache. So Scapeus definitely got a difficult few turns when he does decide that he has to go all in, but giving himself every extra resource to do so.
I do want to hit up a little bit of backstory for Scapeus, since it feels like his finish in this game is going to be significant one way or the other. Of course, yeah, we saw him back in the day, particularly in Remix Rumble, where he was, he was definitely one of those players who felt very similar to how Dasik is now, where he very much chose his own way through. And in that particular instance, it worked out extremely well. Ended up getting it all the way to the championship, now crown, and landing a 5th place. But since then, has not managed to recapture that level of glory.
We're seeing a generic tank artifact pickup for Zbroyson here, going to help him potentially continue this win streak of the rest of Stage 3 and Dominable now on to the Gragas. And for Lusher, we'll have to see what his artifact pickup was as well, if it fits his AP game plan or not, considering he was very much locked in with the early Acel and the JG Slam.
Coming up against Bensak on the other side, the Belver 3 did arrive pretty quickly, so the items once again being moved over. So even though coming up against that pretty tanky front line, I think Bensak, having that Maokai, having the Belver 3 this early, is able to bring Zbrojin's streak to an end. Bensak did need to keep that win going, because if he at 10 gold, you're not winning rounds in Stage 3, it can get pretty rough for that board.
All right, let's see. We've got Foxfire. Not bad at all. We did, of course, see... We had some opinions before about the placement to get the maximum value out of this artifact, but we'll see what Lusher's got for us.
It was a loss despite the artifact cash out, so looking kind of dicey for Lusher, considering we're going to see other players really spiking in Stage 4. He's quite contested as well on just general AP line. Acel will be very contested as well. We know Motif is also playing a copy of Acel on his board. The battle of the anima players.
Not as high stakes as other anima clashes we've seen in the past, though.
What do you mean? The 100 cash outs at stake. It's crazy.
Yeah. Imagine those 50% shields you could have. There we go. Crossing the streams, but it's Lusher who will be able to be the one to make it out with at least some more stacks. I think Scapeus probably going to be quite happy to limp across. Well, I say happy. We'll have to settle for limping across the 100.
Happy to limp across the line. If he'll take what he can get. He's eking out every advantage. I trust Scapeus has got this plan down. He sees the Leona 3 finally loading in. So putting together a bit of a front line. But Lusher starting to assemble his board as well.
Scapeus seems to be kind of open onto a few different paths. Has a Leona 3, obviously, so that's kind of... You're a little bit less incentivized to play into the Acel mech lineup. You're going to play into more traditional AP, which is why Lusher, I think, is trying to move more into the mech and the Acel combination.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see where this one goes.
Dropped his units.
Yep, really good orbs.
It's like the game knew. And of course, we've even got, we mentioned before, we've got the Tam Kench extra form of Econ coming as well. So Scapeus goes to 8, and we get to see where he's going to spend that money.
I think Skip just knows how expensive this board is. Even when you get the Leona printed, you still need so much econ to put it together. And when it's contested, I think it just makes sense that he was running the Kench, running the Anima for just a little bit of resources. I think he's done well to edge out every advantage he could.
Redden on the other side, Space Group Emblem in place, and has already managed to put together a pretty decent board. Not the 7 Space Group, but we've got a decent Ornn front line. In this case, though, Scapeus actually able to punch through relatively well, in large part thanks to having the surprise Blitzcrank, opening up the back line for Scapeus to delete everything, even if Ornn otherwise survives.
Yeah, really good counter matchup here with the Blitzcrank entering the board for Skip. The big question is now, which of our AP players will be able to stabilize on their roll downs here on stage 4? Because time and time again, we've seen the players who miss just instantly bleed out in stage 4 and end up in that 7th and 8th place position.
Yeah, I think at least for Skip, a few of his smaller frontline upgrades came through, so they might not seem too important just individually, but we saw previously people lacking the likes of Alawi, lacking some of those Shepherd upgrades, and it just means you get blitzed through and ran over, especially when you play some of the likes of the Jinx board. So I think at least able to get that to that point. But Shredding here, digging for the Space Group board, does finally find the Riven, but really lacking a lot of upgrades.
Finds the Blitz as well. I mean, Seeker's Space Groove Riven 2 is a bit of a menace, depending on the matchup as well. I've seen her earlier in the set. I saw her 1v100 Z board and win with a setup like this one. We'll see if that'll be the case in this game.
I mean, certainly,
does get one of our Fast 9 players, so should have a bit of a chance to give himself a few rounds to hit his upgrades.
Unfortunately, the Arm Guard is not stacking very quickly, but now it has. And hey, if we weren't believers before, perhaps the 1 versus 100 myths were true. Shredden definitely giving the side eye to his own board there. I'm not sure he was necessarily expecting things to go as well as they did, but there is some hope for him down on 26 HP. In fact, half the lobby is around roughly the same HP as he is, so there's still a lot of volatility left.
And we're seeing why that Nami is hard to hit for Shredden. We talked about it earlier in stage 3. It seemed like a very AP-centric lobby, and we're seeing the potential conflict in terms of the contest on some of these units like the Nami here.
Yeah, and I think it shows as well that Motive is one of our players with so much HP. You'd think, okay, you don't need to go all the way to 0. Maybe you can stabilize and then push on to 9 for that board. But the fact that it's just so difficult to hit any of the upgrades, and unfortunately meant that he's had to go all the way down to true 0. And it does mean if you're on a slightly different line, you might have a decent chance of being able to make quick work of these boards like Bensak has been doing.
And I think Motive at 23 points, he does not want to take any chances. He does not want to say, grid it out, say, oh, I'll go 9, I'll win the game, and then you end up on 1 life in stage 5 because you just weren't able to stabilize at any point in the late game. So I like his approach. Just roll down all your gold, play for like a 5th, play for a 4th maybe, reduce your cap a tiny bit, but secure at least qualifications in day 2.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Bensak's got everything to lose, and honestly, in this game, there's a lot of volatility that's completely out of your control. Certainly with the Yasuo hexes floating around as well to help pump an enormous amount of power into the boards. Taking a quick look across everyone we've got left in play. It's looking like most of the 2 stars in place. Shredden, we saw before, of course, with that ribbon, has got even her up to 2 star as well. So we're close to where everyone wants to be.
I'm a little bit worried for Lusher here. Reinforcement pickup on 4-2. Just trying to desperately hit any kind of stability in stage 4.
Yeah, and checking back in here with Shredding, does have that big Riven coming through now, so that maybe we'll be able to drag him through some of these matchups. He's not looking too convinced with his own board,
no,
but
not.
he maybe hasn't seen the fact that that's the case for most of these players. There's a lot of I'm on a pair of every unit spot, so Shredding maybe doesn't know that Riven actually might have this handled on her own just because of how weak some of these spots are.
Yeah, I love this with the Titans as well. As long as, again, you don't get stuck completely on the main tank unit, which does happen there. And Jacob, I guess this is the difference. We've got the Titans rather than the Edge of Night, so there is a smaller winner opportunity where you can potentially get burst out and just have the round end immediately.
The more mega tank setups that Riven has to face, the harder time Riven will have getting just the stacks on the Seekers and overall taking over the fight, snowballing as the fight goes on. The Bard 2 possibility here for Scapeus does find the upgrade. We'll switch over the items from the Sona onto the Bard. Will that be enough for Skip though? He did win the last fight, but is also now down to 20 HP. It's a huge divide, it looks like, right now between that 4th place position Opal and Kesman in that 5th place. A 26-point gap.
It was a brave pickup for this explosive goal from Skip as well. Such a contested line. Knew though he had just enough to get himself 2-9. And Bard does deal with these big solo frontliners like the Mighty Mech so well. You see, he has the brambles, so it doesn't really have any magic resist, so it is slowly going down. And I think Skip has hit enough in the front line, so unfortunately for Lusha here, despite the fact that ASL is trying its very best, Lusha does drop down to 1 life, shredding the same. So a big win for Skip there, just clawing himself up the standings.
And Lusha just able to get those 2 kills to stay alive. Could have been knocked out actually in stage 4 otherwise.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see who that first elimination is going to be. Shredded, again, who continues to be on the edge of his seat from every round as much as we are, doing a little bit of a rearrangement on the items. I do like this going for the Bloodthirst, a little bit more survivability to let that Riven just stay alive longer and get those stacks through for the Seeker's Arm Guard. Lusha and Shredden have been avoiding each other for a little while, but sooner or later they're going to face each other and we will see that elimination coming through, if not before.
Really awkward Pandora's rolls from Shredden here, not able to slam any items on Nami. It's just going to be the Riven, and if the Riven dies early, the fight's going to be over. There's really no more power left in this comp for Shredden.
Yeah, and he's in a position where he just hasn't hit even the simple upgrades, which is so much active HP on the board. These smaller units, you can see as he's rolling, he's thinking, oh, not even a Pantheon 2. And like the fact that he's basically only the Riven is his upgrade. She's going to try her absolute best, but I don't know if she can completely win every fight. You can see Shredding also not a believer.
They're walking right into the Tam Kench as well, with the snipers aligned on the same side of the ball as you. This is not looking good for Shred. You can see from his face, he doesn't think it's going to be going well either. We'll see as well how Lusha does in this round, if we're going to be seeing an 8th place or a 7th and 8th place from the same round. The snipers find the Riven. She gets a 2nd, but that's all she'll get. First elimination in, Lusha wins, so Shredden is out in 8th.
Tragic matchup as well. Kesman and Shredden teammates in 4v4, and Kesman unfortunately eliminates Shredden. That being said, Shredden was on 25 coming into this, going to be on 26 now. Should be guaranteed to make it to tomorrow in the first place, but obviously was hoping to claw up in the standings and fight for maybe the 8-game finish instead of just survival.
And Lusha here, a player who will be so disappointed with, I think, the way some of the items have materialized. It's a very, very AP heavy lobby and just didn't get the gargoyles, which I think is just going to impact this board so much. The Mighty Mech has been dropping pretty quickly. Coming up against one of our only AD players though, so this time round the Bramble should be doing some work.
Yeah, I mean, for Lusha, we've certainly had some big expectations. One of the winners of the TFT Major in Paris recently, so we know he's got the capacity for absolutely astonishing play. She said the Bramble Vest is holding on for a little longer than it might be otherwise, but I think this is the end of the line. Lusha takes the hit. He was on 22 points, which certainly wasn't an ideal position to be taking a 7th from.
That could be the end of the road for Lusha. We'll have to see once all the points are tallied up. Overall, just a lot of traffic in that AP, the general AP lines. Lusha forced to take something like reinforcement on 4-2 just to stay alive, because he knew it'd be very hard to find his upgrades otherwise, and just the cap was too low.
I think we had a glimpse of Scapeus there, one of our players that has actually hit everything and is now on the back of this 4-win streak. And I think he knew that he needed every single resource he could. See the upgrades coming through there, even the likes of Jin 2 being hit. So finally putting everything together. Motive on the other side, one of our players that opted to stay level 8 and flex around these AP 4 costs instead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing, isn't it? To have the Karma and the Nami together, at least as generic AP options. You can see that they may not be the top end of what's available on the AP side of things. They do get a good amount of damage. The frontline tanks, though, might just hold for Zabroyson as long as the backliners don't get blown up. Looks like there isn't quite enough damage. Right to the tail end. Nami doesn't quite get the last cast off. Zabroyson stays up.
This is the problem with Motive's game plan. He played for an immediate spike on stage 4. Now has lost 3 fights in stage 5 because he decided to just roll to 0 on level 8 instead of trying to push for a higher cap on level 9. Does he get punished? If Motive ends up, in that 6th place position, that could be a little bit worrisome for him. But he's really just hoping to play for a top 4 here.
Another player that's stuck level 8, Kesman, on this Stargazer is infinitely scaling, is getting access to more emblems, but we've seen the likes of Nunu, just impossible to hit in this particular lobby. Stuck level 8, so not able to get up to the likes of Jin 2, which he is going to need. But coming up against Bensak, who is at the stage of the game where Primordial does normally fall off.
Yeah, we've got all the damage from both sides on the far left-hand side of the board, so it's about which tank explodes first. Unfortunately, Kesman does lose his frontline very quickly. At least there's a few chaff units, but no, the snipers are falling down. Surely the end of the line for Kesman here on 17 points coming in. A disaster that leaves just 5 of our players still alive.
And Bentak's doing a really good job of staying relevant in stage 5. We talked about the Jinx board kind of expiring in most cases once we move into these late game stages with the fast line board setting up. But double best friends from Bensak, the power of friendship maybe carrying into success here. If he gets to the top 3, I think it's the best possible outcome you could have hoped for.
Yeah, and I think he's just punished a few of these matchups where players have been slightly on the wrong side, or they've not had their strongest tank in front of the likes of Belvet, and he has been able to get onto that back line. And we see if he's able to do it again here, that Nunu, though, is going to be a lot harder to deal with.
Yeah, the positioning is really good that we've got the tank in front of all of the damage dealers. But the AP backline for Brighton as far away as is humanly possible. The Nunu should be able to drop down a good few snowballs into pretty much the entire board. So Bensak at least has got HP in the tank. The last damage dealers do stay up for a few moments more, but no! Zabroyson is out of there, and even with all the positioning in the world, it still wasn't enough.
And this is one of the ways that this Jinx board can win. It's triple, almost a triple combat power setup, right? With the double best friends and the extra BF swords as well from a silver augment. Just the relative power is pretty high, I would say, especially in this comp that uses BF swords so well.
And I think for Bensak as well, he didn't get baited into staying lower level. He picked up an early Kindred, even though he went all the way down to 10 gold, and it did look like, okay, he's kind of stuck here at level 6. He hit the Belveth really quickly and picked up an early Kindred, and he's actually just pushed levels consistently, and is definitely a lower cap, but we're still seeing competing at this stage of the game. Positioning is the most important factor. I do think, though, when you're going up against the likes of Skipaeus or the likes of this extremely unkillable Cho'Gath that we did just see, maybe will be a little bit more of a problem. But as of now, Bensak piloted the composition perfectly.
No Jin, unfortunately, for Opal here.
No, he's not going to be able to get too much stronger at all. Skipaeus, though, on a 7-round win streak. He's got such a ludicrous backline. The Jin, of course, that Pal was looking for, the backline that everybody else was looking for instead. Skipaeus gets to the front of the queue and seemingly has everything he can need. Everyone else, apart from the Cho'Gath, is dying. I don't think it's just going to matter anymore how much HP he has.
This Cho'Gath is hanging on for a very long time, but Paul does finally go down. I think overall Skipaeus looks very much to be favored to win this lobby outright. Motive lowered his cap quite a bit due to his stage 4 play, just trying to play for more consistent results. Bensak, I think, regardless of how well he played the early game, I don't think a comp like Belveth Kindred duo carry can beat a fully capped AP board. And the rest of the high cap players, they died off along the way, right? Players that ended up in the bottom 4.
Yeah, they certainly have fell away. And I think, as you pointed out earlier in the game, Panda, Motive's game plan was to stabilize and get as much, eke out as many positions as possible. and it's really paid dividends here. I think he looked around the lobby, he's seen the raid boss Scipeus. Early on, he recognized that some players would be getting out of hand, and he's tried to preserve as much HP as possible. And potentially will be dropping down into 3rd place here as we see Skip's board at level 10 is just too much to deal with. And Motiv's board putting up a good fight, but falling away in 3rd place. Respectable finish considering the points he had coming in. Bensack elsewhere losing to what we can imagine is Skip's Ghost. So our potential raid boss should be seeing this one home.
I mean, honestly, I think Bensack's been doing an amazing job, as you guys have been saying, just playing what was available to him. The thing is, coming in with 27 points, one of the tournament leaders, to hit a top 2 in the final game of the day is amazing. I think he's, more or less happy just to say, I did everything I needed to in this game.
Scipeus is holding on to that Kindred just in case Bensack gets any ideas and knows how he can potentially sneak this game away from Skip here. But we're seeing it here, all the damage on that left side, trying to burn a hole through the weaker side of the front line of Scipeus and move onto the Sona, onto the board. I imagine it was a last-minute pivot from Bensack, but it won't be enough. The Kindred to the Belveth, onto the Leona now. The front line is still standing for Skip. So much damage coming from the back line. A very decisive win for Skip. I have to imagine a second one is coming up very soon.
Yeah, not an awful lot Bensack can do. He tried to get this raft and get access onto the back line. But I think both these players piloted their lines expertly in this one. I think Skip had a very difficult early game, eked out every advantage he could. He ran the anima, he ran the early Kench, and printing away on the Arbiter as well, knowing he would need a bunch of gold to put this board together, and he did it. He picked the explosive growth as well, he's made it to 10, and he's put together the true Exodia.
I think this very much does fit to their respective histories as well. Bensack, 5-time regional player. He's a player who tends to get 15th places, extremely consistent. He did exactly what he needed to do in this particular lobby to make sure he got the finish that puts him in prime position for tomorrow. For Scipeus, though, he found the path when others fell down and were wanting again and again. He's got the best of absolutely everything. You see Bensack already stretching. He knows this one is done. And the mad scientist of EMEA, Scipeus, comes through, claims 1st place, and shoots up to 30 points heading into day 2, Sunday of the weekend.
Great showcase of talent from both players in very different ways. I think Scipeus just finding, as you mentioned, very tough this game, any amount of resources to accomplish, to reach the highest cap possible through anima, through just his augment selection, any means possible. And for Bensack, adapting to low rolling on the Jinx, not playing around Jinx at all, playing just around the Belveth 3, which he gets for free-ish from Primordian alongside the Kindred, pushing levels, and then still finding a very good result, being able to go toe-to-toe against some of the strong fast-line boards in Stage 5 and Stage 6. So really impressive from both players.
Yeah, and Motive as well, as a really solid showing, stabilizing and eking out that 3rd place. But we are getting word that one of our lobbies is still going, so we will be jumping into lobby 4 here to see, once again, the final stage throwing in right in the business end, Peter.
Oh my gosh, we've actually got quite a lot of game left going here, because we've got Nuri,
surprisingly,
who's one of the top leaders of the competition. He hasn't even taken a loss, and we're almost at stage 5.
I see why we're going into this game. There's a golden egg waiting to be hatched. I think we're not gonna have to wait very much because Nuri is on a 15 win streak, so he's accelerating that
I just
incubator.
want to emphasize this. Nuri is on a 15-round win streak, and he's not even using one of his augments at all.
He's using his second augment and his first augment a lot, though, I will say.
Yes.
He's getting like double usage.
Yeah, we are seeing those DBs have been stacking quite a bit, and I think we talked about this composition is the runover comp, when you get going early and you can scale and just tempo. We don't know exactly what's got him to this point, but as we can see, those first 2 augments, if you're able to keep a win streak like this going, that's pretty outrageous.
We can only assume this is what Nuri has been doing, because we haven't seen a ton of him across today, but he's been having a hell of a showing so far. I mean, This is a really interesting companion piece to what we were seeing from the previous lobby, that we've got another player who's found a way to take this ostensibly top 4 board and make it competitive with all of these incredibly late game boards.
We must touch on Raiko, 16 points, 1 life. If he goes out here, he is very obviously not going to be making it to the next day. He's going to be losing his CPC slot. A player who had his best ever career sets in set 16 Lauren Legends, made it to TAC round, is now on his potential last life.
Has put together an incredibly strong board though, so clearly aware that he needed a big result coming into this one. You can see from his arguments he's picked up econ focus, get to level 9 and try to put together one of these Exodia boards which can win out. And he's put himself in a position to do so, but was on a 3 loss before that. So finally picking up a win here. Has hit almost everything. The TG value very, very high in this particular setup. You have so many 5 costs to work with, but living the game on a knife's edge.
He is healing as well with Fiora, so potentially can be on 2 lives after 2 more fights.
Yeah, we've got the Nova package in here as well, just to make sure we're covering all of our bases. I like the attempt from Raiko. I mean, you can see Sasa is above on just 10 HP, so another 1 life player. Double, of course, has been trying to recover as of this game as well. We're not quite done with his story in the competition, but if players like Raiko can get past him, we absolutely will be.
The only problem is I think Double and Raiko, they both likely need a win. Maybe Double could, with a second place, it'll be enough. And we're looking at someone who's on a 16 win streak and has not hatched his egg yet. I can't imagine a single universe outside of like a 3-star, 4 cost or 5 cost where Nuri does not win this game. So it might be an impossible task for Raiko here.
Yeah, Raiko, as you said, needs to heal up enough before tagging Nuri to be able to potentially survive another hit. Zaza unfortunately falls away there. And Double, we mentioned it before this game, the most established name in EMEA has put himself in a very, very difficult position to turn in the last 3 games. Potentially here, Peter, facing elimination once more.
It's one of those things you just hope to never actually see happen because of Double's incredible record here at EMEA Regionals. It's not a record which you ever hope to see being broken, but it's seeming like that it's going to be the case here, and it's a bleak day, honestly, for, of course, so many people's favorite player with the world's biggest history, the 2-time EMEA champion, likely to be heading out here. He has been defeated, and that will be the world's greatest run at regionals brought to a close. We're down to our final 5, and Nuri still refuses to let up on this lobby.
Not sure if I'll be able to get used to Double missing from the roster of tier 1 players in set 18. That seems to be the case there. Doubled out in 6th place. Cheng Yang also going out in that round in 7th. Is there a dream now here for Raiko to finish first in this lobby and somehow still make it through? We haven't seen Nuri's board yet. I don't know if I want to look, to be honest, what the board will look like after the egg cash out. I'm not sure Raiko's looking either. He's like, please, no.
Also has the Thresh boon as well, so he's got 100 HP and he's scaling infinitely off the back of extra resources coming through. So I think maybe we see him loading in on the other side. It is absolutely outrageous what he's working with here. And for everybody else in the lobby, not an awful lot they can do when they see him loading in. Still sitting on a bunch of gold as well, so we'll be pushing up to level 9.
Raiko might be 2 lives. He's gonna wait. He's actually gonna buy himself 1 more round of time after facing Nuri to try and 3-star 5 cost.
And there's no Dasik. I'm checking. There is no Dasik.
Wait. Dasik from the top rope. He's taking Sal's computer.
He was in the egg. Nuri has hatched a Dasik. We need to be careful.
And he just started selling Nuri's units.
It was Dasik all along. The reinforcement mechanic from Double Up, of course, one of the sneaky new features we're trying out here for this game. T-Cub will be going up against Nuri, who seems like he might be going to Mr. 100, the final lobby here in day 1 of the week 1 main event. Just absolutely ludicrous. We heard this Jinx was hitting 613 AD. I'm sure it's even more right now, as Nuri will annihilate the lobby. A completely perfect game, and apparently all it took were all the swords in all the world.
We must applaud the performance of Mr. 100 Game in a pivotal, everything at stake, Game 6, where you eliminate Raiko and Double 61 from making the Tier 1. I mean, you cannot write a better story for someone like Nuri coming to the end of this day.
No, and any player that takes Egg, we're always a fan of on the cast, and the chat will be as well. So, not that he really needed it even in this game. It was in such a crazy spot, but just everybody else had absolutely no chance of ever contesting him in that lobby.
Yeah, just absolutely magnificent showing again. Yeah, I'm still a little shell-shocked to be aware of the end of doubles. Absolutely incredible regionals streak. But of course, as we'll be shortly heading to our desk to find out what the final fallout is here. Again, this is only day one of our main event here in week one. We've still got one more day to go. We certainly did not expect to be seeing any of the major players, or at least the biggest players, going out at all in day one. So, Troubling, Kenobi, let us know what the final damage looks like.
I am muted. Thank you guys, amazing cast. I'm here with Kenobi. I'm Troubling to close out the day with you. And we might also have some surprises, but I want, first of all, for this first day, your first thoughts when it comes to, we saw some hero augments, we saw some incredible cooks coming through. What was your impression?
My impression was that so many games looked so different, as well in tempo as well as in compositions. Here you can see Jinx finally completely popping off in the way we've talked about on and on about how it was a little bit too slow.
Okay,
wasn't managing
when you
to...
say we have talked about, you mean you have talked about?
Yes, correct.
Because you kept rumbling about Jinx.
I did. I really did talk about Jinx quite a lot.
All right, well, this one, of course, was not a very replicable moment, right? We didn't necessarily see the start of the game, but it kind of looked like you must have spawned with something like a Jinx 2, and then you get the DB Prismatic into 4 BF swords, so it just kind of snowballs from there and out. And let's have a look at the standings, because even though the points carry over to tomorrow for 8 of our players, they will sadly not. And these are the 8 players that we will be saying goodbye to. Any surprises here, Kenobi? Because I'm looking at Revan and Double, and I'm like, what the hell are they doing down there?
Well, Revan not completing the Cinderella story this time around, just a couple of points shy. Double going down, Rico going down as well. It's kind of surprising. And here are the surviving players. These ones are still in trouble for tomorrow. There will be eliminations just 2 games after the start, so they will have to watch out and try and get back-to-back first places if they want any shot at the final days, the final week, of coming next week.
Right, so as we get to see a few more of those players coming onto the top of the standings, slowly but surely, this is our top 24 right here. Again, we're seeing names that we've seen before, like Likonen. Volta's made his way towards that top 10 as well. Skipeus, that we saw with a fantastic win in that game number 6, where he used his anima in a very peculiar, but a very Skipeus way, I want to say, where he did cash out 300, but he did it in 100 cash out intervals, while also printing Leona. And Nuri, who finishes in the first place. I'm sorry, the police is not coming for me, I promise. Nuri finished in the first place with a 100 HP win, which was absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and Hypno, being among the first yesterday in the play-ins, replicates it, gets second this time around. So back-to-back, very consistent performances here from him, despite a rough couple of sets after some incredible performance in a PBE tournament a couple of sets ago. He struggled to replicate the achievements, but here looks like he's EMEA to perform in and to make his mark.
And that's exactly what he needs to do, especially on day 1, to try and make it to week 2. But before we do that, we have to welcome with us Yaku Momurai, I hope I said the name correctly, for an interview. So welcome and congratulations. You are currently in the top 6 to the points. What are your first impressions of the tournament?
I don't know. Impressions? I'm very happy that I'm top 6, I guess, and I yeah, I'm very happy.
How are you handling the fact that you're playing so late at night? Did you change your schedule before the tournament? Because we know it's past midnight for you, right?
Yes, I started to change my schedule like 1 week ago, and I started like a bit. I started to change it. So I guess that's it. Yeah, and now it's like actually good for me. It's this late. Okay.
I saw that you're from a very small country. I come from a very small country as well. You come from Kyrgyzstan, if I say this correctly. What made you want to compete in TFT?
Oh, I don't know. I was watching Sojo, and then I started to play TFT, and then I got challenger, and then I just decided to just play TFT for fun. Yes, that's
It's
it.
that easy. Just in order, watch Soju, just then get challenger, third step question mark, and then go to EMEAs and perform super well. We're taking notes. Thank you very much. Can you tell us a little bit more if you're preparing with other players? We mentioned you're from a small country, and you're basically the only high-level player from Kyrgyzstan. Do you prepare with other players in the EMEA community?
I prepare with Excrescent, but he didn't make it to regional, so for this tournament I did it alone. So that's it.
Even more impressive.
I wanted to
Okay.
ask you, you mentioned that Soju inspired you to play. Why Soju? What does he do well that inspired you?
I don't know. I think he's very funny, and I just like his character. Yeah, he's very, very funny. But he's also very good at this game. So
Yeah.
Hey, he won a TPC, right? I have to tell you right now,
basically.
I do work with Soju. We are in the same team. So is there anything that you want to possibly say to him?
Oh.
And I can transfer that to him to see.
oh, I don't know. I just hope he wins Worlds and EWC this set. Yeah, this will be my message. I hope
Alright,
him the best.
Well, maybe he won't win Worlds because you might. So there might be this one, right? Kenobi,
No,
anything
it's not
else?
happening.
I'm super curious to know if you have. Well, it would be a little bit. You have to tell us a little bit about some secret sauce that you are bringing to get to top 8 to have an edge against all the competition. Is there something you're seeing other people do that you think is incorrect?
I don't know actually. I think I play every game and I'm very decent every game, and yes, I probably not. Maybe like high roll more.
High roll, just noted.
Okay, well, that's very easy to do, of course. We're going to let you go. Thank you so much for the interview. You had a fantastic day one. You're currently in the top 6, so congratulations for that. We wish you all the best, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interview with me. Bye.
Well, I'm going to be taking that clip and giving it straight to Soji. So we'll see if there will be a response. Because, Soju is a very funny guy, apparently, which he is. I guarantee. But he's also a TPC winner now. So there's that.
Yeah, it's been a long journey from him from a meme player slouched all the way back. But here in EMEA, we have the potential to take back the Tactician's crown from the NA scene. That's what we will be doing. And we are looking at the players that will be able to do that here in EMEAs. Don't forget that we are continuing tomorrow. Troubling, any closing remarks?
Well, it was a super fun day, and it was really cool to see the transition of the compositions that we saw on day one, which was the play-ins, where people just went all out because they had that just one day to get all their points to make it to day one today. But tomorrow will be the final cutoff for whoever makes it to join our players who are waiting already in week 2. So if you enjoyed it today, make sure to tune in again tomorrow. You can find us on X at CompeteTFT. You can find us on Instagram at Teamfight Tactics, on Facebook at PlayTFT, as well as on YouTube, same PlayTFT. From myself, from Kenobi, in Page Espada, Counterfeit, and Barry Baden, we want to wish you all the best for your night, morning, evening, wherever you are. Don't forget to play TFT and tune in tomorrow to see which players are going to make it to week 2. Have a good night, evening, morning, wherever you are.